#C151 Practice. In just a short while, a bowl of rock rat stewed with radish was completely eaten up. Xiao Han could feel that the hunger in his body had been reduced a lot. At least it was more effective than drinking energy liquid. It's so cool. After sighing in his heart, Xiao Han turned his eyes to the casserole on the bedside table. But this bowl in his hand could not make him full, and although the hunger in his body was reduced a lot, it was still there. Rock rat meat should be easier to absorb than low-level energy liquid. Recalling the situation of practicing the warrior book last night, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately picked up the casserole. If Guanglong did not lie to him, after eating this pot of rock rat meat, he would practice the warrior book again, and more true qi should be generated in his body. Although he drank several bottles of low-level energy liquid during his practice last night, after several weeks the total amount of true qi did not increase significantly. This can also indirectly show that low-level energy liquid is indeed difficult to absorb. I hope the effect of today's training will be better. Muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately put his chopsticks into the casserole, pulled a piece of rock rat's hind leg into his mouth, and ate it whole. Zhang Xiaoyun, who was standing by, saw this scene and smiled with his hands covering his mouth. "Slow down. I'm not competing with you." "Heh!" Xiao Han chuckled, with an inexplicable smile on his lips, and said softly, "I'm very hungry now. If you dare to grab it, I dare to have sex with you." Although the two of them didn't spend much time together, he found that Zhang Xiaoyun would blush as long as he spoke a little more bluntly. Although she was not very beautiful, she always had a strange charm at this time, so he couldn't help but want to tease her. Seeing the slightly red face, Xiao Han continued word by word. "What I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can try it." "Ah, why are you like this?" Feeling the aggression in Xiao Han's eyes, Zhang Xiaoyun shrank, wrapped the quilt on the bed tightly around her body, and said angrily, "I made a midnight snack for you with good intentions, but you treated me like this. We are already husband and wife. Shouldn't I treat you like this?" Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and continued to tease. "Look at Yi Xiao Xiao, why don't you learn a little bit? According to her frequency, let alone half a year, maybe she can get pregnant in half a month. My request is very simple. I don't need you to be as proactive as her. We should have some husband and wife life anyway. Hey, why don't you talk anymore? Are you asleep?" After saying several sentences in a row, Xiao Han found that Zhang Xiaoyun, wrapped in the quilt, never replied, and gradually lost the desire to continue teasing. "I stayed in the game for a long time today, and I didn't even have time to practice the warrior book." Although he was very sleepy now, he couldn't stop practicing after eating the rock rat meat. Wei Jiangwo's threat was imminent, and he had to do everything he could to become stronger quickly. Looking at the figure pretending to sleep on the bed, Xiao Han smiled. In fact, the current state of the two was also very good. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaoyun was not ready, he was not ready either. In this fucked-up era, he didn't intend to consider this matter before he was sure whether he had the ability to be a responsible and good father. It was precisely because of this that he and Ding Yi were urged by Xiaodong for so long, but they were still single. However, in the face of the policy, he couldn't escape this level after all. Fortunately, he had become an evolver and cultivated true qi in his body, and he already belonged to the privileged class. Although he couldn't completely ignore this policy, he also had the opportunity to postpone it for a few years. In a few years, I should have the strength of a third-level evolver. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han immediately put his chopsticks into the casserole, picked up another piece of rat meat, and ate it voraciously. To become an evolver above level 3, you can't just sleep all day. You must persevere and practice step by step. As long as you keep doing this, he believes that he can even become a level 4, 5, or even 6 evolver. And now, all he needs to do is finish eating the rock rat stewed with radish, and then practice the warrior's book. Gulp, gulp. After finishing the pot of rat meat stewed with radish, Xiao Han drank all the soup in the casserole even though he was already full. Since it has been boiled for 5 or 6 hours, the nutrients contained in the soup should be quite a lot, so it can't be wasted like this. More importantly, the nutrients dissolved in the soup should be easier to absorb. How much will the true qi increase this time? Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han immediately sat down cross-legged. After several practices, he could already clearly sense the true qi in his body, so as soon as he sat down, he had entered the state. As the true qi traveled through the meridians, Xiao Han could feel that they seemed to grow stronger every time a cycle passed. It really works. While running the warrior's book, Xiao Han thought to himself, it seems that I have to eat the flesh and blood of mutant beasts more often in the future. This time's practice is very different from yesterday's. Because of eating rock rat meat, the body is fully able to withstand this level of practice. Unlike yesterday, it only ran for a few cycles and had to stop because of insufficient energy. Now, with the continuous practice, the hunger in the body has even completely disappeared. This long-lost feeling made him very excited, and he continued to circulate the true qi in his body seriously, 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, until the gas traveled 12 circles in the body. It slowly stopped. After a big circle, Xiao Han could feel that the amount of true qi in his body was much thicker than before. This effect is really the difference between heaven and earth. Said with emotion, Xiao Han looked at the time. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning, and Zhang Xiaoyun's steady breathing sound came from the side. Thinking of what happened just now, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he didn't say anything more, and just lay down. #C152 Can you be gentler? When he woke up, Xiao Han felt refreshed. After eating a pot of rock rat stewed radish yesterday, the hunger in his body had completely disappeared. I have to thank Zhang Xiaoyun for this. Because of this diligent woman, he no longer has to endure the torture of hunger. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han turned his head to look at the bed, but could not see the hard-working figure, only the neat quilt and sheets. Can't this woman be idle? His brows furrowed slightly, and Xiao Han's ears twitched slightly. He wanted to hear whether Zhang Xiaoyun was making breakfast or had gone out. Fuck. Could you please stop being so hasty? At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyun's voice could not be heard, but there were waves of scolding and painful begging for mercy. It's so early in the morning. Can't you let me go? I gave it to you for free, so you can enjoy it secretly. He couldn't hear Zhang Xiaoyun's voice, but heard the strange sounds that kept coming. Xiao Han's face froze, and he immediately turned his attention away from his ears. These two guys are really hard-working. The sound in his ears disappeared, and Xiao Han whispered something, but he didn't know whether to envy Ding Yi or feel sad for him. In this kind of thing, the feeling between taking the initiative and being the one taking the initiative should be different. With a helpless chuckle, Xiao Han no longer paid attention to this matter. After all, living under the same roof, it was still a bit embarrassing to always listen to the corner. Originally, he was thinking that while everyone was there in the morning, he could discuss where to rent a house. He didn't know how long it would take Wu Qi to find this place, but to be on the safe side, it was best to move out as soon as possible. And with the current rate of making money, he should be able to buy a house in the city center soon. Now that Zhang Xiaoyun is not here, Ding Yi and Yi Xiaoxiao are also busy, so Xiao Han can only put this matter aside for the time being. It's better to go into the game and build the blue light sword. After a night's rest, he has returned to his best condition. If he builds a green light sword at this time, he will have a high chance of getting level 30. Equipment. If you're lucky enough, there might even be special effects which would be even more perfect. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han didn't hesitate and immediately put the gaming helmet on his head. Then his eyes lit up and chaotic shouting came from his ears. For convenience, when he was offline, he exited the game directly in the blacksmith shop. Now that I enter the game, I can easily rent the forging room I used yesterday. Because he had already had such an experience, he no longer needed to be led. After paying enough gold coins, Xiao Han turned around and walked towards the backyard. At this time, even though it was still morning, there were already ding-dong, dang-dang sounds coming from inside. Oh, these guys are really hard-working. Xiao Han chuckled lightly, and without even looking, he knew that most of the players here had not rested all night. But even so, they are still first-class blacksmiths. 100 points of proficiency requires the creation of 100 pieces of equipment, which is not that easy to accomplish. Fortunately, he has this awesome talent that rewards him 100 times. He only needs to build one piece of equipment to gain 100 proficiency points and become a level 4 blacksmith easily. It's a pity that there are no blueprints for making black iron equipment. Otherwise, I should be able to become a level 5 blacksmith. Putting the wind copper and fine iron on the forging table, Xiao Han was still a little depressed. If you can become a level 5 blacksmith, there should be a high chance that the blue light sword you create will be level 30. But the level 4 blacksmith corresponds to silver equipment. He can only make bronze equipment at best, which does not gain any proficiency. Therefore, it is out of the question to become a level 5 blacksmith. Fortunately, you don't have to be a 5th level blacksmith to build the green light sword. After cleaning up the workbench, Xiao Han recalled yesterday's steps. Then, took out a crucible and put the wind copper in it. Then the bellows was pulled quickly, and the flames immediately rose. Time passed slowly, and the wind copper gradually showed signs of melting. Xiao Han did not hesitate and immediately put the fine iron in. As the flame continued to burn, both metals slowly turned into metallic liquids. At this point, Xiao Han knew that the most critical moment had come. His eyes narrowed, and he took out a long carbon rod and stirred it. As the carbon rod continued to stir, the two colors of liquid gradually turned into black. At this time, the wind copper and fine iron have completed the preliminary fusion, and then they need to use a hammer to completely fuse them together. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Han took out the crucible and poured it into the mold he had prepared. 10 minutes later, when the metallic liquid inside had completed initial solidification, he immediately smashed the mold and took it out. When, the hammer's hammering sound sounded rhythmically, and Xiao Han's eyes were fixed on the sword embryo on the anvil, his eyes becoming more and more focused. As time passed slowly, he struck again and again. Under the constant beating of the sword embryo, all the flaws disappeared bit by bit. Although it was not finished yet, the blade already had a sharp edge. At this time, Xiao Han was already in a state of total selflessness. His eyes and mind were all focused on the sword embryo in his hand. I don't know how long it took, but Xiao Han, who was still in a state of ecstasy, suddenly stumbled and almost fell, but his face showed a hint of excitement at this time. Finally succeeded, it should be a level 30 equipment. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han immediately picked up the sword embryo with pliers and put it into the coolant. #C153 Dual Special Effects. ZZ. The hot sword embryo, when it touched the coolant, immediately steam rose, and Xiao Han also heard the system prompt at this time. Ding, you successfully forged the silver equipment Qingguang sword, triggered the 100-fold reward, and you got the dark gold equipment shadow sword. Ding, you successfully forged the silver equipment, gained 1 point of proficiency, triggered the 100-fold reward, and you got 100 points of proficiency. Before forging the long sword, in order to be able to hear the sound of the forging completion as soon as possible, Xiao Han had already reopened the system prompt. Hearing this familiar voice, a hint of joy flashed across his face. When he just forged the Qingguang sword, his condition was really good. From the feeling, he knew that it should be a level 30 equipment. He even had a feeling that the shadow sword in the cooling tank should have a special effect, because his condition just now was much stronger than last night. Since he was so tired last night, he was able to forge a Qingfeng sword with special effects, then if nothing unexpected happens, this shadow sword should also have it now. Hee hee. I'm really looking forward to it. Xiao Han chuckled, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. At this time, after the cooling tank cooled down, the temperature of the shadow sword was not that high. Eager to know the properties of the shadow sword, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, and immediately reached his hand into the warm coolant, grasped the hilt and pulled it out. Shadow sword, dark gold level 30. Attack plus 650, strength plus 320, agility plus 320, energy plus 320. Special effect, armor break, ignore 30% of the target's defense. Special effect, combo, 30% chance to launch 2 normal attacks in a row. Fuck. It's really a level 30 equipment, and it has double special effects. Seeing such properties, Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is really unexpected." When the equipment was just made, although he guessed that there might be special effects, he never thought that there would be 2 special effects on one piece of equipment. Now the value of this shadow sword has even exceeded that of the moon shadow ring. Ha! This is so cool. With a big laugh after equipping the shadow sword, Xiao Han quickly opened the attribute panel and took a look. The physical attack has exceeded 3,000 points. If the Demon Flame Guild and its president had not been arrested and thrown into prison, he really wanted to try the pleasure of killing people in seconds. The strength bonus brought by the double special effects just from these dozens of words will not have any intuitive feeling. But once the battle begins with his current attack power, as long as the combo special effect is triggered, even ordinary attacks can kill most knight players in seconds. There is also an armor-breaking special effect. Although 30% ignoring defense is not high, he also has a stone-breaking ring in his hand, which also has a 20% armor-breaking effect, which is very impressive when added together. Hey, now my attack should be able to break the defense of the demonized Corpse King. Thinking of the charcoal-grilled stone bull king in the space ring, Xiao Han has been a little eager to move. Although he only took a quick look at it at the beginning, he still remembered that the defense of the demonized Corpse King seemed to be around 6,000 points. If his defense can exceed 10,000 points after eating the charcoal-grilled Stone Bull King, he will have the ability to eat the demonized Corpse King without any damage. A level 50 boss monster, just thinking about it is exciting. At this moment, Xiao Han really wants to know whether legendary equipment will be dropped after killing the demonized Corpse King. But now, his preparations are not sufficient. Looking at the snake kiss flower in the space ring, Xiao Han whispered, "I have to refine the advanced detoxification potion as soon as possible." After saying this softly, he quickly cleaned up the forging table and ran out of the blacksmith shop. If you want to eat the demonized Corpse King alone, you must have a high-level detoxification potion. Corpse poison doesn't care how much defense you have. As long as you are poisoned, you will lose 1,000 blood points per second. Although there are only 2 snake kiss flowers, as long as he refines more primary gold wound medicine, he can become a 3rd-level pharmacist. At that time, if you start to refine high-level detoxification potions, the possibility of failure will be very low. After paying the rent for the forging room, Xiao Han ran to the pharmacy. Because the 4 professional temples are all in the east of the city, the business here is very prosperous and there are many pharmacies. There are several pharmacies not far from the blacksmith shop. Xiao Han looked around, found a nearby one, and walked in quickly. Time is still very tight for him. He has to refine the advanced detoxification potion quickly and then go to the tailor shop to make leopard boots and red wing cloaks. With the blessing of 100 times the reward, these 2 pieces of equipment will definitely be gold level after they are made. Although the increased attributes cannot be compared with dark gold equipment, he has to go deep into the graveyard of the dead, and 2 more gold equipment can also be safer. If he can make 2 more gold equipment with special effects, it will be even more perfect. "Sir, This is the alchemy room you rented. At this moment, the pharmacist apprentice who was leading the way stopped and pointed to a small room of less than 5 square meters and said, "When refining medicine, please try not to make any noise to avoid disturbing others." "Okay, I got it," Xiao Han replied and walked into the alchemy room. The small room of 5 square meters looked very simple, with only an alchemy furnace and a workbench, but the price of renting it was not cheap. Because there is an additional enclosed wooden house, 2 gold coins are needed for 1 hour, which is much more expensive than renting a forging room. However, for such a price, Xiao Han didn't even feel anything when he paid the money. When the gold coins in the account exceeded 50,000, how could he care about such a small expenditure? Walking to the workbench, Xiao Han took out the materials in the space ring. Then he opened the attribute panel and carefully studied the steps of refining the primary gold wound medicine. After understanding it a little, he immediately put the materials into the medicine furnace and started refining. #C154 Intermediate Detoxification Pill. Ding, you successfully refined 2 bottles of primary gold sore medicine, triggered a 100-fold reward, and obtained 2 bottles of high-level gold sore medicine. Ding, you successfully refined 2 bottles of primary golden sore medicine, gained 2 proficiency points, triggered a 100-fold reward, and gained 200 proficiency points. After 3 failures, Xiao Han finally succeeded in refining a bottle of primary golden sore medicine. Xiao Han was still a little emotional. He originally thought that refining potions would be easier than making equipment, but after actually getting started, he realized that it was not what he imagined. Although this is not physical work, there are many things to pay attention to. Temperature, heat, proportion, and timing are all very important. If you make a slight mistake, the potion will be completely useless. Fortunately, after several summaries, he also gained some experience and successfully refined the primary golden sore medicine. I just want to become a second-level alchemist, but I have to refine it a few more times. The upgrade of the blacksmith level, whether it is level 1 or level 4, only requires 100 points of proficiency, but it is different for the alchemist. Just to upgrade from level 1 to level 2 requires 500 points of proficiency. Fortunately, refining potions takes much less time than building equipment. Refining 1 time only takes about 5 minutes. Moreover, the amount of proficiency gained is also related to the number of potions refined. Although 500 points of proficiency is a bit much, for him it is just a little troublesome and he only needs to practice a few more times. When you upgrade from level 2 to level 3, you won't need 1,000 points of proficiency, right? With this in mind, Xiao Han once again threw the materials on the workbench into the medicine refining furnace in order. As time passed by, he repeated the movements on his hands tirelessly. Until a certain moment, the long-awaited voice finally came to my ears. Ding, you successfully refined 4 bottles of primary golden sore medicine, triggered a 100-fold reward, and obtained 4 bottles of high-level golden sore medicine. Ding, you successfully refined 4 bottles of primary golden sore medicine, gained 4 proficiency points, triggered a 100-fold reward, and gained 400 proficiency points. Ding, you have been promoted to level 3 alchemist. I wish you a happy game. I opened the control panel and took a look. At this time, he was not only a 3rd-level alchemist, but also a 5th-level blacksmith. After the advanced antidote potion is refined, he will immediately go to the tailor shop to make leopard print boots and red wing cloak. By that time, he will also become a 4th-level tailor. Hey, with a 100-fold reward, I seem to be able to learn all the professions in life. Thinking this in his heart, Xiao Han was a little excited. As the game progressed, he discovered that the talent he drew at the beginning was really abnormal. Not only can the exploded equipment be upgraded by 2 levels out of thin air, but his skill level and life occupation level can also be quickly improved. With such blessing, even if he draws an artifact at the beginning, the guys in Dragon Pet cannot compare with him. because according to his current development trend, these things will also be available. Even when you get an artifact or a dragon pet, you can get a 100-fold reward to increase it by 2 levels again. Xiao Han really wants to know what equipment he will get after the artifact is upgraded to 2 levels and of course the dragon pet. However, it is still a bit far away to think about these at the moment. Now we still have to refine the advanced antidote potion first. What the future will bring, he cannot guess. But what he needs to do at this moment is to kill the demonic corpse king. First, then find Lu Yen and then complete the job transfer mission to buy intermediate skills. The road under your feet needs to be walked step by step, and it is not enough to aim too high. After thinking about this clearly, Xiao Han shook his head to get rid of these inappropriate thoughts, and then immediately took out the only 2 snake-kissed flowers from the space ring. What will you get after the high-level antidote potion is increased by 100 times the reward? After muttering softly, Xiao Han stopped delaying and immediately opened the attribute panel, looking at the introduction of the advanced antidote potion and studying it. 10 minutes later, he threw one of the snake-kissed flowers into the alchemy furnace, and then continued to put other auxiliary materials into it in the same order. Time passed slowly, and in the small house of only 5 square meters, the aroma of medicine gradually became stronger. Xiao Han stared at the medicine furnace, observing the temperature changes, while stirring the liquid in the medicine furnace with the glass rod in his hand. Bite! At this moment, a familiar system prompt suddenly came to his ears, and the medicine liquid in front of him disappeared instantly, and there were a few round pills in the medicine furnace. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment and immediately poured out all the pills in the medicine furnace. A perfectly good medicinal solution can be turned into pills in an instant. This talent is really abnormal. He sighed in his heart, and he immediately put several pills into a porcelain bottle. He had heard the system prompt just now. With the blessing of 100 times the reward, the high-level detoxification potion has become an intermediate-level detoxification pill. You don't even need to look at it to know that its effect should be improved several times. With this thing, you no longer need to be afraid of the corpse poison of the demonized corpse king. 3 should be enough, but since there is also a snake-kissed flower, let's refine it together. After muttering softly, Xiao Han didn't hesitate too much and immediately threw the remaining snake-kissed flower into the alchemy furnace. Because I had one experience, I felt more comfortable this time. In less than 10 minutes, a familiar system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding, you have successfully refined 4 bottles of advanced detoxification potions, triggered a 100-fold reward, and obtained 4 intermediate detoxification pills. Ding, you have successfully refined 4 bottles of advanced detoxification potions, obtained 4 proficiency points, triggered a 100-fold reward, and obtained 400 proficiency points. After getting 7 intermediate detoxification pills, Xiao Han immediately cleaned up the workbench and put all the remaining materials on it into the space ring. Since the most important detoxification pills for dealing with the demonized corpse king have been obtained, there is no need to stay here any longer. Have to hurry to the tailor shop to make leopard print boots and red wing cloaks. #C155 equipment for sale. 1. Walking into the tailor shop quickly, Xiao Han skillfully rented a workbench and immediately took out the leather and silk thread. As long as these 2 pieces of equipment are made, he can start preparing to go to the graveyard of the dead. The production of leopard boots and red wing cloaks should be easier than refining medicine and forging. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately opened the control panel to look at the production steps of leopard boots. Oh my, it requires a 3rd-level tailor to make it. The moment he saw the introduction, Xiao Han was suddenly stunned. He remembered that leopard boots and red wing cloaks are bronze equipment. If you want to make them, you must first become a 3rd-level tailor. But the frustrating thing is that he doesn't have the blueprint for making white boots in his hand, and he didn't see any such blueprints for sale when he went around the trading market yesterday. It seems that the production of leopard boots and red wing cloaks can only be put aside for the time being. Xiao Han was a little depressed after renting a workbench, but there was no matching blueprint to sew equipment, but there was nothing he could do about. Even if he went to Fierce Wind Valley now, it would be impossible to find the blueprint of blank equipment. If he wanted to become a level 3 tailor, he had to find a way to buy a blueprint for blank boots, hats, or leather armor. Forget it, even if the production is successful, it won't help me much after entering the depths of the undead cemetery. Xiao Han muttered to himself and turned to walk out the door. Even if the 2 pieces of gold equipment sewn were both level 30, the defense attribute added to him would not exceed 500 points at most. Once he had eaten the charcoal-grilled stone bull king, there was actually no big difference with or without such a small attribute. However, based on the idea that the stronger he could be, he wanted to go to the undead cemetery after making these 2 pieces of equipment. Now that he couldn't do it, he should complete the exploration mission as soon as possible. After walking out of the tailor shop, Xiao Han identified the direction and quickly walked towards the teleportation array. The undead cemetery is in the west of the city. If he ran directly there, it would waste too much time. It would be more convenient to use the teleportation array. Running quickly, Xiao Han soon arrived at the teleportation hall. Oh my God! So many people! From a distance, he saw a long queue at the entrance of the teleportation hall. After a quick glance, he found that more than 90% of them were players like him. Originally, there were 12 teleportation arrays in the hall, which should be enough normally. But with a large number of players pouring in at the same time, even if all the teleportation arrays were running at high load, they could not teleport everyone away in time. Such a long queue, it will take more than 10 minutes. Looking at the figure in front, Xiao Han whispered, "More than 10 minutes, you think too much." At this time, a player behind him interrupted and said, "You can't leave here without half an hour." "No way it will take so long?" Xiao Han was a little unconvinced and questioned. "Don't disbelieve me. I came from the south of the city half an hour ago. There were fewer people queuing there than here, but I still queued for more than 20 minutes. Yeah, I came from the north of the city and it also took me more than 20 minutes. As players told their experiences, everyone started to complain. The design of this teleportation array is too unreasonable. Why are there only 12 teleportation arrays in such a big city? Yeah, there are not many people now. In a few days this place will be crowded. Hey, what if it's crowded? Don't you still have to come? The 4 professional temples are all in the east of the city, and the cheapest equipment is also in the east of the city. Even if it's crowded here, you have to come. That's right. A level 10 bronze equipment costs 3,000 at the west gate, but it can be bought for 2,700 in the square in front of the temple. Everyone was talking, and Xiao Han felt a little depressed. Yesterday, because he was eager to create dark gold equipment, he did not sell all the equipment he brought back from the Fierce Wind Valley in time. After just one night, the price of bronze equipment dropped by another 10%. So many equipment can't all rot in the backpack. Xiao Han muttered in his heart and wanted to contact Bao Fengrui immediately, but thinking about yesterday's decision, he hesitated. Even if he had a good relationship with Bao Fengrui, he didn't want to raise a behemoth. It's a pity that Guohuai no longer needs these equipment. Thinking of this, Xiao Han became more depressed. If they needed these equipment, he would be willing to sell them even if they were cheaper. After all, the soldiers under Guohuai always guarded Jing'an City. Only by making them stronger can they better guard Jing'an City. This guy is so rigid. Xiao Han muttered dissatisfiedly and looked at his friend list. Guohuai's avatar was still gray, but the other friends were all there. Among them, Kuang Long and Bao Fengrui had been online for more than 16 hours. Xiao Han immediately understood that they should all be leveling up with all their strength. Although the two pieces of equipment could make their strength soar, it was not so easy to get them. Looking at the avatars of the two, Xiao Han quickly passed by. Since he couldn't sell it to Bao Fengrui, he certainly couldn't sell it to Quang Long. Now the best trading partner was Bai Shaoxing. That guy should be very willing to take over these equipment. Thinking so, Xiao Han immediately sent a message to Bai Shaoxing, but he regretted it right after sending it. I'm so stupid. Since I need the blueprints urgently, I can use these equipment to exchange with Quang Long. Since they have reserved the Fierce Wind Valley for leveling, they should have a lot of low-level equipment forging blueprints. Quang Long may not sell the high-level equipment forging blueprints, so will he hold all the blank equipment forging blueprints in his hands. After figuring this out, Xiao Han immediately sent a message. #C156 equipment for sale, 2. Piaxianglu. After reading the message sent by Xiao Han, Bai Shaoxing showed a happy look on his face and quickly replied, "Where are you? I'll find you now." He has sold all the 25 pieces of equipment that he bought at a 10% discount yesterday, which is considered a huge profit, especially those silver equipment, because they found a suitable buyer. The unit price of each piece is more than 60,000. There is even a ring with good attributes which was sold at a high price of 78,000 yuan. Although he had guessed last night that Han Zhao's equipment should not be sold out, it is almost impossible for him to sell all of them to him. Originally, he thought that these equipment would still be cheaper than Bao Fengrui. After all, that guy's offer was really generous. But he really didn't expect that after a night, those equipment were still in Han Zhao's hands, and in the end, the benefits would fall on his head. How many silver equipment will there be this time? Thinking of this in his heart, Bai Shaoxing was a little expectant and excited. At the same time, the Mad Dragon in the Fierce Wind Valley was also happy. After listening to Crazy Tiger's advice, all the people in the Crazy Dragon Guild began to serve Silver Fox alone. After they crippled the Shadow Leopard, they all waited for Silver Fox to come and harvest him. It took less than 6 hours to force him to level 20. After equipping the Moon Shadow Ring, the magic attack exceeded 1,000 points, and the speed of killing monsters immediately increased several times. Looking at the rapidly increasing experience value, Quang Long couldn't help but sigh. This upgrade speed is so cool. Hey, that's nothing. Silver Fox chuckled and continued. I have only learned the skill of small fireball now. Every time I attack, I have to pause for a few seconds. The efficiency is too slow. In the past few hours, I killed almost 9,980 shadow leopards, which is equivalent to completing the task of hunting shadow leopards 100 times. After I go back and hand in the task, I should be able to get 5,000 merit points, which is just enough to exchange for a skill book of Big Fireball. By that time, there will be 2 attack skills, and the monster spawning speed can be at least doubled. Oh my god! Why didn't you say it earlier? Quang Long shouted and hurriedly shouted. Everyone pay attention. Bring all the disabled shadow leopards to me. The damage of the magician depends largely on skills. Since there are only 20 points left, of course, Silver Fox must accumulate enough merit points first. After all, only if his output efficiency is high enough, other core players in the guild can enjoy the benefits of this rapid upgrade. Many core players did not refuse such a request. After all, there was a gold coin subsidy for doing so, and they did not care about the experience points of these few hours. Seeing this scene, Quang Long nodded, and there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, as long as there were enough merit points, the junior magician should be able to exchange for 3 skills. It seems that I still have to continue using this method to let Silver Fox learn all 3 skills as soon as possible. Quang Long muttered softly and made a decision in his heart. Ding! At this moment, a light sound came from his ears. He skillfully opened the attribute panel and then clicked on the friend list. It turned out to be Han Zhao. What does he want to talk to me about? With such a question in his mind, Quang Long's hands did not slow down, and immediately clicked on the unread message. At this time, he saw the content of the message clearly. This guy's brain is burnt out. When Quang Long saw the message, he immediately had such an idea in his mind. But thinking of Han Zhao's wealth, he replied, "Are you serious? Are you kidding? It seems a bit impossible to exchange silver equipment for whiteboard equipment forging blueprints. After such a long time in Fierce Wind Valley, he even got a bronze equipment forging blueprint. As for whiteboard equipment forging blueprints, there are more than 20. If Han Xiao wants all of them, can't he exchange them for more than 20 pieces of silver equipment?" Thinking so in his heart, Quang Long immediately sent another message and confirmed again, "I have more than 20 such blueprints. Are you sure you want all of them?" Stormwind City. Looking at the message he just clicked, Xiao Han showed a smile on his face. His guess was indeed correct. Quang Long really had a lot of whiteboard equipment forging blueprints that could not be bought elsewhere, so it was much easier. But he only needed one such blueprint. If we only exchange one piece of equipment, Quang Long is busy leveling up, and probably won't come back right away. Looking at the remaining 8 pieces of silver equipment in his backpack, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, sent all their screenshots, and replied, "I only need one blank equipment forging blueprint, and it must be boots, hats, or leather armor. I can sell you the other 7 pieces of silver equipment at a lower price. If you want them, come to Pyongyanglu near the warrior temple to find me." After sending this message, Xiao Han didn't know what Quang Long would choose, but if nothing unexpected happened, he should come back immediately. After all, among these 8 pieces of silver equipment, there are 2 pieces of equipment that increase intelligence, which can at least increase magic attack by more than 200 points. This is also very important for Silver Fox. Once equipped with these 2 silver equipment, Silver Fox's monster killing efficiency should increase by 20%. He didn't believe that Mad Dragon would not be tempted. With a smile on his face, Xiao Han confidently ran towards Piaoxiang Tower. There were more than 70 bronze equipment in the space ring. Although they were not worth much, it was better to deal with them as soon as possible while the price was still reasonable. #C157 equipment for sale. 3. Walking into Pyongyanglu again, Xiao Han saw Bai Shaoxing at the door of the box and asked curiously, "You are in Stormwind all day, don't you need to level up?" "Hee, I am different from you." Bai Shaoxing smiled and explained, "If I spend all my time on leveling up, how can I collect information? Without this information, will a big customer like you still care about me? So for me, the level is not that important. Spending more time to collect more information is the most important thing for me." "Hee, your way of playing is really unique." Xiao Han chuckled, said nothing more, and walked towards the box. Selling information in the game is really not something that ordinary people can do, but the Bai Shaoxing in front of him seems to do it well. At least the few pieces of information that this guy passed on yesterday were very important to him. For these pieces of information he also paid a lot of money, and even owed a piece of dark gold equipment. He thought the news that Wu Qi was going to attack him should be true. But now he has no extra dark gold equipment, so the promise he made at that time cannot be fulfilled for a while, and he needs to wait. When he comes back from the graveyard of the dead, or Bai Shaoxing gets another piece of wind copper, he can fulfill his original promise. Looking at the thin figure in front of him, Xiao Han still admires him a little. Of course, if he can prove that the information this guy has found is all true, he is willing to continue to cooperate and buy more information from him. But now, let's solve the things we agreed on before coming here. Thinking of this, Xiao Han said directly, "I still have some bronze equipment here. According to the price we just agreed on, 2,500 per piece, how much do you need?" Bronze equipment can indeed be sold for 3,000 per piece in the west of the city. But for him, time is the most important thing. There is no need to waste a lot of time on it for a few $100. What's more, the bronze equipment in the space ring is not just 1 or 2 pieces. Even if it is sold in the west of the city, it cannot be sold out in a short time. Relatively speaking, it is best to sell them to Bai Shaoxing in batches, even if they are cheaper. Looking at Bai Shaoxing, who was suddenly stunned, Xiao Han continued, "If you want all of them, I can still give you a lower price. On the basis of 2,500, all of them are 10% off. What do you think?" 10% off, all of them? Bai Shaoxing was stunned. "Well, can I ask how many bronze equipment do you have left?" "Not many, only more than 70 pieces. Hearing what Han Xiao said, Bai Shaoxing couldn't help but complain. "Fuck, only more than 70 pieces, are you still a human being? The bronze equipment that exploded in this hour is more than what others exploded in a week. How long has the game been open? Why do I feel that bronze equipment is like cabbage in the field to you? That is, as much as you want, you can have as much as you want." At this time, Bai Shaoxing can be sure that Han Xiao must have some secrets, otherwise he would not be so outrageous. Normally, even if it was blank equipment, it would be impossible to drop so many in less than a day, not to mention that they were all bronze equipment. For other players, even if they stayed online for 24 hours, it would be impossible to drop so many equipment, even if it was blank equipment. Suppressing the amazement in his heart, Bai Shaoxing's eyes flashed with excitement, and he said in a deep voice, "Are you telling the truth? If you want all of them, all these 70 pieces of equipment will be 10% off. Of course, don't you believe me?" Xiao Han sat down slowly and continued with a smile. "If you can take out 2 pieces of wind copper, these equipment can be given to you for free." "Wind copper? I will find a way to get it for you." Bai Shaoxing didn't know what Han Xiao wanted the wind copper for, but it was not important to him, so there was no need to ask too much. As long as he got the wind copper, he could make a fortune. He only spent less than 60,000 on the wind copper he got last night, but he sold the level 5 gold weapon, the windbreaking knife, at a high price of 90,000. Just yesterday he made nearly 80,000 yuan by trading dozens of equipment at Han Zhao's place. Now, if he can get more than 70 pieces of bronze equipment at the price just mentioned, he should be able to make 30,000 or 40,000 yuan. Thinking of this, Bai Shaoxing continued excitedly, "I want all these 70 pieces of bronze equipment. If it's convenient for you, let's trade now." "Convenient, of course it's convenient," Xiao Han asked with a smile. "How many spaces do you have on you so I can decide how much equipment to give you?" "Sure enough, his backpack has more than 30 spaces." Bai Shaoxing muttered in his heart, and he was very envious. Even though he had sorted out his backpack when he came, he could only trade 26 pieces at a time. This is far from the 70 or so pieces of equipment that need to be traded. But it doesn't matter. He can rent a small warehouse later, and these dozens of equipment will have a place to store. After thinking this through, Bai Shaoxing immediately said, "I only have 30 items in my backpack, and I can't trade them all at once. You should give me 20 first." "Okay." Xiao Han didn't hesitate and immediately clicked on the transaction, and then quickly placed 20 pieces of bronze equipment on the transaction box. At the same time, Bai Shaoxing also entered 450 gold coins into the transaction box. After the transaction was completed, Xiao Han smiled and continued, "Since you want all my equipment, you have to find a place to store the ones I just traded." "Okay, wait for me." Bai Shaoxing nodded, turned around and ran out of the box, saying as he ran, "I will be back soon, no more than 10 minutes. #C158 Fried Red Tiger Whip. In less than 5 minutes, a transaction worth 45,000 yuan was completed. But Xiao Han didn't feel much. I still remember that when he was in Novice Village number 9528, he ended up killing hundreds of people because of the Wei Guild's private leveling practice. The pile of equipment they exploded was eventually bought by Bao Fengrui for 300 gold coins. That money was the first pot of gold he made in this game, and he was very happy for a long time. But as he revealed more and more equipment, and their value became higher and higher, the transaction of a few hundred gold coins no longer even aroused his interest. For example, more than an hour ago he just casually crafted a piece of equipment worth at least 20 million. Compared with something worth tens of thousands of yuan, even if it falls on the ground, he is too lazy to pick it up. This is a complete waste of time. If we didn't have to wait here for the Mad Dragon to come over, these dozens of pieces of bronze equipment might eventually rot in the space ring. A piece of bronze equipment costs 2,500. Looking at the current trend, the price is expected to drop. It seems that there is no need to pick up equipment of this level in the future. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han made a decision secretly. After picking up such equipment, he had to find a way to sell it. This was a waste of time. It would be easier to just give up. Whenever you are short of money, you can make more money by just building one or two pieces of equipment at will. Seeing Bai Shaoxing leave quickly, Xiao Han looked through the space ring and found that there were quite a few things inside. Treasure maps, advanced life-restoring potions, intermediate detoxifying pills, various materials, etc. were revealed from unknown persons. But even so, they occupy less than 1/10 of the space. Should I also rent a warehouse? It's still a bit unsafe to carry all these things with me. Frowning his brows, Xiao Han slowly began to think. With his current defense, even if he faces the siege of thousands of players, he doesn't have to worry about being killed. The task of exploring the undead graveyard requires you to face no ordinary players. With the charcoal-grilled stone ox king, you don't need to worry too much about the demonic corpse king, but Lu Yan's purpose of going to the undead cemetery shouldn't be that simple. Even if he encounters a level 60, level 70, or even level 80 boss, he won't be surprised. After all, when he was in Novice Village number 9528, he had already encountered an Emperor-level boss whose level was invisible. The Abyss Corpse King didn't even need to take action. The demonic energy released unconsciously was already too much for him to bear. If Ning Wu hadn't been protecting him at that time, he might have died long ago. That bastard, sooner or later, I'm going to kill him. Thinking of the useless recommendation letter in the space ring, Xiao Han felt an unknown anger rising in his heart. But at this time there was no way to vent. Xiao Han could only shout to the outside of the box, "Waiter, bring the menu." At this time, the only way to suppress the anger in my heart is to spend money. Hard. "Sir, what do you want to order?" Hearing the shout, a person walked in from outside the box and handed a thin menu at the same time. Xiao Han took it and took a look. He didn't see anything he was interested in, so he immediately asked, "There was a charcoal-roasted stone ox king here yesterday. Why is it not there today?" "Sir, that dish was ordered yesterday, and all the meat from the stone ox king has been used up," the waiter patiently explained. "Without the ingredients, even if the chef is very capable, he can't make it." "Hey, there really aren't any more." After getting such an answer, Xiao Han sighed depressedly. Now, except for the charcoal-roasted stone ox king in his space ring, the same dishes should not appear again in a short time. In this case, he would not be able to maintain the pleasure of this surge in attributes for a long time. If not, then there won't be. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, after the job transfer task is completed, I must go to Gale Valley to brush up a recipe book. By the way, hundreds of people from the Mad Dragon Guild have been in Gale Valley for such a long time. Have they already revealed the recipe? With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han's eyes moved slightly, and he suddenly had some new ideas. He was really looking forward to how many attributes the dishes he made by himself would add to him. Slowly flipping through the recipes in his hand, Xiao Han waited, absent-mindedly. If nothing unexpected happened, Guanglong should be on his way here at this time, and he would have to ask carefully when the time comes. because even if it is a dish that can only increase one attribute point, the attributes it can increase after it comes out of his hands are unmatched by other dishes. Hey, what is this fried red tiger whip? Turning to the third page of the menu, Xiao Han suddenly saw a dish worth 50 gold coins, which surprised him. A dish of 1 or 2 gold coins can almost increase his attributes by 10 points. With the blessing of 100 times the reward, it will be 1,000 points. He hasn't eaten the charcoal roasted stone ox king in the space ring yet, so he doesn't know how many attributes it can increase for him. But just from its price of 200 gold coins, it can be judged that the added attributes will definitely not be less than 50 points. And now, he actually saw a dish worth 50 gold coins, although it was not as good as the charcoal roasted stone ox king of 200 gold coins. But what is certain is that this fried tiger whip is definitely much better than steamed bear paws, braised shadow leopard, vinegar fried pike, and other dishes. Thinking of this, Xiao Han stopped asking and said directly to the waiter beside him, "This dish. I want this fried tiger whip." "Okay, wait a moment." The waiter wrote it down in the notebook and continued to ask, "In addition to this fried tiger whip, do you need to order some other dishes?" "No, I just want this dish. Bring it to me as soon as possible." Although he knew that tiger whip was a special part, he couldn't care so much. Now, every time he ate one more dish like this, the increase in attributes was not a small number, and it would also give him more protection when he went to the graveyard of the dead. Hashtag C159 10,000 points of defense. Seeing that the waiter had left, Xiao Han touched his chin and whispered, "Red tiger whip, what attribute will it increase?" For him, he still hopes that this dish will increase the strength attribute, like the steamed bear paw. Now that we have the charcoal-grilled stone bull king, we don't have to worry about physical defense. If we can improve the physical attack next, it will be even more perfect. Charcoal-grilled stone bull king. How many attributes can it increase? Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han took it out of the space ring, raised his hand to pick up a piece and put it into his mouth. Anyway, after eating a dish, you can have a state that lasts for 2 hours. After the 100-fold reward, it is 200 hours. This is a full 8 days, and there are 8 more hours. Such a long time is enough for him to complete the task of exploring the graveyard of the dead. Gently chewing the steak in his mouth, Xiao Han could feel that although this dish was made yesterday, it tasted very good at this moment. When he swallowed the first bite of steak, the familiar system prompt sounded in his ears. "Ding, you eat the charcoal-grilled stone bull king, increase your defense by 100 points, last for 5 minutes, trigger a 100-fold reward. Increase your defense by 10,000 points, last for 500 minutes. Fuck. It's really 10,000 points of defense. Although there was such a guess before, it was just an idea. Xiao Han didn't expect it to come true. 10,000 points of defense, now I don't have to be afraid of the demonized Corpse King. With emotion in his heart, he quickly opened the attribute panel and also saw a 5-digit number starting with 1 behind the defense attribute. If there is no state blessing, his real defense should be 722 points, but now it has become 10,722 points, and the attributes added by the ordinary charcoal-grilled stone bull have been replaced by the charcoal-grilled stone bull king worth 200 gold coins. Haha! This is so cool! With a big laugh, Xiao Han stretched out his chopsticks and picked up a piece of steak again and ate it voraciously. In less than 10 minutes, a large plate of charcoal-grilled stone bull king was completely wiped out. At the same time, the duration of the state of increasing defense by 10,000 points has become 8 days and 8 hours. "Sir, your fried red tiger whip is here." At this moment, the waiter's voice came from outside the box, and then the wooden door was gently opened, and a fried aroma instantly penetrated his nostrils. "Please enjoy it slowly. If you need anything else, you can call me at any time." Putting the fried red tiger whip on the table, the waiter said again, "Hee hee. The speed is quite fast. Then put it down." Xiao Han chuckled. ignored the waiter who turned around and left, and looked down at the dish he had just put down. The fried red tiger whip in the porcelain plate had been fried into a golden color, and it was covered with a layer of flour-like stuff. Xiao Han was actually looking forward to this dish worth 50 gold coins. He picked up the chopsticks he had just put down, picked up a cylindrical piece of red tiger whip and threw it into his mouth. Don't say it's really fried. After praising it softly, Xiao Han chewed it quickly a few times and forced it to swallow. He didn't care too much about the taste of this deep-fried red tiger whip. The key was to quickly know what attributes it would add to him. At this time, as the tiger whip was forcibly swallowed, the system prompt sounded immediately in his ears. Ding, you eat deep-fried red tiger whip. Increase 30 points of physical attack, last for 5 minutes, trigger a 100-fold reward, increase 3,000 points of physical attack, last for 500 minutes. Hearing this voice again, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Although his previous physical attack had the power of 1,000 points of steamed bear paw, it was only 3,017 points. The defense of the demonized corpse king was about 6,000 points. Because it had a 50% armor-breaking effect, it could barely cause damage to it. But such an attack could only cause double-digit damage at most. To kill the demonized corpse king with a health value of 1.5 million, you can only use time to grind it slowly. But now it's different. His physical attack has soared to 4,817 points. Even if it was just a normal attack, it could cause more than 1,500 points of damage to the demon corpse king. If he used skills, it would be easy to deal 3,000 or 4,000 points of damage in one attack. Hey, it's really what you think. It will come true. At this moment, Xiao Han was a little excited. He even wanted to give up the deal with Bai Shaoxing and go to the cemetery of the dead immediately. Taking advantage of the time when the attribute sword, try to kill more high-level monsters and get more high-level equipment. Looking at the 20 or so golden cylindrical objects in the porcelain plate, Xiao Han stretched out his chopsticks impatiently and picked up another piece and stuffed it into his mouth. One piece of red tiger whip can increase the duration by 500 minutes. This can't be wasted. At this time, he didn't care about the taste. He just chewed it a few times and swallowed it whole. Every time he swallowed, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Listening to such a sound, it felt really good. Crack! At this moment, the wooden door of the box was opened again. Bai Shaoxing looked at Xiao Han in astonishment and asked with a strange look on his face, "What is this? Is it so delicious? Wow, wait. Let's talk about it later." Xiao Han was unable to speak because his mouth was stuffed full, but the red tiger whip in the porcelain plate had been completely destroyed. This time, he even took less than 5 minutes. Seeing that the duration of the attack state on the attribute panel had also become 8 days and 8 hours, Xiao Han said to Bai Shaoxing, who was sitting opposite him, "Fried red tiger whip, a very good dish. #C160 Realization Talisman." Hearing Han Xiao say this, Bai Shaoxing couldn't help but complain. A dish that costs 5,000 yuan is of course very good. But after you ate it in 2 or 3 bites, can you taste what it tastes like? Heh, it's just so-so. Xiao Han replied with a smile. In fact, for him, the taste of such a dish spent 50 gold coins is not important. The increase of 3,000 points of physical attack is the most important. Seeing Bai Shaoxing looking at the porcelain plate and licking his lips, Xiao Han smiled in his heart. The reason why he finished both dishes so quickly was that he was worried about this situation. He didn't care about the dishes that cost 50 gold coins. If it weren't for the buff attribute, he would order a few dishes even if they cost 500 gold coins. At that time, Bai Shaoxing could eat whatever he wanted. But the charcoal-grilled stone bull king and the fried red tiger whip were not allowed. Even if Bai Shaoxing only ate one piece, it would reduce the duration of the buff state by 500 minutes. More importantly, these 2 dishes are not available whenever you want. No matter what Bai Shaoxing would think when he saw him wolfing down his food, he didn't care anyway and changed the subject directly. How is it, has the small warehouse been rented? If the backpack is cleaned up, let's continue trading. Yes, it's ready. Bai Shaoxing clicked on the transaction and continued. This time the backpack is all emptied, and 30 items can be traded at a time. Then you have to make another trip. I still have more than 50 items here. Xiao Han quickly put the equipment into the trading box. He was full of resentment for this backpack with only 30 slots. For this reason, he threw away a lot of equipment, including a lot of silver equipment. But fortunately, he was lucky. After completing the job transfer task, he got a space ring. Although it did not have any attribute gain, the capacity of only 10,000 slots could offset this weakness. What's more, his equipment has always been 2 levels ahead of others, so even if one piece of equipment has less attribute blessing, it will not have much impact. In less than a minute, all 30 pieces of equipment were put into the trading box. At this time, Bai Shaoxing, who had been prepared, immediately clicked OK. When the transaction was completed, he smiled and said, I wanted to order that red tiger whip just now. But it's too expensive, I can't bear it. I heard that this thing is very nourishing for men. Don't you have any other feelings? Fuck feelings. Xiao Han's face froze, and he couldn't help but laugh and scolded. This is in the game. Can you get hard after eating this dish? Hee hee. This is not necessarily true. Bai Shaoxing bent down slightly and said mysteriously, if you still want to eat this thing, you can tell me. I have a way to get it for you. What way? Xiao Han's eyes lit up and couldn't help asking. He certainly wanted to have the buff state of increasing physical attack by 3,000 points, but if I remember correctly, yesterday at Piaxianglu, this dish was still not on the menu. This means that the fried red tiger whip just eaten is not available at any time. But what does Bai Shaoxing mean by this sentence? Could it be that he has a way to get the main ingredient of this dish, red tiger whip? Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han said directly, do you know anything about the news of red tiger whip? If you do, then name a price. Hee hee. Bai Shaoxing laughed meanly and said obscenely, things that can strengthen yang and nourish the kidneys. Even in the game you have to eat more. And since this game can affect reality, maybe this tiger whip can really play a role. If it doesn't work, you can also find a way to get a materialization talisman so that you can bring this fried red tiger whip to reality. Fuck. There is still no way to explain it.
Xiao Han kushed inwardly, feeling
very depressed. He didn't order this fried tiger whip for strengthening yang and nourishing the kidneys. Besides, his body is so healthy and he has cultivated true qi. Does he still need to replenish it? But now that he has eaten it and was bumped into Bai Shaoxing, he probably won't believe it if he wants to explain it. He simply stopped explaining and shouted, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and tell me. I'll buy this news. Just name a price. Hee hee. Men need to nourish their kidneys, I know. Bai Shaoxing laughed obscenely and continued, this news is free. I'll give it to you. You should know the dark forest in the south of the city. In any area there is a chance of encountering an elite-level red flame tiger. After killing it, there is a certain chance of exploding this thing. No fixed activity location? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, which was a bit unexpected. Each of these wandering wild monsters is at least elite level, and they will hunt other wild monsters to improve their level. If it can continue like this, the red flame tiger will grow into a red flame tiger king, which is equivalent to a leader-level boss. Fried tiger king whip. At this time, Xiao Han suddenly had an idea in his mind. According to the dishes that I have come into contact with during this period, ordinary wild monsters will only increase their attributes by 10 points. Elite wild monsters can increase their attributes by 30 points, and leader-level bosses like the Stone Bull King can increase their attributes by 100 points. It seems that after completing the job transfer task, I have to go to the dark forest to take a look. The stone bull king is very difficult to encounter. Even if it is refreshed, there will be a large guild guarding it. So if you want to eat the charcoal-grilled stone bull king again, you can only try your luck. But the red flame tiger is different. As long as your luck is not too bad, you should be able to encounter it. Once he gets the red tiger whip, he can have an additional 3,000 points of physical attack gain. Hey! This is really an unexpected gain. With a chuckle, Xiao Han once again had a different view of Bai Shaoxing in front of him. He actually knew this kind of trivial gossip. But at this moment, he was more concerned about what the embodiment talisman just mentioned was. #C161 The importance of information. If nothing unexpected happens, this so-called materialization talisman should be a prop that can bring things in the game to reality. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han still couldn't understand. This is just a game. Only by what principle can the materialization talisman bring things in the game to reality? According to this logic, if there are both dragon pets and materialization talismans, wouldn't it be possible to have a dragon in reality? If this is really possible, the threat of mutant beasts is nothing. Even if there is no dragon pet, there are still some other beast pets such as griffins, thunder eagles, blood wolves, etc. As long as they can be brought out, wouldn't they be able to beat the mutant beasts outside the city? This game doesn't seem as simple as it seems. Muttered softly, Xiao Han was still quite curious about why Bai Shaoxing knew this news. Because since he had said such a thing, it must be that someone had used the materialization talisman and successfully brought things in the game to reality. Who is it? Looking at Bai Shaoxing, who still had a wretched smile on his face, Xiao Han asked directly, "What exactly is the materialization talisman you just mentioned?" "I'm not too sure about this." Bai Shaoxing thought for a while and said uncertainly, "I just heard that someone in Kyoto got a materialization talisman and successfully materialized a skill book into reality. The most important thing is that he actually learned the skill book. Unfortunately, there is no energy in the game in his body, so he can't use this skill." Fuck! It can actually be like this. Xiao Han's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaimed. The guy learned the skills but couldn't use them. It must be because there was no true energy in his body. But he was different. Because of the warrior's book, he already had a small amount of true energy in his body at this moment. If he can really materialize a skill book, he should be able to use the skills with the true energy in his body. "How can I get the materialization talisman?" Xiao Han muttered softly, and he was full of ideas about this prop at this time. "Unfortunately, I don't know how to get this thing yet." Looking down at the space ring on his hand, Xiao Han pondered for a moment, and then said, "I want to know the news about the materialization talisman. If you can help me find out, I dare not say dark gold equipment, but I can give you 5 gold equipment." 5! Bai Shaoxing was stunned and confirmed again. "Did I hear it right? You said you would give me 5, not 20% off." "Yes, I will give you 5 for free. With the forging drawings of leopard boots, a few gold equipments are really simple for him." Ignoring Bai Shaoxing's shock, Xiao Han continued, "But I want detailed information, especially how the materialization talisman came from. Even if it's a task, I have to know every detailed step." "I'll try my best." Bai Shaoxing's eyes turned red, and he said excitedly, "I'll deal with the equipment on my hand first. When this is over, I will help you check it immediately." As he said, he moved his feet and ran quickly out of the box. Looking at the figure gradually going away, Xiao Han's expression gradually became solemn. He took out a blueprint, spread it on the table, and whispered, "I can't find the demon sealer, and this letter of recommendation has not been used. Since Bai Shaoxing has such a wide range of connections, can I ask him to check this matter? And the treasure map, when the time is right, I should be able to ask him to help me find similar terrain." The 2 short contacts also made Xiao Han understand the importance of information to him. At least knowing these two pieces of information, he will find a way to get these two things. Once he succeeds in getting them, his strength will increase significantly, whether in the game or in reality. It seems that I have to contact this guy more in the future. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han's eyes narrowed slightly, and many ideas popped up in his mind at this time. Others buy information, basically whatever they have, they buy. But he is different because he has a lot of bronze and above equipment. He always asks by Xiaoxing to help him find the information he wants. The difference between these two cannot be explained in just one or two sentences. Ding! At this moment, a light sound came from his ear. Xiao Han immediately opened the friend list and saw a jumping avatar with an unread text message next to. He immediately reached out and clicked it. Have you arrived? Seeing the content in the message, Xiao Han quickly stood up and walked to the door of the box. At the door at this time, Guanglong and Yinhu were standing together, looking around as if looking for someone. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han hurriedly shouted, "Here! Come here!" The two people at the door heard the shouting and immediately came over, smiling and said, "Your place is really hard to find. I asked several people before I found the place. I said it was not far from the warrior temple. Where did you go?" Xiao Han walked into the box and continued, "If you really can't find it, don't you ask me? Hee. I didn't think of it for a while." Guanglong smiled awkwardly and continued, "I have handed over the 2 third-level beast cores to the city guards. If nothing goes wrong, they will deliver it to you in 2 days? There's no rush for that." Xiao Han nodded and continued, "Let's talk about the blueprint first. Which of the 8 silver equipment do you want to exchange for?" Hearing Han Xiao get straight to the point, Guanglong didn't hesitate too much and took out a blueprint and said in a deep voice, "This is the blueprint for making a soft leather hat. I want to exchange it for the flame ring on your hand. #C162 stir-fried tendon recipe." Xiao Han knew the properties of the 8 silver equipment very well, and he was not surprised that Guanglong would make such a choice. In fact, from the property point of view, the flame ring is only a level 10 equipment, which should not be the best choice for Silver Fox. But this ring has a burning special effect, which has a 20% bonus to fire magic damage. This can be regarded as a top-quality special effect for all fire magicians, and its value is even comparable to gold equipment. Taking the flame ring out of the space ring, Xiao Han smiled and said, "I will lose a lot by using this ring to exchange for this soft fur blueprint." "Well, I understand this." Guanglong nodded and continued, "The value of this ring is indeed not comparable to a whiteboard blueprint. How about this? I will add another 100,000, and you will sell this flame ring to me." "No need. Let's do as we agreed before." Xiao Han smiled and replied. For him, the biggest source of income now is no longer these silver equipment, so it doesn't matter whether he sells more or less. The key is to use these equipment to exchange for what he wants as soon as possible so as to maximize the benefits. After clicking on the transaction, Xiao Han put the flame ring into the transaction box and continued, "If you have a belt forging blueprint, I can also exchange it with you for silver equipment with special effects. For every higher grade of the blueprint, the equipment exchanged with you will also be upgraded by 1 level. Are you serious?" Guanglong was a little unbelievable and confirmed again. "If I bring a bronze belt forging blueprint, won't you give me a dark gold equipment?" Hee. "Do you think I can't take it out?" Guanglong's face froze and he couldn't speak immediately. He remembered that the guy in front of him was a pervert, killing a level 20 Shadow Leopard King. He could explode a diamond, 2 gold and 1 silver. For him, a dark gold equipment is just a matter of moving his fingers, right? Unfortunately, the belt is a rare equipment, and the blueprint is even rarer. He sighed in his heart, and he could only think about the bronze belt forging blueprint in his heart. However, if he stayed in the fierce wind valley for a long time, there would be a chance to explode This matter can be kept in mind. Once it really explodes, it is still worthwhile to come to Han Xiao to exchange for an equipment 2 grades higher. Clicking to confirm, seeing the soft leather hat blueprint disappear from the backpack, Guanglong's eyes moved slightly, and asked with a smile, "In addition to the belt forging blueprint, are there other types of blueprints that can be exchanged for equipment 2 grades higher?" "Yes, of course." Hearing Guanglong's question, Xiao Han hurriedly replied, "For him, because there is only one person, it is very difficult to collect blueprints and materials. If the Guanglong Guild can help him solve the problem of blueprints, it would be great. At present, he has no need for equipment forging blueprints, but if they can come up with recipes, it will be different." Thinking of this, Xiao Han said directly, "I need a recipe. No matter what recipe it is, you can exchange it for an equipment that is 2 grades higher from me, and it also has special effects." Recipe. A hint of joy flashed across Guanglong's face, and he immediately took out a blueprint from his backpack and said with a smile, "Hey, I just happen to have one in my hand." At the same time, he also showed the properties of this blueprint. Stir-fried tendons, primary increase movement speed by 5%, lasting for 2 hours. Seeing such properties, Xiao Han's eyes lit up immediately. He didn't have the speed-enhancing effect yet. If this dish can be made, it can at least be upgraded to a high level, and the increased movement speed will be even greater. After eating this thing, the movement speed will not be increased by more than 100 times. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han looked at the recipe with a different look immediately, and he glanced at the space ring. Although there were still 7 pieces of silver equipment in it, none of them had special effects, so he said with a tangled look, "I want this recipe, but I don't have any silver equipment with special effects. If you are not too anxious, keep this thing for me first. If there is no accident, I should be able to take out silver equipment with special effects tonight. It's okay, you take this recipe first." Guanglong didn't mind, smiled, and opened the transaction box and put the recipe in directly. Xiao Han didn't refuse and also put the remaining 7 pieces of silver equipment in. Yesterday, he gave the moon shadow ring directly to Guanglong without receiving the payment. It's not too strange that he would do this now. The moment the 7 pieces of equipment disappeared, the recipe also appeared in his backpack. Xiao Han didn't hesitate at all and immediately concentrated on learning. After a while, there was an introduction to stir-fried tendons on the attribute panel. Xiao Han took a rough look and found that there were as many as 9 kinds of materials needed, but fortunately they were all ordinary materials, so it shouldn't be too difficult to collect them. If I make this dish before going to the graveyard, I can escape unscathed, even if I encounter a level 60 boss. Muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately withdrew his gaze from the attribute panel. Crack! At this moment, the wooden door of the box was opened again, and a voice came from outside. "Brother Han Xiao, I just received a message that Wu Qi seems to..." Bai Shaoxing rushed in, but found that there were suddenly 2 more people in the box. He was stunned for a moment and held back the rest of the sentence. #C163 quickly log off. When did Han Xiao and the people from the Guanglong Guild become so familiar with each other? Bai Shaoxing thought to himself as he looked at the 2 people in the private room. He was still a little surprised that Guanglong and Yinhu appeared here, but seeing the 2 smiling faces, they should have bought some good equipment from Han Xiao, and it should be silver or above. What a lucky guy! Muttering with envy, Bai Shaoxing suddenly realized that he should not be able to get silver or above equipment from Han Xiao today. But being able to get more than 70 bronze pieces is already very good. But he was a little confused. Han Xiao and Bao Fengrui have always had a good relationship. Why did they sell these equipment to him and Guanglong this time? Did they have some kind of conflict? Looking at Han Xiao, Bai Shaoxing's eyes moved slightly, and he was happy to see this happen, because only in this way can he have the opportunity to get his hands on these equipment and gain more benefits. It seems that I have to collect more information related to Han Xiao. Thinking so in his heart, Bai Shaoxing immediately changed the subject and said, "The backpack has been cleaned. Let's continue the transaction. The transaction will wait for a while." Xiao Han's face sank, and he hurriedly asked, "What did you want to say just now? What happened to Wu Qi?" He dared not be careless about things related to reality. For those guys with black backgrounds, even if they stay at home all day, they are not 100% safe. Because as long as the benefits are big enough, they dare to enter the house and kidnap people blatantly. As long as Wu Qi does not take action personally, then throwing out a scapegoat and disappearing a dispensable person like him, there will be no big disturbance at all. Seeing Bai Shaoxing looking at Guanglong and Yinhu, Xiao Han urged, It's okay to let them know. Then I'll be frank." Bai Shaoxing nodded and continued, "I just received news that Wu Qi may have found your residence. So I think no matter whether this matter is true or false, you'd better leave your current residence as soon as possible. If possible, it's best to move to a community with a higher security level. That guy's methods have always been dirty." "So fast." Xiao Han's face changed, and he hurriedly said, "Thank you for telling me this news. I have to log off quickly." "Well, be careful and pay attention to safety." Bai Shaoxing didn't mention the transaction again. He knew that Han Xiao should be very anxious, but the familiar transaction box still appeared in front of him. Then one piece of bronze equipment appeared at a very fast speed. "These equipments are free. It's your information fee." After Xiao Han put down the equipments, he said very quickly, "Hurry up and trade. I only have so much for the time being. If you can avoid this crisis, I will give you 2 more gold equipments. My phone number is 1978. Whether you have time or not, please help me pay attention to the news over there. I won't let you do it in vain." Seeing that the transaction was completed, Xiao Han said nothing more, immediately opened the attribute panel and chose to exit the game. As the figure gradually faded and finally disappeared in the private room, Guanglong asked, "Brother, he was found in reality?" "Yeah." Bai Shaoxing nodded, looking very depressed. It was not easy to catch such a generous customer. He didn't want to lose it so soon, so even if Han Xiao didn't say it, he paid special attention to the news in this regard. In order to get this news, he paid the price of 3 bronze equipments. He didn't expect to make a fortune with this information, but Han Xiao didn't let him down. He not only gave him 28 bronze equipment for free, but also promised to give him 2 gold equipment. At this time, he didn't care so much about not being able to buy silver equipment, so he continued to explain, "Many people know that Han Xiao is in Jing'an City. Since we already have a rough range, will it be difficult to find him?" "That's true." Guanglong's face condensed, and he said speechlessly, "Such important information, how could he leak it? This kid made Moyen and Weigua Guild so miserable. Didn't he expect that he would be retaliated by those guys? Alas, it's not his fault." Bai Shaoxing sighed and then said, "A tree that stands out in the forest will eventually be targeted. Even if he didn't say such information, as long as you are willing to check, you can still find it." "That's true." Guanglong nodded and agreed. "I just don't know if he can escape this time." "He should be able to escape," Bai Shaoxing worriedly said. "But he has been targeted. Even if he escapes this time, it is hard to say whether he can escape next time or the next time. If he wants those people to stop, he must quickly become stronger in reality." "Alas, how easy is that?" Guanglong sighed. "Even if he is an evolver now, it is estimated that it will be impossible to break through to level 4 in at least 5 years. Forget it, let's not talk about this. It's depressing to think about it." Guanglong's face was bitter. He had been stuck at the level 3 evolver for a long time. He even used a level 4 beast core but still failed to break through. If there is no external force, he has no hope of breaking through again in a short time. So now, he has put all his energy into perfect world, in the hope that he can successfully break through to the 4th level evolver when he completes the 4th job change. However, according to the frequency of job change once every 20 levels, he has to reach level 70. But this is impossible without 3 or 4 months, but compared with the breakthrough in reality, it is already very fast. I don't know if this Han Xiao can hold on until the day when he grows up. With a sigh in his heart, Guanglong suddenly remembered that the guy in front of him seemed to have just bought a batch of equipment. The equipment obtained from Han Xiao should be bronze or above at least, which is confirmed. If they can get these equipment, the strength of their Guanglong guild will at least be improved by 1 level. Thinking of this, Guanglong asked directly, "Do you have buyers for the equipment you just got? If not, do you mind sitting down and chatting? #C164 Is this guy still human? Then let's talk." Hearing what Guanglong said, Bai Shaoxing sat down. In less than an hour, he got 78 pieces of bronze equipment from Han Xiao. Should be impossible to sell them all in a short time. Every day he sold out late, or even every few hours he sold out late, he might lose thousands or tens of thousands of yuan in profit. Since Guanglong wanted to buy a large number of them, it just happened to suit his wishes, so he smiled and said, "I have a lot of bronze equipment on hand. Do you only want to buy a few pieces? Or take them all?" "Of course I want them all," Guanglong said without hesitation. "No matter how many you have, as long as they are bronze equipment, I want them all." Hee. "Then do you want to buy them separately or at wholesale price?" "What's the difference?" Guanglong frowned, not quite understanding what this guy meant. "Hey, there's a big difference here," Bai Shaoxing explained with a smile. "Buy them separately, and we'll set the price 1 by 1 according to the market price. Low-level bronze equipment can be bought for only 1 or 2,000, but some high-level ones will be priced higher than the average price of bronze equipment. There are even some bronze equipment with special effects. You can't buy them without 30,000 or 40,000. Oh my! Then you might as well set up a stall to sell them." Guanglong's face froze, and he asked again, "What about selling them at wholesale prices? Is it all calculated according to the average price of bronze equipment? But that's only about 2,700, right? You can't be so kind." 2,007? Bai Shaoxing chuckled and said directly, "According to this price, I have a total of 5 bronze equipment with special effects. What's the difference between that and giving it away for free?" "That's right." Hearing that there are 5 bronze equipment with special effects, Guanglong was immediately tempted and asked directly, "Then how much is your wholesale price per piece?" 5,000. Bai Shaoxing said without hesitation, "I have estimated the price of this batch of equipment. If I sell it at this price, I should still lose tens of thousands of yuan." "So cheap?" Guanglong frowned and even thought he had heard it wrong. Even if he had just received a whole backpack of bronze equipment from Han Xiao, there were only 30 pieces. If one piece is 5,000, it is only 150,000. But these 5 special effect equipment, even if the attached special effects are not very good, are at least more than 10,000. If it is a top quality special effect, it is possible to even 60,000 or 70,000. The total value of these 5 special effects alone should be more than 150,000, not to mention the bronze equipment without special effects. What's going on? Did he make a slip of the tongue? Thinking so in his heart, Guanglong hesitated for a moment and confirmed. Again, "It's really 5,000 per piece. You won't regret it, will you?" Hee. "Do you think it's possible?" Bai Shaoxing chuckled and continued, "Buying and selling is a matter between 2 people. If I regret it, you can just not buy it. But I have a total of 78 bronze equipment in my hand. Are you sure you want them all?" "Fuck! 78 pieces." Guanglong glared and couldn't help cursing. "It's almost 100 pieces. You call this a bit too much? What else?" Bai Shaoxing smiled and said, "Each person gets 4 or 5 pieces, which is Not enough for you to make an elite team of 20 people. Buy it or not. If you don't buy it, I have to hurry up to find other buyers. Buy. Guanglong replied with one word. Although 5,000 is a bit expensive, it is still acceptable to split the cost between 5 special bronze pieces. Since we are buying, let's be more straightforward. Bai Shaoxing immediately opened the transaction box and put all the 28 bronze equipment that he had just received less than 5 minutes ago on. At this time, the names and attributes of the equipment were also presented in front of Guanglong and Yinhu. When the two saw these equipment, Guanglong didn't feel much and directly entered 1,400 gold coins. But when Yinhu saw this scene, his eyes suddenly widened and he shouted in disbelief. Fuck! How can there be 11 identical Qingfeng swords? After this reminder, Bai Shaoxing and Guanglong also looked over immediately, and then their eyes were different. At this moment, the three of them also understood what this meant, and it seemed as if 10,000 grass mud horses were running wildly in their hearts. Fuck! This Han Xiao is too abnormal. I'm fucking drunk. Even if he doesn't sleep for 24 hours, he can't become a level 3 blacksmith. Oh my god. There are several fine iron guns with the same name here. Level 3 blacksmith. How did this bastard do it? Looking at the 28 pieces of equipment on the trading box, the shock on the faces of the three people could not fade for a long time. They really couldn't figure out how Han Xiao could become a level 3 blacksmith in such a short time. Is this still a human? But what they didn't know was that Xiao Han was not a level 3 blacksmith now, but a more powerful level 5. The equipment he made was not only bronze, but he even made a shadow sword with double special effects. In addition, he was also a level 3 alchemist. If there were no blueprints for blank hats and leather boots, he would even be a level 3 tailor. Perhaps in the near future, he will be a 3rd level cook or even a 3rd level jeweler. The three of them were not clear about all of this. They looked at the items in the trading box in shock and could not figure out how this was done. Because in terms of time, it takes about half an hour to make a piece of equipment. At this time, let alone a 3rd level blacksmith, even a 2nd level blacksmith should not exist. Hashtag C165 The boss wants to invite you for tea. Jingon City. Xiao Han just exited the game and immediately took the helmet off his head. Then he moved his ears and heard the voices of 2 women outside, as well as Ding Yi's steady breathing in another room. Fortunately, they are all at home. Fortunately, Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief and immediately walked towards Ding Yi's room without hesitation. Seeing that his door was open, he walked directly in and pressed the call button on his helmet. Since Wu Qi may come here at any time, we cannot stay in this place no matter what. Seeing that the red light on the helmet started to flash, Xiao Han knew that he would not go offline immediately, so he immediately turned around and walked towards the living room. Ah, why did you come out? Seeing Xiao Han suddenly appearing, Jiang Xiaoyun said in surprise. Are you hungry? I'll cook now. I bought 3 more rock rats today. I also have rock rats stewed with radish. For lunch. There is no time to eat. Xiao Han's face darkened and he said seriously, hurry up and pack the important things. We have to leave here as soon as possible. Leave. Jiang Xiaoyun was a little confused and asked quickly, what happened? You live here well. Why do you want to leave? That's right. Even if you have to leave, you have to tell us why. At this time, Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but interrupt. And after we leave here, where can we go? We don't have time to explain so much. So hurry up and pack your things. Xiao Han turned his head and glanced outside the door and said anxiously, don't worry about where you live. I've made a lot of money in the past 2 days. Let's move to the city center where security is better. Move downtown. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up and he immediately said happily, wait a moment, I will clean up now. The next moment, there was the sound of rummaging through boxes and cabinets. In the room, Jiang Xiaoyun looked at Xiao Han worriedly and couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Don't ask. I'll explain to you when you're settled in. Now it's better to pack your things quickly. Except for a few clothes, I have nothing to pack. Jiang Xiaoyun stood there, without moving, and continued, Do you have anything to take away? I will help. You pack it. You're crazy. At this moment, Ding Yi's roar rang out from the bedroom behind him. It's not enough to torment me, but you're even tossing these clothes. What on earth do you want to do, you crazy bitch? Pack up your things and move. You live well here. Why do you want to move? Hearing the quarrel in the room, Xiao Han walked over quickly and hurriedly interrupted. I asked her to pack her things and move. It's best to leave. Now. Did you let me? Ding Yi's face darkened, and he suddenly felt that something might have happened that he didn't know about, and quickly asked, What's going on? What? Do you want to move? Guild Wei Gua, you should know. At this time, Xiao Han also knew that if he did not explain, Ding Yi would probably not leave so willingly, so he said, Wei Gua Chao Chao's real name is Wei Jiangwo, and he is also from Jing'an. I have received news that he spent 5 million to have people from the 3 Core Association kidnap me. This place is no longer safe. I plan to move to the city center and rent an apartment with better security. You come with me. If you can't find me, those people from the 3 core groups may target you. This is a fool. Ding Yi cursed and said angrily, What happened in the game actually wants to take revenge in reality. Okay. Hurry up and pack up. We have to leave quickly. Standing at the door, Xiao Han saw that Yi Xiaoxiao had already packed 3 or 4 packages and said hurriedly, Don't bring any clothes or anything like that. Throw them all away as long as you can buy them with money. We are running for our lives now. It will be very inconvenient to carry so many things. Then there's nothing to bring. Ding Yi nodded, picked up the game helmet and mobile phone on the bed, and immediately said, In that case, let's leave. Quickly. Xiao Han responded and immediately returned to his room. He picked up the gaming helmet in his hand and immediately walked out the door. The most important thing to him now is this gaming helmet. He only brought 4 bottles of the box of low-grade energy liquid worth tens of thousands of dollars, and the rest were still on the bedside table. When they came out of the door, the 3 of them were already waiting at the door, but Ding Yi's legs were spread wide apart, as if it was very inconvenient to move. Xiao Han glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao and understood immediately, and couldn't help complaining in his heart. But at this time he didn't know what to say. He turned to Jiang Xiaoyun beside him and said, Give me your phone and I'll call a taxi. The city center is far away from here, and it is unrealistic to walk there with your legs. I've already called. Jiang Xiaoyun handed over the phone and said softly, The app shows that it should be here in 4 or 5 minutes. Then let's wait. Xiao Han glanced at the woman next to him in surprise, not expecting her to move so fast. But this is also good. If you leave a minute earlier, you can escape danger a minute earlier. It's better not to wait any longer. Jiang Xiaoyun pointed to the phone and continued, Let's follow the driving route on the app and go there first. According to you, it's no longer safe here. It's better to leave quickly. That's fine. Xiao Han thought about it and realized that it was true. He immediately turned to look at Ding Yi and asked worriedly, How are you? Can you walk by yourself? Nothing, I'm fine. Hearing Xiao Han's question, Ding Yi's face immediately turned from pale to red with an embarrassed look on his face. But he still spread his legs and slowly followed the 3 people in front of him walking out of the alley. Hey, where are you going? At this moment, 4 ruffian youths walked out of the corner of the alley, all in their 20s. As soon as they appeared, each of them had a short stick as thick as a wrist in his hand and sneered, If I'm not mistaken, you should be the so-called Great Demon King of Cold Owl. Our boss wants to invite you for tea. I advise you to go with me. #C166 if you can't escape. Then kill him. The 4 people who suddenly appeared at the alley made Xiao Han, Ding Yi and others who wanted to leave all look ugly. Looking at the short stick as thick as a human arm, several people were forced to stop. How could it be so fast? At this time, Xiao Han's face was so gloomy that he seemed to be dripping with water. Having just received the news from Bai Shaoxing, he didn't dare to delay at all and immediately chose to log off. It only took less than 5 minutes, but he was still blocked. These guys may just be following us. Wu Qi himself may not have arrived yet. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han knew that there was not much time left. For him, if he could not rush out from here now, he would not have the slightest chance to escape when Wu Qi himself arrived. Please! At this moment, the leading young man holding a stick sneered, "Don't force me to do it. It will make everyone lose face. Who is your boss?" Although he already knew that it was Wu Qi who attacked him, Xiao Han still pretended not to know and asked, "Invite me to tea, I should know who it is. If I go with you, can you let the 3 of them leave?" "Oh, you are quite sensible." The young man holding the stick smiled and said directly, "There is no reason to only treat half of the guests. Since we have met, let's join together." "Yes, then you can lead the way," Xiao Han said politely with a cold light in his eyes. This was not in the game at this time. He didn't have that extremely abnormal defense, and it would still hurt if he was hit by a short stick, so he didn't dare to take action rashly. Even if he has cultivated his true energy, he may not be a match for these. For people. More importantly, although they are all ordinary people, since they can be sent here by Wu Qi, they must have 2 brushes in their hands. You have to kill one of them by surprise so that you have a chance to get out of here. Seeing that the leader had slowly turned around and walked slowly out of the alley, Xiao Han immediately took a few steps to close the distance between the 2 parties. At this time, the only one he can rely on is himself. 2 of the 3 people behind him were women, and their combat effectiveness was almost negligible. As for Ding Yi, he originally still had some fighting ability, but after Yi Xiaoxiao's torture, he is now almost semi-disabled. It should be impossible to count on them. "What are you doing? Why are you walking so fast?" Before they could get closer, the man on the left side of the leading young man shouted, "Fat man, get a rope and tie their hands up. Tie up your sister." Xiao Han cursed angrily, immediately raised his fisted right hand and hit the nearest person hard. At this time, the true energy in the meridians immediately flowed into his right arm, following his thoughts. The familiar feeling came again, and Xiao Han could feel that the muscles of the entire arm seemed to have been injected with stimulants, and they were instantly filled with explosive power. This power is stronger than during the previous test. Xiao Han understood that this was because the energy flowing into his arms was more than before. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he shouted, "Go to hell!" He who rides on a horse actually dares to resist. When the leading young man with a stick saw this scene, he immediately cursed, "Destroy him and break all his limbs." At this time, another young man holding a stick in front of Xiao Han sneered, "Who gave you the courage to resist with bare hands?" As he spoke, the short stick in his hand hit the fist that was swinging accurately. "Careful." Seeing that the battle happened without warning, Zhang Xiaoyun shouted worriedly, "Don't resist. I have already called the police. They will arrive in 5 minutes at most." "Fuck. These are bitches." Ding Yi cursed angrily, immediately stuffed the helmet into Yi Xiaoxiao's arms and rushed over quickly with a less agile pace. Crack! At this moment, a crisp sound came, followed immediately by a ouch sound. Only half of the short stick was left in the hand of the young man holding the stick. He stepped back 4 or 5 steps in a row and finally sat down on the ground, with scarlet blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Ding Yi paused and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He is very clear about Xiao Han's strength. Although it is stronger than himself, it is not too much. This ability to defeat the enemy with 1 punch should not appear in him at all. Even if he completed the evolution yesterday, the evolution of his ears cannot significantly increase his power. What's going on? How can he be so strong? No one can explain the doubts in Ding Yi's heart. At this time, the leading young man holding the stick suddenly took a few steps back and said in a deep voice, "Sure enough, the news said that you are an evolver. It seems that you are a power-based evolution. But I advise you to be more knowledgeable, it will be good for you. Our 3 bosses are all evolvers, and the weakest one is also level 2. You can't escape. Hey, if you can't escape, then kill." Xiao Han's eyes flashed coldly, and he raised his feet and rushed towards the fat man holding the rope. The punch just now gave him a preliminary judgment on his own strength. Least in one-on-one situations, he should be the strongest. The guy lying on the ground, if his feeling was correct, his sternum should have been broken. Even if he still had some fighting ability, it wouldn't be too strong. Now if he could hit one more person with his strength, at least he would be seriously injured and his bones would be broken, so they would have a chance to escape. In the face of the desire to escape, Xiao Han did not hold back at all, and another wisp of true energy rushed into his arm, and he rushed to the fat man in a few steps. But at this time, a wooden stick suddenly hit his head, and someone shouted, "Leave him to me, you two find a chance to tie up the 3 people behind me. #C167 cover the rear." The voice echoed in the alley, and the fat man immediately retreated quickly. The other young man holding a stick beside him flashed and rushed towards Ding Yi and others. "You are looking for death." Seeing this scene, Xiao Han shouted angrily, but the short stick that quickly attacked his head made him pause and punched it. "Humph, if you want to kill us, you have to have that ability." The leading young man holding a stick snorted coldly, and his wrist shook slightly and the short stick was taken back. The attack missed, and Xiao Han couldn't help but run forward 2 steps under the inertia of his right arm and almost fell. "Hee, with your 3-legged cat's kung fu, you want to fight with me?" The disdainful voice sounded in his ears, and Xiao Han's face changed slightly, but he didn't refute anything because this was the fact. The guy in front of him might not be as strong as him, but in terms of fighting skills, he is definitely much better than him. As a thug, if he didn't have 2 tricks, the other 3 would not listen to him. "It seems that we can only destroy the guy called Fatty first." Xiao Han narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze turned to the figure who was sticking to the wall and trying to get around behind him. There is only one person, Ding Yi, and the other 3 should be able to barely deal with it, but if 2 of them go over, it will be troublesome. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han ignored the guy in the lead and immediately rushed towards the fatty again while his right arm was raised and his fist was slightly clenched. At the same time, the short stick that had been retracted just now hit his head again. "It's like this again." With a fierce look in his eyes, Xiao Han ignored the short stick, and 2 strands of true energy also rushed into his legs under the control of his mind. He exerted force suddenly, and his speed immediately increased by 30%, and he was close to the fatty in an instant. At this time, the fatty was suddenly startled, but before he could react, foot kicked him hard in the chest. Crack! The crisp sound rang out again, and the fat man's body flew up involuntarily. Under the influence of inertia, a boom sound came, and bursts of shrill screams suddenly rang out in the center of the alley. Bang! At this time, Xiao Han felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. He kicked, without hesitation. The alley was already very narrow, when he decided to exchange a minor injury for a serious injury. He knew that he could not avoid this stick. Fortunately, this is not a knife. Even if he took a stick hard, it was still within the tolerance range, and it did not have much impact on the next battle. Bang! The leading young man with a stick retreated again, and Xiao Han kicked hard. On the wall beside him, he didn't have a good way to deal with this slippery guy. Fortunately, now that 2 of them were disabled, they also had a chance to leave. No matter how good the guy's skills were, he didn't dare to take any of his attacks hard in the face of absolute power. Since there's no way to deal with this guy, let's deal with the one behind us first. Muttering softly, Xiao Han turned around without hesitation and ran towards
Ding Yi.
At this time, although they had 3 people, the 2 women were just a decoration and could hardly help. Ding Yi had been beaten back and his left eye was blue and red, but he still persisted. Mountain Cat, retreat quickly. At the same time, a sharp shout came from behind, and the young man in front of Ding Yi suddenly changed his face and immediately took 2 steps back. If you want to run, since you're here, stay here. At this time, a trace of cruelty flashed across Ding Yi's face. He rushed up, regardless, hugged Mountain Cat tightly with both hands, and shouted loudly, "Brother Xiao, give him a hard kick." Faced with this situation, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all, rushed up in one step, and while the true energy was poured into his right foot, he kicked it in the chest. Crack! The familiar sound of broken bones sounded again, and the 2 hugged each other and fell to the ground, but Ding Yi quickly got up, while Shan Mao lay on the ground groaning in pain. Looking at Ding Yi's bruised face, Xiao Han asked worriedly, "How are you? Are you okay?" "It's okay. Just some superficial injuries," Ding Yi replied and asked excitedly, "I've been with you for 2 years and I never knew that you were so powerful. Where did you learn this from? Teach me a few tricks." "Now is not the time to talk about this, we have to leave here quickly." Seeing that Ding Yi was fine, Xiao Han also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they have lived together for more than 2 years and they have been through hardships together, and their relationship has always been good. Sometimes they have no money, and even a fist-sized potato is shared by the 2. Now life is finally a little better, and he certainly doesn't want Ding Yi to get into trouble at this time. Turn your gaze to the leading young man not far away. The guy hadn't left yet, but he didn't seem to have any plans to attack him. He just stared at him with a smile. He should be waiting for Wu Qi. With a gleam in his eyes, Xiao Han immediately said to Ding Yi and others around him, "These people are just here to explore the way. We are not out of danger yet. You 3 leave quickly. I'll hold that guy back." While Xiao Han was talking, he whispered in Zhang Xiaoyun's ear, "You go to Donghua Hotel and wait for me first. You also know the payment password of the mobile phone. The money inside is enough for you to live there for a few months." After saying that, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, and immediately stuffed the helmet in his hand into Zhang Xiaoyun's hand, and then rushed straight to the last person left. The guy neither left nor had any intention of taking action. It was obvious that he wanted to keep an eye on his whereabouts and wait for Wu Qi to come. Faced with this situation, he could only stay, because only he had the ability to stop this guy and make him lose surveillance on Ding Yi, Zhang Xiaoyun, and Yi Xiaoxiao. As for him, as long as Ding Yi and the other 3 left, he would have a chance to escape. It should be 2 or 3 minutes before the taxi arrives. #C168 Tough Folk Customs. In the dark alley, Xiao Han ran quickly, chasing the fleeing figure in front of him. He didn't know how long it would take for Wu Qi to get here, but it was obvious that the longer the time dragged on, the greater the danger he would face. Now, the most important thing was to quickly force the guy in front of him out of the alley and drive him farther away, because only in this way would Ding Yi and the other 2 be safer when they left. Feeling the remaining true energy in his meridians, Xiao Han didn't dare to squander it anymore, and could only chase the figure in front of him at a normal speed. Although he just punched 2 times and kicked 3 times, he consumed about 1/3 of his true energy. The guy in front of him was extremely careful, and it would be impossible to knock him down in a short time. Once Ding Yi and the others left, he would have to keep the remaining true energy for escape. So now, just drive him away. There is no need to waste the little true energy left in the body, otherwise if something unexpected happens, he will have no backup. Without true energy, he will not be much stronger than ordinary people. "Didn't you say that I only have a few skills?" When he didn't use his true chi, he shouldn't be the opponent of the guy in front of him, but at this time his momentum must not be weak. Xiao Han smiled coldly and continued, "Then why are you running? Let's have a fight." "Humph. There's no rush for that." The young man with the stick snorted coldly and continued, "Wait a few minutes. I'll give you this chance. Now, don't try to provoke me. I've been around for so long. If I was so easily angered, the weeds on my grave would probably be 2 meters high." "A few minutes?" Xiao Han's heart condensed, and he immediately had a bad premonition. He immediately shouted behind him, "Hurry up! Get out of here! Quickly!" The Huiyan district and Qingpu district where they were located were adjacent to each other. It really didn't take too long for Wu Qi to rush here after receiving the news. It would not take more than 30 minutes at most. And since Bai Shaoxing received the news, it is estimated that at least 10 minutes have passed. If Wu Qi lived not too far from here, it wouldn't even take 30 minutes. Maybe 20 minutes or even 15 minutes would be enough. Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Han didn't dare to hold back anymore, and the true energy in his meridians immediately flowed into his legs. As his legs were filled with strength again, his speed suddenly increased, and he rushed straight to the figure in front. "Hurry up, we can't stay and drag our feet." Seeing the 3 guys lying on the ground groaning in pain, Ding Yi knew that this was not the time to be hypocritical, and even if he stayed, he couldn't help. Only by taking the 2 women around him away quickly, Xiao Han would have a chance to escape. Enduring the discomfort in his crotch, he ran at full speed. As long as he ran out of this alley, there would be multiple routes to choose from, and once they ran out of the sight of these 4 guys, they would be out of danger. Jing'an City is very large, with tens of millions of people living there. It is not possible to find them in a short time. Moreover, Xiao Han is rich now, and they can afford to rent a villa in the city center where the security is better, so there is no need to worry about such a thing happening again. During the fast run, the speed of several people was not slow, and they soon ran out of the alley. At this time, Xiao Han had caught up with the fleeing figure in front. He clenched his right fist and suddenly hit him in the back. The body of the young man holding the stick swayed slightly, and the punch missed again. At this time, it was just after 10 o'clock in the morning. Although the street at the exit of the alley was not a main road, there were many pedestrians passing by. When they saw this scene, they all stopped and watched the excitement. "Fuck, this is the crow of the 3 cores. Why is he being chased and beaten? Really? I heard that the crow of Qingpu district is very powerful. Weaker evolvers may not be his opponents." "Hey! That's because you don't know who the guy chasing behind is." When someone heard this, someone immediately became unwilling and retorted, "Isn't it the foreigner who lives in Ding Yi's house? If Xia Dong hadn't taken special care of those 2 guys, I could beat 2 of him." "Hey, your news is outdated. Yesterday I saw a military vehicle parked in front of their house, and several military doctors got off and checked the foreigner you mentioned. This situation also happened once a year ago. The protagonist of that time is now a 3rd-level evolver. You should have heard about it. Fuck. Is the 3 cores crazy? They dare to touch such a person." The crowd was talking, and the eyes they looked at the crow were all different. Some of the brave young people had already surrounded him. "These damn things are all softies when they encounter mutant beasts. They can only be tough when they bully their compatriots." "That's right. It's not easy for our Huiyan district to produce such an evolver. We can't let them get away with it. Beat them to death." In the years when mutant beasts were rampant, the customs of the people have been completely different from 10 years ago. Although ordinary people in Jing'an City don't like to cause trouble, they are definitely not afraid of, especially in several districts near the city wall, in order to protect young people. The older generation over 40 and under 70 have basically died. Every time they recruit soldiers, the older ones go first. The south of Huiyan district is right next to the city wall. When mutant beasts attack the city, some flying monsters often wreak havoc here. This makes them not afraid at all when facing such things, and they are even a little eager to move. What do you want to do? The swarming crowd finally made the calm crow panic. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't mess around. Our boss is coming? Hey, what can your boss do? This is Huiyin District. You have crossed the line. What can I do if I have crossed the line? Crow is my man. Try to move." At this moment, a voice sounded in everyone's ears. Although it was very noisy, here the voice still reached everyone's ears. #C169, what do you want to say? The sudden sound made the crowd quiet down gradually, and they all turned their heads to look in the direction where the sound came from. More than 10 meters away, a young man in a black windbreaker was walking slowly towards this side. There were more than 10 vans behind him which also stopped at this time. An endless stream of black figures were constantly coming out of them, and in a blink of an eye the number exceeded 100. Seeing this scene, the Huiyin residents who were just excited just now also looked ugly at this time. No one would have thought that the boss that Crow mentioned would come so quickly. The real boss had just finished speaking the harsh words. What should we do? There are so many of them. We can't seem to beat them. This is a remote path and few people usually pass by here. Just now, because of the bustle, some people slowly gathered here. But until now, the total number has not exceeded 50. The huge gap in the number of people made them not know what to do for a while, and some people have already shown a trace of fear. However, there are still some people who walked directly to the front of the crowd and shouted without fear. So what if we can't win? When did the mutant beasts attack the city? Did we have the advantage in numbers? That's right, what are you afraid of? Do they dare to kill me? My father died on the wall guarding Jing'an. Many of you should be in the same situation as me. If there are any casualties, they will be the unlucky ones. The crowd was talking and there was no intention of giving in. However, at this time they did not continue to attack Crow but looked at him quietly and slowly walked towards the young man in the windbreaker. Brother Wu, things are messed up. Crow looked very ugly and continued in a low voice. Han Xiao and the other suddenly came out and said they were going to rent a house in the city center. This is a bit abnormal. Is there a problem inside us? I just found his address. It's less than 5 minutes since I sent you a message and he wants to move. How can there be such a coincidence? I know. Wu Qi's face sank and he said sternly, "Let's talk about this later. Let's solve the current problems first." He didn't expect things to develop to this point. The price of 5 million is still very profitable if only one ordinary person is captured, because it can be done by sending a few brothers at random. But now, things have gone out of his control, and it is unlikely that Han Xiao will be kidnapped from these people. Looking at the crow who is still in good condition, Wu Qi frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you the only one? Where are the others?" They were all injured by Han Xiao. Crow hesitated for a moment and continued, "That guy should be a power type evolver. With just one punch, a Biao's sternum was broken. The situation of the mountain cat and the fat man is similar. Now they are still lying in the alley. Power type evolver." Wu Qi muttered softly and said in a low voice, "This is a bit troublesome. I don't know which of the 3 forces of the evolver he joined. If he takes action on his own, it will be a big trouble." Thinking so in his heart, Wu Qi was very annoyed. Now things have become a big deal. If he retreats at this time, the face of the 3 cores will be trampled on by this group of people. But if they force their way out for the sake of face, they will be in even greater trouble. After all, people like him can only walk in the dark. If they are put in the open, even if there are people protecting them, they will be skinned alive in the end. What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you want to go to the front line? When Wu Qi was in trouble, another voice came from a distance, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. When the people of Huiyin who gathered together heard it, they all showed a touch of joy on their faces and shouted excitedly, "Xia Supervisor, you are finally here. These guys are too crazy and don't take you seriously at all. That's right, they also want to capture Xiao Han, who has just become an evolver. It's not easy for Huiyan to produce an evolver. How can they be easily captured by them? If you ask me, you should just ask for support and dispatch dozens of unmanned aerial vehicles to shoot them all. The crowd suggested excitedly, which made Wu Qi, who was not far away, look black, and he had the urge to curse. Can the unmanned aerial vehicle be moved at will? If it really comes to that, even if there are only 5, at least 90% of the people he brought today will have to die here. This thing exists specifically to deal with flying mutant beasts. With its abnormal firepower, it can fight even if it encounters a second-level or third-level mutant beast. Seeing that Xia Dong was already walking quickly, he hurriedly stepped forward and said first, "Xia Supervisor, I didn't do anything. You see, although I brought people here, I didn't bring any weapons. That guy, the guy named Xiao Han, he maliciously injured people and injured my 3 brothers. I came here to seek justice. This attack is too heavy. He broke the sternums of my little brothers. You have to make a decision for me." Fuck. He can say such words. Does this dog have any shame? The crowd heard such black and white words and cursed. In Qingpu district, the 3 core groups are not good guys. They can do many bad things. So why do they care about face? It's no wonder. I said that the 3 core associations are the most powerful in Qingpu district. So that's what happened. I've seen it all today when I step on a horse. I'm just so shameless. But I can't do it unless I'm awesome. Many noisy voices rang in his ears, but Xia Dong seemed not to hear them. He frowned and looked at the 3 figures who had been carried over. One of them had even a slightly collapsed chest, and it seemed that he was taking in too much air and not getting out too much. Although he knew clearly that Wu Qi was confusing right and wrong with his nonsense, he was in a position where he must handle matters fairly. Even though he knew that Xiao Han should be counterattacking in self-defense, there was not much he could do without evidence. Looking at Wu Qi, who was pretending to be sad, Xia Dong said directly, "These 3 people, please send them to the hospital first." Then he turned to look at Xiao Han and asked with a heavy face. Wu Qi said, "That you maliciously hurt others. What do you want to say? #C170 I have evidence. How could it be that you hurt someone maliciously?" Hearing what Uncle Xia said, Ding Yi immediately became unhappy. He defended loudly. When these guys appeared, they all had short sticks in their hands. They obviously had bad intentions. If we don't resist, do we deserve to be beaten? You're talking nonsense. When did we have short sticks in our hands? Crow came out from behind Wu Qi and shouted, "Inspector Xia, you can go look in the alley to see if there are any short sticks. Just now it was Xiao Han who chased me and beat me. Everyone saw this. If you don't believe me, go ask them." The faces of all Huiyan residents froze and they were suddenly speechless. When the 2 of them first came out of the alley, they did see that it was Xiao Han chasing the crow. Now even if they want to defend themselves, they can't find a suitable reason. Seeing that everyone was stunned, Crow continued, "You have to provide evidence before you speak. Xiao Han's punch can even break the sternum. This is a fatal blow. Don't you want to admit it? You bastards." Unable to argue verbally, Ding Yi cursed angrily. "Your people have already been to the alley just now, and the first scene was destroyed by you. How can you still find a stick? Don't talk nonsense." Crow hurriedly denied. "We are going to rescue people, not to destroy the scene. It's useless for you to deny it. There is a camera in front of my house. You can check it when the time comes and you will know. Then just adjust it and let Mr. Xia see who is talking nonsense." Crow's tit-for-tat confrontation made Ding Yi furious. He shouted loudly, "Just take a look. I don't believe you can hack into the official system." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly turned to look at Xia Dong and said forcefully, "Master Xia, I apply to see the surveillance in this area." must expose the true colors of these guys. It's useless. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyun pointed to a camera dozens of meters away and reminded, I looked at it when I was escaping. The cameras in the alley were all the same as that one, covered with black cloth. Even if I go to adjust the monitoring now, I can't see anything. Damn it. These guys are so shameless. Ding Yi cursed angrily and said, hurriedly, Master Xia, this behavior of blocking the camera is illegal. You have to investigate it carefully. I know, but it will definitely not be found out in a short time. Xiaodong frowned and said helplessly, if Xiao Han can't produce stronger evidence now, then he has to go to the bureau with me. If he maliciously hurt someone, his punishment should be severe. Now that the front line is tight, he should be thrown over. Master Xia has learned from this. Crow's face brightened and he continued, I am a law-abiding citizen. It is really Xiao Han who is maliciously hurting others. Whether it's malicious or not, I don't need you to tell me. Xiaodong's face darkened and he continued, there is no final conclusion yet. As for the facts, I will find out. Since you are also a party involved, then come with me. When things developed to this extent, all the faces of Huiyan residents showed a look of anger. They all knew that things were definitely not as the crow said. But none of the evidence before him was conducive to Xiao Han. Even if Xia Dong wanted to help, he was powerless. Seeing everyone's angry look, Xiao Han quickly said, don't worry, don't you? Just go to the front line. When I first came to Jing'an City, I wanted to join the army, but I was too young at the time, so I never made it. It's just right now, and I follow my heart so that I can go to the front lines to hunt mutant beasts and avenge those relatives and friends who sacrificed their lives. Thank you for your help this time. When I come back from the front line, I will invite you all to drink and eat meat. Hey, that's a good relationship. This is the attitude we Huiyan men should have. After hearing what Xiao Han said, the anger on everyone's faces gradually receded and they all spoke. Mutated beasts are nothing to be afraid of. I have already signed up. Maybe we can become comrades. Hey, how could something like this happen with this fucking law? This is so speechless. If it weren't for the laws, we in Jing'an are doing very well. If it weren't for the strict laws, how could we live here safely? Everyone said with emotion. Xiao Han said nothing more, turned around, walked to Xiaodong and said, in this case, let's leave now. For him, as long as he is not caught by Wu Qi, everything is acceptable. Once they go to the front line, although it will be very dangerous, neither Wu Qi nor Wei Jiangwo can reach that place. Yesterday, he also heard Guanglong say that long-term consumption of the flesh and blood of mutated beasts can speed up the evolution of the body. His current strength should be at an above-average level among first-level evolvers. Once he completes his second job transfer and gets better training techniques, if nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to become a level 2 evolver soon. At that time, they will also have some ability to protect themselves. Even on the front line, they will not be killed so easily. Wow! Wow! At this moment, a rapid whistle sounded in the distance, and a dark green police car sped towards the side at lightning speed. Xiao Han then remembered that Jiang Xiaoyun had said a few minutes ago that she had called the police. 10 seconds later, the police car stopped steadily on the side of the road, and 4 police officers in blue uniforms walked down from it. Xiaodong immediately stepped forward and explained what had just happened. Here, several police officers walked up to Xiao Han and Crow and said, now that the facts are clear, come with us. Wait a minute. Seeing that the police had arrived, Jiang Xiaoyun immediately walked out from behind the crowd, holding up his mobile phone and shouting loudly, I have evidence. Xiao Han did not hurt anyone maliciously. He was acting in self-defense. #C171 biased. Hey, where do you want to go? If I guessed correctly, you should be the so-called Great Demon King Han. Xiao, our boss wants to invite you to tea. I advise you to come with me. Don't force me to do it. It will make everyone look bad. Fat guy. Get a rope and tie their hands together. As Zhang Xiaoyun clicked on the video on his phone, the clear voice of the crow came from it. In the video, all 4 people were holding short sticks in their hands, threatening Xiao Han, Ding Yi, and others. With such ironclad evidence presented before his eyes, Crow was immediately stunned. What was just a justified accusation turned into a joke in an instant. This slap in the face came so suddenly, which was so satisfying for Xiao Han. He really didn't expect that at such a critical moment, Zhang Xiaoyun would think of taking out his phone to record. What's more important is that in the video she recorded, only the first part was beneficial to him. As for the subsequent scene where he took the initiative, it was not shown in the video. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyun handing the phone to the police captain, Xiao Han walked forward with a smile and gave her a thumbs up. If he had a choice, he certainly didn't want to passively go to the front line like this, because nothing is ready. Even if his current strength is pretty good, the front line is still too dangerous for him. Judging from his current situation, he is still in a period of rapid improvement in strength. If there are no accidents, it should take up to 10 days and a half to be promoted to the level of a second-level evolver. At that time, he was able to protect himself on the front line. Even if you are unfortunate enough to encounter a third-level mutant beast, if you run away with all your strength, your chance of survival will be at least 50%. Looking at Zhang Xiaoyun gratefully, Xiao Han asked strangely, "At that time, everyone wanted to run away quickly. Why did you still think of taking a video?" "Haha. Actually, I didn't want to do this at first," Zhang Xiaoyun explained with a smile. "I just saw that all the cameras in front of my house were covered, so I wanted to take something. I have to leave some evidence." The lesbian did a great job. After watching the video on his mobile phone, the police captain said with a smile, "When you go out, you must have this awareness. You should know how to protect yourself. Even if there is no video, as long as there is a recording of their conversation, it will be very beneficial to you." After explaining a few words to Xiao Han and Zhang Xiaoyun, he handed the phone in his hand to a colleague behind him, turned to look at Crow and said coldly, "What about you? What else do you want to say now?" "I just scared them. I didn't take action first." Faced with such questioning, Wu Wu quickly defended. "And you have also seen that we were all seriously injured, but Xiao Han was fine at all. That's because you are incompetent, and you can't blame others." The police captain sneered, pointed at the police car and said, "Why are you still standing there? Get in there yourself." Then he turned his gaze to Wu Qi aside, with some disappointment in his eyes. "The big fish is right in front of you, but there is no evidence of his illegal behavior, so it is difficult to arrest him directly. This is against the rules. Fortunately, today is not without success." After comforting himself, the police captain said to Xiao Han and Zhang Xiaoyun, "You can also come with us and go to the bureau to make notes." "Okowo." Xiao Han did not refuse and got into the police car consciously. Behind him, Zhang Xiaoyun, Ding Yi, and others also got in together. The matter was resolved perfectly. Wu Qi turned around and left with his subordinates without saying a word. Even though they have an absolute advantage in numbers at this time, they dare not take action anyway. This is no different from seeking death. As the police car roared away, the ordinary people surrounding it slowly dispersed. At this time, the slightly remote streets gradually became quiet. Only Xia Dong remained where he was, looking towards the direction in which the dozen or so vans were leaving. He frowned, his expression full of confusion, and murmured to himself, "Although these 2 boys are not very obedient, they have always been very peaceful. What on earth did they do to provoke the 3rd Corps Association in the next district?" Even Wu Qi came over in person. Not sure what was going on. Xia Dong turned his head and looked in the direction the police car was leaving. He hesitated for a moment, then walked along the road towards the police station. At this time, Xiao Han and 4 others had arrived at the police station with the police car. Facing the police officer's questioning, Yi Xiaoxiao, who had been silent all the time, told everything she knew like beans poured out of a bamboo tube. Did I hear you correctly? You said Xiao Han acted first. The police officer in charge of recording stiffened his face and confirmed. Again. You also punched and kicked 3 of them directly? Yes. Yi Xiaoxiao continued excitedly. You haven't seen that Xiao Han is really powerful. He kicked that fat guy away with 1 kick. By the way, there was also the one named Shanmao who was also kicked to death by him. Yi Xiaoxiao, who was out of danger and in the excitement, did not notice that. All that the faces of the other 3 people were already very ugly. Jiang Xiaoyun looked at the gushing woman in front of him as if she were an idiot, but he couldn't stop her, so he had to pinch her implicitly. Hey! Why are you pinching me? Yi Xiaoxiao looked back and shouted angrily at Jiang Xiaoyun. Why did you pinch me for no reason? Don't talk nonsense. Maybe there is a bug biting you. When Jiang Xiaoyun said this, Yi Xiaoxiao immediately fumbled around in panic, and shouted in panic. Where? In this era, if it is an ordinary bug, it will only hurt for a while. But if you are bitten by a mutated bug, it will be a big problem. Whether it is a toxin or a virus, it can kill a person in a short time. Finally, the woman who was not very good at keeping her mouth shut, Jiang Xiaoyun hurriedly said, Comrade police, we have said everything we need to say. It was indeed Xiao Han who injured those 3 people, but it was Crow who started it first. Yi Xiaoxiao was standing behind Ding Yi and me at the time. Her vision was not good. She might have only seen Xiao Han fighting back, but not Crow. That's right. Ding Yi on the side quickly added. It was indeed Crow who started it first. He kept threatening us. There is evidence in the video. It seems that Yi Xiaoxiao must have seen it wrong. The police captain's eyes lit up, and he smiled and said to the police officer, who was responsible for recording beside him, You don't need to write down what she said. She dared to talk nonsense when she arrived at the police station. What Jiang Xiaoyun and Ding Yi said should be the truth. You should write it down quickly. If there is no problem, let them sign it quickly and then you can leave. #C172 I want to return the goods. After finishing the record and coming out of the police station, Xiao Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he also understood a little that Captain Xiao just now should have deliberately favored him. After all, after Yi Xiaoxiao told everything, although Jiang Xiaoyun made up for it in time, lies are lies, and they cannot withstand scrutiny and inquiry. Originally, he thought that it would not be so easy for him to walk out of the police station. After all, he was the first to attack and directly injured 3 people, and even one of them was seriously injured and dying. This is no longer a legitimate defense. Although there is evidence in the video, he will not be directly sent to the front line, but at least he will be detained for a period of time. But he never expected that Captain Xiao, who led the team, did not pursue this matter and even seemed to have never heard of it. Does he have a grudge against Wu Qi? Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han took the lead and walked out of the police station. Even if there is such a guess, he can't do anything with such information. He is quite powerful in the game, but in reality he not only knows few people but also has even fewer resources and connections to use. If one is not careful, this kind of thing may have a counterproductive effect. For him now, it is better to find a safe place to live as soon as possible and complete the job transfer task first. Once he gets a more advanced cultivation method, even if he cannot become a second-level evolver immediately, his strength will be greatly improved in a short period of time. At least the true qi in the meridians should be much stronger than it is now. You crazy woman! Are you stupid? How dare you say anything? While thinking, Ding Yi's voice came from behind. Brother Xiao started this thing first. Why did you say it out? Is your mind full of shit? I said it, what can you do to me? Yi Xiaoxiao was a little apologetic at first, but after being scolded like this, she immediately retorted, "Even if I am a pile of shit, you are still my man. I want to return the goods. I must return the goods." Since he just met this woman, Ding Yi has been tortured enough. At this moment, he can't bear it anymore and roared hysterically, "Wait, I'll go find Uncle Xia now. I'd rather be a eunuch than be your man." "Okay, stop arguing." Seeing that the argument was about to expand, Zhang Xiaoyun immediately said, "Don't you see what time it is? You still want to argue here? There are so many people outside the police station. Do you think Wu Qi will send someone to keep an eye on us? Or do you think that the people from the Three Corps will only arrest Xiao Han and won't do anything to you too? What should we do now?" When mentioning this very realistic question, Xiao immediately looked nervously at the crowd outside. At this time, she always felt that everyone on both sides of the street seemed to be here to monitor them. "Hey, isn't that Xia Dong?" Suddenly seeing a familiar figure at the door of the police station, Xiao immediately shouted happily, "Since we are not out of danger yet, let Xia Dong take us to the city center. Uncle Xia." At the same time, Xiao Han, Ding Yi, and Zhang Xiaoyun also saw the familiar figure not far away. Xiao Han and Zhang Xiaoyun were fine. Although they were happy to see Xia Dong, they were not too excited because there were many ways to reach the city center safely even without him. But Ding Yi was like a child seeing his parents. He immediately spread his legs and ran over with staggering steps, shouting as he ran, "Uncle Xia, please come and save me. This is not a woman but an unreasonable female sex maniac. What are you doing?" Seeing Ding Yi's weird running posture and the bruises on his eyes, his face sank and he asked hurriedly, "You are injured. How did you get hurt there?" Puff. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly remembered the sound he heard last night, and he couldn't help it after all. He hurriedly explained with a smile, "Uncle Xia, I think you may have misunderstood. Uncle Xia, I really can't stand her. Take her away quickly." At the same time, Ding Yi begged for mercy with a sad face. "As long as you take her away, you can let me do anything." Pausing, Xia Dong saw that the pain on Ding Yi's face was not fake, and also saw Xiao Han's gloating and Zhang Xiaoyun's blushing face, and he immediately understood. After roughly guessing the reason, he felt a sense of both laughter and tears, and hurriedly comforted, "It will be fine in a few days, maybe you will thank me in the future." He couldn't say much about this kind of thing and immediately changed the subject. "Xiao Han, what's the matter with you? How did you get into trouble with the Three Corps?" "Uncle Xia, it's not that I want to mess with them." Xiao Han's face was bitter, and he explained the cause and effect, and continued, "I am going to the city center now. There is a community with strong security. Although it may cost more money, it can also prevent those people from the Three Corps from continuing to cause trouble for me. So that's it." Xia Dong nodded, with a look of understanding on his face. He didn't expect that the Three Corps appeared because of something in the game, and he didn't expect that Xiao Han had caused such a big commotion just a few days after receiving the helmet, and even won a single battle against a guild with hundreds of core players. Looking at the still thin man in front of him with some relief, Xia Dong asked directly, "So, with your strength in the game, making 100,000 a day is as easy as eating and drinking?" "Yes." Xiao Han nodded and continued, "Sometimes a better piece of equipment can even sell for 1 or 2 million. But Uncle Xia, why are you asking this? If you can really make so much money?" Xia Dong hesitated for a moment and said directly, "I know there is a place in Huiyan. If you can live there, it should be safe. Hashtag C173 das Huiyaju. Is there such a place in Huiyan?" Xiao Han was a little surprised and asked quickly, "You were talking about the military compound, right? Even if we have money, we can't get in there." "No, I'm not talking about that place." Xia Dong didn't say it clearly, and continued to explain, But the nature is similar. Do you want to go with me to see it? There is such a place? Xiao Han was a little curious. What kind of place is it? And it has the same nature as the military compound. In this era, although the security force of the military compound is not the strongest, it has the most strong people. And more importantly, even ordinary people have high military literacy. If they can live in such a place, they should not worry about safety issues. At that time, even if Wu Qi was given 10 courages, he would not dare to go to such a place to catch him. Looking at Xia Dong with some intention, Xiao Han nodded and said, "That's fine. Let's go and have a look." "Okay. All of you follow me." Xia Dong turned and walked out of the police station, saying as he walked, "The environment over there is pretty good, but the houses are a bit old. You have to be mentally prepared. Don't be too disappointed when the time comes. It's okay. I'm not the kind of person who likes to enjoy." After saying this, Xiao Han became more curious and quickly followed Xia Dong. He really wanted to know what kind of place was worthy of Uncle Xia's praise. Because they had to accommodate Ding Yi, who was inconvenient to move, the speed of the few people was not fast. More than half an hour later, Xia Dong pointed to the gate of a community and said, "This is it. You should have heard of this place." Das Hui Yaju? Looking at the modeled characters on the top of the gate, Yi Xiaoxiao complained, "This community has been built for at least 50 years. Such an old community actually has such a strange name." "Shut up. This is not a place you can slander." Xiao Han's face turned cold, and he scolded directly, "If you still want to live a better life in the future, be more obedient. It's actually here." At this time, Ding Yi also said with emotion, "Living in Huiyan district since childhood, Zhang Xiaoyun and Yi Xiaoxiao may not have heard of this place, but he and Xiao Han are familiar with it." Looking at the figures walking in the gate, almost all of them have various disabilities. Thinking of the legends here, Ding Yi couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time, a sense of admiration rose in his heart. Although their bodies are disabled, they are all people worthy of respect. Thinking that he might live here in the future, Ding Yi hurriedly asked, "Uncle Xia, did you bring us here just to let us live here? But as far as I know, this place only accepts retired veterans." "That's right." Xia Dong nodded, his eyes moistened and said, "It was indeed only retired veterans in the past, but now the situation is a little different. I'm sure you have heard about the origin of this place, and those are all true. They are all poor people. On the way to Jing'an, all their relatives and friends were killed or injured. In order to avenge this blood feud, they signed up to join the army without hesitation. Over the years, most of them died on the battlefield fighting mutant beasts, but some still lost their combat effectiveness and were seriously injured. I'm back here again. I know they are all heroes," Ding Yi asked in confusion. "But what you said can't make them accept us living here." "I haven't finished yet. Why are you interrupting?" Xia Dong pointed to the middle-aged man holding a child inside the gate and said, "Did you see that little girl? This place is different from before. At that time they were all alone, so they never accepted strangers who were not retired, but only accepted their own kind. But now, with the next generation of blood inheritance, some changes must be made." "Uncle Xia, what do you want to say? Can you be more direct?" Xiao Han still didn't quite understand, so he asked directly. "Don't worry." Xia Dong waved his hand and continued, "I mean, they didn't have anyone to care about before, so they were all very lonely and unwilling to accept strangers. In order to solve this situation, the higher-ups spent a lot of effort and finally let some of them start a family again. But after having children, they wanted their sons or daughters to live a better life, so they ran out of the city to hunt mutant beasts again. In more than a year, more than a dozen of them have not been able to come back. I hope you can hire them to protect you, and don't let these people who have finally come down from the battlefield have the idea of hunting mutant beasts again." "But are they really willing to be hired by me?" Xiao Han asked unconfidently. He was still very tempted by this proposal. Although some of these people have more or less disabilities, their combat qualities are not comparable to ordinary people. Even if they are missing arms and legs, they can be equipped with mechanical prostheses. They work together and dare to hunt second-level or even third-level mutant beasts. With such strength, they are not afraid even if they face the three cores head-on. If they really want to protect themselves, then there is no need to go to the city center. It will be safer to live here. Xiao Han's eyes moved slightly, and he said uncertainly, "Why do I feel that? Your suggestion is unreliable. No matter if it's reliable or not, it's okay to give it a try." Xiaodong frowned and said in a deep voice, "Just help me. If they really don't want to, you can rent a house in the city center." "Well, I'll give it a try." Xiao Han didn't refuse. After a little hesitation, he walked directly to the main entrance of Dashui Yaju. No, it should be called Tianshui Yaju, but this community has been built for a long time, and the horizontal line above the word Tan has fallen off. "Hey, Xiao Han, why are you here?" Just when he was close to Tianshui Yaju, he heard a surprised cry.
Xiao Han
Was a little confused and turned his head to look. C174 How about 2 million? He was very familiar with the person in front of him. When they fled to Jing'an, they had known each other for more than 10 years and lived next door to each other, so they kept each other warm along the way. But later, due to the attack of the mutant beasts, the migration team was in chaos and everyone fled in all directions with heavy casualties. Since then, they have never seen each other again. After 2 years, Xiao Han didn't expect to meet here. He said excitedly, "Brother Wang, how come you are here?" He, "I didn't expect you to be alive." Wang Jun smiled and said, "My home is in this community. Isn't it normal to appear here?" "So, you are also a veteran?" Xiao Han was stunned and looked carefully. He immediately found that his left arm cuff showed a metallic luster. He asked hurriedly, "Brother Wang, your hand?" "It's okay. It's just half broken." Wang Jun waved the mechanical prosthesis and said with a smile, "This thing is very useful. I used it to kill 2 level 2 mutant beasts. It's a pity that Jiang Tai-Tu didn't want to use me. He had to let me withdraw from the front line." "When did this happen?" Xiao Han asked sadly. In his memory, Wang Jun was a timid person who didn't even dare to kill a chicken, let alone hunt mutant beasts. But when they met again, the timid man was gone. Now, even if he just stands here, he can make people feel a fierce aura coming at him. What has he experienced in the past 2 years? While being shocked, Xiao Han couldn't figure out what caused him to change so drastically. Looking at Tianshui Yaju a few meters away, he had a bad guess in his heart, and asked tentatively, "Brother Wang, where is my sister-in-law? Is she here, too? And Xiaoyu, she should have grown up now. They are dead." A trace of grief flashed in Wang Jun's eyes, and he said in a low voice, "After the mutant beast attacked, I was separated from the mother, and the 2 of them. When I went back, I only found their torn clothes and the remains of corpses, and bones all over the ground. I'm sorry, Brother Wang. I shouldn't have mentioned this. It's okay. It's over a long time ago." Wang Jun grinned and forced a smile. "Besides, in the past 2 years, I have killed no less than 100 mutant beasts, which can be regarded as revenge for the mother and the 2 of them." "How are you, uncle? Are aunts okay?" Xiao Han shook his head, shaking his head, thinking of the beast attack. Trace of pain flashed in his eyes, and he said bitterly, "I also lost contact with them. Even if I went back later, I couldn't find any clues about them. If nothing unexpected happens, the 2 elders should also." "Don't think so. Maybe they are still alive." Wang Jun comforted. "Jing'an is so big, they just can't find it for a while."
Impossible.
Xiao Han shook his head and continued, "Although Jing'an has a large population, as long as they register the correct information, they can find me immediately." But in the past 2 years I have also tried to find them and even asked someone to check in the household registration system of Jing'an. But there is no one with the same name and surname. Oh, this is fucking. Sighing weakly, Wang Jun cursed in a low voice. In fact, he also understood that under the circumstances at that time, as long as he did not follow the large army to Jing'an, he would almost certainly die. Even a powerful evolver could not survive in the wild for too long. Independently, and if an ordinary person stayed in the wild, the chance of survival would be even smaller. The mutant beasts that suddenly appeared have messed up the world. Too many families have been torn apart because of such changes. Fortunately, there are also evolvers among humans who can barely occupy a place of reproduction in this fucked up world with the help of tall and thick walls. Looking at the people around Xiao Han, Wang Jun smiled and asked, "Which of these two is your sister-in-law?" "This is Jiang Xiaoyun." Xiao Han pulled the woman next to him and said with a smile, "I just met her yesterday, and she became my wife yesterday." "Oh, so that's it." Wang Jun responded and understood it instantly. Since coming to Tianshui Yaju, the elder sister of the neighborhood committee has forced several women on him, but he finally rejected them. Because of the pressure of the declining population, young people like Xiao Han will certainly not be let go by them. After taking a closer look at this not-so-beautiful woman, Wang Jun thought it was okay. At least from her face, she was a kind woman. So she smiled and said, "I should have given you a gift for our first meeting. But this time it was too hasty. I didn't prepare anything, and I didn't have anything except this gun. Wait a few days, I will come back from outside the city, and I will definitely double the supply for you." "Brother Wang, there is no need to be so formal." Jiang Xiaoyun waved her hand quickly and replied with a smile, "It is already worth being happy to meet again in this doomsday." "Hee hee, you little girl can talk." Wang Jun laughed and continued, "Xiao Han, where do you live now? Leave me your address. When I come back, let's have a good drink together." "Brother Wang, are you leaving the city now?" Xiao Han's eyes moved, but he didn't tell his address immediately. Originally, he didn't have much hope of renting a house here, but with Wang Jun's help, the chances of success should be greater. Thinking of Uncle Xia's instructions, he continued, "I accidentally offended a gang, and I don't dare to live in the original place anymore. The reason I came here is to see if I can rent a house in Tianshui Yaju. If possible, I also want to spend money to hire some bodyguards. I heard that the veterans here are very powerful. With their protection, I think those guys should not dare to deal with me again." "Gong." Wang Jun frowned and said in a deep voice, "This is a bit troublesome. Although I am not afraid of those guys, for some reasons I can't help you deal with them openly. As for the house, I'll go and make some arrangements, and I think you can live here. But bodyguards are more difficult. We have nearly 100 children to raise now, and we don't have time to protect you. Even if you can pay, how much can you pay?" "How about 2 million? Xiao Han smiled and said without hesitation, "If it's not enough, I can add more." When he went offline in the morning, he had just exchanged 50,000 gold coins, and the balance in his account was more than 5 million. 2 million is really not much for him. If they are willing, he is willing to pay even 10 million. #C175 Crazy Plan. "What, you said 2 million? Wang Jun's eyes widened, looking at Xiao Han in disbelief, and confirmed again, "You are not kidding. 2 million is not a small number." At the same time, the people behind him also stared and started to discuss. 2 million is the opening. This kid's net worth is at least more than 10 million. "Brother Wang, you are a good brother. But he has so much money. Why does he live in our Tianshui Yaju? Wouldn't it be better to find a villa in the city center?" Facing the doubts of his comrades around him, Wang Jun actually felt very strange. Because in this apocalyptic era, ordinary people who are not evolvers can hardly make so much money. But if Xiao Han is really an evolver, why should he be afraid of the so-called Gang? What is going on? Is the military helping us secretly? Thinking so, Wang Jun looked at Xiao Han with a different look in his eyes. The smile on his face quickly disappeared, and he said in a deep voice, "Who sent you? Although we are disabled, we still have hands and feet, and we don't need help from others. The money should be spent on more needed places so that the soldiers on the front line can eat more, wear warmer, and die less." "Brother Wang, you misunderstood." Xiao Han was stunned and quickly explained, "I was not sent by others, and I came here to seek refuge. In fact, the money in my hand is also related to the help I just mentioned. There will be some relationship." Fearing that Wang Jun would not believe it, Xiao Han quickly explained the cause and effect to him and then continued, "For me it is really easy to make money in the game. These 2 million, in fact, is just a matter of moving your fingers. That's why I just said that I am willing to hire you veterans as bodyguards, at a price of 2 million a month." "Fuck, you said 1 month, not a year?" After listening to this explanation, Wang Jun asked in disbelief, "Is this game really so easy to make money?" "It's easy for him, but it's not the case for others." Ding Yi's face was bitter and he interrupted, I have invested tens of thousands of dollars in the game with Brother Xiao, but I haven't even gotten a bronze piece of equipment. I've lost so much money that I'm almost out of money." "That's true." Xiao Han didn't refute, but nodded and continued, "It's easy to make money for those who are lucky and capable. But if you're unlucky and not strong enough, you may not only not make any money at the end of the day, but you may also have to pay for medicine." "Is that really the case?" Wang Jun still didn't believe Xiao Han's words, turned around and looked at several comrades around him, and asked in a low voice, "What should we do now? What do you think? 2 million a month? But it's really exciting. Yes, if he is not sent by the military, I would like to take this business. With this money, it is enough for those guys to have food for 10 days. Let's wait and see about leaving the city. Let's go back and discuss with others first, and then decide what to do." After discussing for a while, several people finally made up their minds. Wang Jun turned to Xiao Han and said, "Wait here for a while. This matter is not something we can decide. We must go back and discuss it. As for your desire to live here, I will try my best to help you." "Okay. Then I'll wait for your news." Xiao Han responded with a hint of joy on his face. Even if he couldn't hire a bodyguard, he was willing to live here because, although there are many communities with good security in the city center, those people are paid to do things. If their lives are really endangered, they may retreat at a critical moment. But this place is different. They all crawled out of the pile of dead bodies. Anyone who wants to make trouble here will pay a very heavy price. Seeing several people turn around and walk towards Tianshuiyaju, Xiao Han was looking forward to it. "I didn't expect you to have acquaintances here." Seeing Wang Jun leave, Xiaodong immediately came over and asked, "How is the negotiation going? Are they willing to accept your employment?" "I don't know yet. They said they can't make the decision and need to go back to discuss it." "It's good that they didn't refuse directly." Xia Dong sighed and continued, "If they are willing to accept the employment, you can help as much as you can. It's not easy for these veterans. The children they want to raise were all born in the past few years. I don't know if these guys are crazy. They actually let them eat the flesh and blood of mutant beasts for every meal, saying that they want to train all these children into evolvers." "Eat every meal?" Xiao Han's eyes bulged, full of disbelief. The flesh and blood of mutant beasts are not cheap. Even the cheapest level. One rock rat costs more than 10,000. Although children under 5 years old don't have a big appetite, a mutant beast as big as a rock rat is only enough for 3 or 5 people. If calculated this way, the daily expenses of Tianshuiyaju are at least over 200,000. Fuck. This is too exaggerated. After some analysis, Xiao Han admired these people more and more. Those who can make such a decision are really not simple. With such a large investment, even the military would not dare to do this. Although the daily expenditure of more than 200,000 yuan is not much, this is just the beginning. As the children grow up, their appetite will also increase. Maybe next year it will be 300,000 yuan, and the year after it will be 400,000 yuan. This is a bottomless pit, and it will take more than 20 years of continuous investment to see the return. Looking at Xia Dong in silence, Xiao Han smiled bitterly and said, Uncle Xia, even if I still have some skills, I can't afford to feed nearly 100 mouths. Xia Dong was also a little embarrassed, and said with a smile, I'm not asking you to support them. You just need to hire some people with more serious disabilities and ask them not to go out of the city to hunt again. Okay, I'll try my best. At this time, Xiao Han was a little worried. The 2 million just now seemed a little low. What method should be used now to make them double or triple the cost of hiring bodyguards? He didn't really care about the money in the card. Because in this era, if it can't be converted into combat power, it's actually just a set of numbers. If it can be used to cultivate hundreds of evolvers, the city of Jing'an will stand on this land longer and shelter more ordinary people in need of protection. #C176 Are you Han Xiao? The waiting time was not long. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Han saw Wang Jun walking over with a white-haired old man. Although he lost a leg, he was still agile after installing a mechanical prosthesis, and his walking was not affected at all. Who is this? He looks very extraordinary. Xiao Han's eyes condensed, and he immediately felt that what he had just mentioned should have been done. Because if he refused, the old man in front of him would not come out in person, and he could just send someone to send him away. Seeing that Wang Jun had led the old man to him, Xiao Han hurriedly asked, Brother Wang, how is the negotiation going? Can we live here? Don't ask me about this. Wang Jun smiled, pointed to the old man next to him and said, This is Sure. Soon we all call him Uncle Sure, and he needs to make decisions on all the big and small things in the community. Xiao Han's eyes moved slightly, and he immediately knew that his guess should be almost right. However, he still looked at the smiling old man and continued to ask, Uncle, Sure, I really want to live here. Can you make an exception? It's okay to live here, but I have a few questions to ask you. What questions? Xiao Han had expected this and said directly, Just tell me what you want to ask. I promise to tell you everything I know. Okay, I'll ask directly. Sure Sun paused and then said, I just heard from Xiao Jun that you have offended the Three-Corps Association of Qingpu District. Because you are afraid that they will continue to cause trouble for you, you want to hide in Tianshui Yaju. But how do I know you? Is it true or false? That's easy, Xiao Han said without hesitation. I just escaped from the hands of the Three Corps, and finally even the police and supervisors from our area came. If you don't believe it, you can ask Captain Xiao and Supervisor Xia. I'll ask about this. Sure Sun nodded and continued. You said you wanted to use 1 million to hire the veterans here as bodyguards. I can tell you clearly that this is impossible. They only serve the country and the people, and you are not qualified to hire them personally. Is that so? Xiao Han smiled bitterly and immediately understood what Sure Sun meant. At this point, there should be no possibility of any compromise, but he was mentally prepared for this, so he was not too disappointed. After a slight hesitation, Xiao Han continued to ask, I will not mention the matter of hiring a bodyguard again, but as for living here, do you think it is convenient today? It's okay to move in, but the rent is not cheap. Sure Sun narrowed his eyes slightly and continued with a smile. Our community has never accepted outsiders, but now we can make an exception for you, but the monthly rent will be increased by 1 million. Fuck. 3 million. You are robbing me. Hearing this price, Dingy shouted in disbelief. Even if we live in the military compound for a month, it won't cost so much. Hee hee. I won't force you. Shursun smiled and continued. It's very safe to live here. Even if the people from the three cores are rampant, they dare not come here to make trouble. I can assure you that as long as you live in Tianxia for one day you will be absolutely safe. At least before all of us veterans die, no one can touch you. Okay. I agree to the 3 million you said. Xiao Han didn't wait for Ding Yi to continue speaking and said directly, then can we move in now? There's no rush for this. You have to prove to me first that you have the ability to pay the 3 million every month. How can I prove this? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself. Most of his income in the game is the equipment he got from beating boss and then reselling it. But the leader-level boss that can explode gold or higher equipment in the game is not so easy to find. Even if he wants to prove it, he can't do it in a short time. No, I can't make the shadow sword for now because I don't have the materials. But it's still very simple to make some leopard boots. After the 100-fold reward increase, the leopard boots will become gold. Equipment. This one can be sold for at least 100,000. Thinking of this, Xiao Han smiled and said, this is also easy to prove. But this must be done in the game. Has anyone here teleported to Stormwind City after leaving the novice village? I'm playing that game too. Shursun smiled and continued. And after I came out of the novice village, I teleported directly to Stormwind City. If it's convenient for you now, just prove it to me directly. Okay. Xiao Han took the helmet from Zhang Xiaoyun and said directly, I'll go online now. Where should I find you later? Come to the Mage Temple. Mage Temple, okay, I know. Xiao Han didn't hesitate at all, and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and then put on the light blue game helmet. The scene in front of him turned, and he had appeared in the private room of Piaxianglu. At this time, Bai Shaoxing and Bao Fengrui were no longer here. Xiao Han did not stay here for long and ran directly to the counter outside the private room. Boss, check out. Sir, your bill has been settled. The shopkeeper behind the counter continued. While flipping through the account book, it was settled by a customer named Bai Shaoxing. Knowing that the bill had been settled, Xiao Han said nothing more and ran straight to the direction of the Mage Temple. Fortunately, several temples were in the east of the city, so there was no need to queue up for the teleportation array. Took less than 10 minutes for him to arrive at the Mage Temple again. At this time, he could already see a white-haired old man standing on the side of the road more than 10 meters away. Strangely, his legs were intact in the game. Although he didn't understand why, Xiao Han ran over quickly and said directly, Uncle Sure, I'm here. Come with me to the tailor shop. I can also prove to you that I can really take out the rent of 3 million a month. As soon as the voice fell, a discussion sounded around. Hey, isn't this Han Xiao? When Mo Yen surrounded and killed Han Xiao yesterday, I was in the undead cemetery. It was really satisfying. Mo Yen Guild was dealt a bad blow. Most of the core players were arrested by the city guards. Such discussions reached Shursun's ears. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and asked in disbelief, No way, you are Han Xiao? Although he didn't believe it, the discussions in his ears made him believe. #C177 Shursun's Shock 1. In Stormwind City, this name is almost known to everyone, and many people even call him the Great Demon King of Cold Owl out of fear. From this name, you can feel their helplessness. After all, it is unthinkable that one person can defeat hundreds of people alone. At least in Stormwind City at present, except for high-level NPCs, there is no other player who can do this. Staring at Xiao Han carefully, Shursun asked, Are you the Cold Owl who threw away dozens of bronze and silver equipment? Xiao Han was a little scared by Shursun's look, and forced a smile. If you are talking about what happened in the undead cemetery yesterday, it should be me. So, you are the one who can resist the attacks of hundreds of mages and kill them? Also, those guys from Moyen were caught in the prison. How did you do it? Hee hee. This is not what I did. Xiao Han chuckled and said happily, I took a mission to protect the seriously injured city guards. When they attacked me, they also attacked the city guards. Isn't this just looking for death? Ha ha. Shursun laughed heartily and continued. It seems that you are really not bragging. Is the price of 3 million a month a little too little for me? If you think it's too little, you can add a little more. As long as we can guarantee our safety, this little money is a small matter. Xiao Han doesn't care much about money, because for him, making money is too easy. Yesterday in the Fierce Wind Valley, he even gave up more than 100,000 copper coins that fell on the ground because he didn't have time. If Shursun in front of him could be assigned a person who specializes in picking up money, it is estimated that he would have more than 3 or 4 million in a month. In that case, it would be easier to train those children. And he also wanted to know how high the probability is for children who eat the flesh and blood of mutant beasts from an early age to become evolvers when they grow up. Although he can cultivate true chi now, he also has the capital to continue to grow stronger. But in this world that is like the end of the world, the power of a person is ultimately limited. Even if he can become a level 7, 8, or even 9 evolver, he cannot kill all the mutant beasts, let alone protect every ordinary person in Jing'an City. To survive better in this world today, the proportion of evolvers among ordinary people must be increased. If there are 30 to 50 evolvers among every 100 people, why fear the mutant beasts outside the city? Xiao Han looked at Shursun's stunned expression and continued with a smile. How about 5 million per month? Hearing such an offer, Shursun was a little confused. He added 2 million directly after a disagreement. How can you talk about business like this? He was embarrassed to add 1 million on top of 2 million just now. But for the future of those children, he could only have this thick face and offer such a price that no normal person could accept. But in the end, I didn't expect that Xiao Han not only agreed, but his bottom line for the price was not 2 million, 3 million, or even 5 million. Thinking of what I gained in the game in the past 2 days, I worked so hard to get 2 bronze equipment and 7 or 8 black iron equipment. I thought that I was already very good compared to others, at least these equipment brought him more than 10,000 yuan of income yesterday. But now compared with Xiao Han in front of me, the gap is too big and they are not on the same level at all. No, that's wrong. They are not on the same level at all, and the gap between the two is completely incomparable. 5 million. With a sigh in his heart, Shursun really wanted to agree to such a price. Because once agreed, the hunting team out of the city can be reduced from 10 to 5 or even 2. Correspondingly, the number of veterans who died in the mouths of mutant beasts every year will also drop from double digits to single digits, and may even become 0. But he has already said the price of 3 million, how can he regret it at this moment? More importantly, if we stop going out of the city to hunt, although it can reduce the casualties of veterans, it will also make their condition continue to decline unknowingly. In today's crisis-ridden era, this is not a good thing. At any time, strength should be put first, even if this will be accompanied by the death of some people, but this is inevitable. Only by keeping a sense of pressure and awe at all times can we survive better. In this doomsday, although the price of 5 million is tempting, it is not a good choice in the long run. After thinking about this clearly, Shursun no longer hesitated and said directly, since it is agreed to be 3 million, let's do it according to what we agreed before. You can't take a penny less than what is ours, and I won't take a penny more than what is not ours. As for now, I still want to see how you prove to me that you can easily take out 3 million every month in the future. Hee hee. Then follow me. Xiao Han chuckled and turned to the direction of the tailor shop. He was confident about this. Because there are 4 holy temples in the east of the city, it is very prosperous. There are many pharmacies, blacksmith shops, and tailor shops. Xiao Han took Shursun and found one in less than 5 minutes. The two walked in one after the other. Xiao Han skillfully rented a workbench, and then without saying anything he took out leather and silk thread and started making soft leather hats. This was the blueprint bought from Guanglong in the morning. He originally wanted to sew leopard boots and red wing cloaks immediately and then go to the graveyard of the dead as quickly as possible. But suddenly he got news about Wu Qi from Bai Shaoxing, so he had to log off in a hurry. Now the matter has been almost perfectly resolved, and it is just the right time to make these two pieces of equipment. According to the introduction on the blueprint, Xiao Han sewed one stitch at a time. In his opinion, this is much simpler than making weapons and refining potions. In less than a quarter of an hour, a leather hat slowly took shape in his hands. At the same time, he also heard a series of system prompts coming from his ears. Hashtag C178 Sure Soon's Shock. 2. Ding, you have successfully made a white soft leather hat, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get a bronze dogskin hat. Ding, you have successfully made a bronze dogskin hat, gaining 1 proficiency, triggering a 100-fold reward, and gaining 100 proficiency. Ding, your sewing skill proficiency is full, and you are promoted to a 2nd level tailor. Please keep up the good work and wish you a happy game. At this time, Xiao Han didn't feel much when he heard such a prompt. He threw the dogskin hat he had just sewn to Shursun and continued to pick up the leather and silk thread to make it. Now he is a 2nd level tailor. As long as he continues to make another soft leather hat, he can be promoted to the 3rd level. At that time he can sew leopard print boots, and after the blessing of the 100-fold reward, he will definitely get a gold equipment. He really wanted to see what expression Shursun would have when he learned that he could make gold equipment at this time. At the same time, Shursun, who was beside the workbench, took the hat thrown by Xiao Han with one hand and felt a little strange in his heart. He actually knew about sewing equipment, forging weapons, and even refining potions. At this stage, most of the sewn equipment or forged weapons are blank. Even if they are a little bit better, they can only make black iron level equipment. But these two types of equipment are not valuable. Does Xiao Han want to use this to prove it? Although he didn't understand why, he still took the hat in his hand in front of his eyes, and then his eyes bulged, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Fuck! This is actually a bronze equipment. How is this possible?" Although he had been looking at this equipment sewn by Xiao Han himself, he still couldn't believe his eyes when he found out that it was bronze equipment, because it was too incredible. Because at this time, how could someone have upgraded the tailor's level to level 3? This guy is a monster. Thinking so in his heart, Shursun looked at Xiao Han, who was still busy, and the shock in his heart could not be described in words. With this ability alone, he already has the ability to earn 3 million a month. Although bronze equipment is not worth much now, it is even depreciating continuously. But since Xiao Han could become a level 3 blacksmith in such a short time, it should be easy for him to be promoted to level 4, level 5, or even level 6 if he was given more time. Staring at Xiao Han with shining eyes, Shursun suddenly felt that keeping this person in Tianshui Yaju might be a good choice. After all, the game Perfect World is closely connected with reality and can even promote human evolution. He even heard that even if he has become an evolver when facing a breakthrough, as long as he completes the corresponding level of job transfer in the game, it will be very helpful. This kid should also be an evolver. Shursun muttered softly, thinking to himself, I just don't know what ability he will awaken after his evolution is completed. Looking at the busy figure in front of him, his curiosity became more and more serious. As time passed slowly, the leather hat in Xiao Han's hand gradually took shape. He didn't know that Shursun's mentality had changed a lot at this time. Hearing the system prompt sound coming from his ear, he immediately threw the bronze equipment he had just made over without any hesitation. Then he immediately stopped and carefully looked at the detailed description. of leopard print boots on the attribute panel. After figuring out all the production steps, he immediately put all the dog skins on the workbench into the space ring and took out the leopard skin with better material. The production steps of boots are much more complicated than hats. However, he is now a third-level tailor. Even if the production fails this time, he doesn't care at all. At most, he can get familiar with it a few more times. Anyway, there are a lot of such cheap materials in the space ring. Sewing one stitch at a time according to the steps, Xiao Han's expression is very focused, and time passes slowly without knowing it. Until a ding sound rang in his ears, he immediately put down the needle and thread in his hand. A smile appeared on his face and immediately looked at the shoes in his hand. Shadow boots, gold level 10, HP plus 750, agility plus 70, strength plus 70. Since it was the first time to make it, the technique was a little rusty, so although this shadow boot is gold equipment, it is only level 10. Xiao Han was a little disappointed. After all, it only increased such a little attribute, and the improvement of his strength can be said to be negligible. But no matter what, it is still a gold equipment after all. Even if it is only level 10, its price is not cheap. More importantly, this boot increases strength by 70 points. Generally speaking, the attribute of boots is most likely to appear in agility, followed by defense, and then health and physical strength. This kind of boots that increase strength and agility, even if there is no special effect, can be regarded as a small top-grade item for archers. Priced at 100,000 yuan, there should be many people scrambling for it. Making such a pair of boots, let alone proving that he has the ability to earn 3 million a month, it is completely possible to earn 3 million a day. Xiao Han showed a trace of pride in his eyes, glanced at the old man next to him, and immediately handed over the equipment in his hand, and said at the same time, "This is the equipment I sewed. Can you use this to prove that I have the ability to pay 3 million every month?" Use this to prove it? Shursun was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, "Wasn't that dog skin hat used to prove it to me?" Although he was a little puzzled, he took the boots from Xiao Han and took a curious look. Fuck. This guy is really a pervert. After the shock just now, he was actually prepared in his heart, but the moment he saw this equipment, he couldn't help but mutter. #C179 House Viewing. The boots in his hands were neither bronze nor silver, but actually a piece of gold equipment. What the hell? How did he do it? At this time, Shursun's heart could no longer be described as shocked. After all, in this time period, there may be some reasons to explain the creation of a piece of bronze equipment. But directly sewing a piece of golden equipment is a bit too much. This is equipment that can only be made by a 5th-level tailor. Perfect World has only been launched for a few days. How did he do it? This is incredible. Looking at Xiao Han with a calm expression, Shursun knew that he must have some secret. But this kind of secret was not suitable to be asked directly. Although he was very curious in his heart, he suppressed the restlessness, shook his shadow boots, and said with a smile, "This is enough. Welcome to Tianshui Yaju. Don't worry about safety. Since I have collected your money, I can guarantee that no one from the Three Core Association will dare to enter our community. For now, you'd better come with me to see the house first." "Okay. Then I'll log off now." A hint of joy flashed across Xiao Han's face, and he immediately replied, "Only by settling the residence as soon as possible can he go to the undead cemetery as quickly as possible and complete the exploration mission." The reason why he ran away in such embarrassment this time was ultimately because he was not strong enough. If he had the strength of a 3rd-level evolver now, even if he knew that Wu Qi wanted to deal with him, he would not need to run away at all. He could just press him to the ground and rub him with his backhand. So at this time, I feel more urgent to complete the job transfer task. Quickly bringing up the properties panel, Xiao Han immediately chose to exit the game. At this moment, he is still sitting on the cement floor in front of Tianshui Yaju. It is definitely impossible to go to the cemetery of the dead at this time. When the scene in front of him disappeared, Xiao Han took off his gaming helmet and happened to see Shursun also taking off his gaming helmet on the wooden chair beside him. Let's go and look at the apartment with me. Handing the helmet to Wang Jun, who was standing aside, Shursun turned around and walked towards the interior of Tianshui Yaju. Xiao Han quickly followed. Walking into the community, it can be clearly seen that the houses here are very old, but the flowers, plants and trees are growing extremely vigorously. At the same time, the sanitation in the community has been cleaned very cleanly, with almost no fallen leaves visible, and the lawn has been trimmed very neatly with no trace of random trampling on it. Wow! This hygiene is so meticulous. Dingy followed Xiao Han and said with a look of amazement, I'm a little excited just thinking about being able to live in such a community. Excited as hell. Looking at such a house, Yi Xiaoxiao had a completely different feeling and said dissatisfiedly, no matter how meticulously you clean it, it can't change the fact that it is an old house. Xiao Han, let's go to the city center. There are big villas there. 3 million is enough for us to live in for several months. It's also a 3 or 4-story big villa with fitness equipment and entertainment facilities. You woman, you are so big-breasted and brainless. Ding Yi couldn't help but snarled, and continued, there are many veterans here. Living here can help you learn from them how to deal with mutant beasts. How long has it been, and you still want to enjoy yourself? Do you want to? Okay. Stop arguing and stay calm. Xiao Han's face darkened and he scolded directly, if you want to go to the city center, you can. I have no objection. I will give you 3 million in 2 days. I don't care whether you go there alone or with Ding Yi, but Jiang Xiaoyun and I will always live here. As for you, shut up now, right now. Go to the city center with her? Ding Yi curled his lips and refused without hesitation. I am crazy to go with her. It's better to give him 3 million so that he can torture me every night in the future. If you don't go, of course I won't go either. Yi Xiaoxiao snorted and continued, if I don't get pregnant in half a year, that person named Xia will definitely give me to someone else, and Xiao Han will give me 3 more million. Do you guys think I'm stupid? If you want to leave me alone and live a good life on your own, just dream. Xiao Han didn't bother to explain this logic. If he hadn't lived in Ding Yi's house for 2 years and their relationship had become as close as brothers, he wouldn't have bothered with this nonsense. This woman is also a strange flower. If it were placed on him, he wouldn't know how he would survive the rest of his life. But things have developed to this point, and Ding Yi can't get rid of Yi Xiaoxiao just because he wants to. Xiao Han didn't bother to think about such a bad thing, so he followed Wang Jun and Shursun and walked quickly deeper into the community. After a while, he arrived in front of several townhouses. Shursun then said, with a smile, after receiving 3 million from you, I have to arrange a house of comparable value for you. No one is living in these villas at the moment, but people will come to clean them regularly. You can choose one at will. There is actually a villa? Xiao Han was a little surprised. The location of these villas is very good, right in the center of Tianshui Yaju, so there is no need to worry about safety issues. In fact, his requirements for living are not high, but if there is a better place, of course he will not refuse it. After observing for a while, Xiao Han pointed to the one in front of him and said, let's take this one. They all look the same anyway. Indeed, the layout of these villas is the same. Shursun smiled and opened the door, then handed the key to Xiao Han, and then continued, if you have to say there are some differences, in fact there are some differences in the decoration style. But for an old man like me, I can't tell which one is better anyway, they all feel the same. You can go in and clean up first. If there is anything, you can find Wang Jun, he will help you solve it. Okay, I know. Xiao Han took the key and walked into the 3-story villa. #C180 New Home. The villa covers a large area, with a single floor of about 150 square meters. There is a hall of more than 50 square meters at the entrance with a set of 5 or 6 meter long mahogany sofas, a mahogany coffee table, and a large LCD TV. On both sides there are many green potted plants. Walking from the hall there are the dining room and kitchen, both of which are not small, and the total area should be about 40 square meters. In addition to the bathroom, there is a large entertainment room on the left side of the dining room. Although the decoration inside is a bit old, it can still be seen that it was once luxurious. Xiao Han was very satisfied with such a room. He quickly walked around the second and third floors and then said to Ding Yi beside him, "The third floor is the study and billiard room. Choose one of the rooms on the second floor." "I choose that one. I want to live alone." Ding Yi pointed with his hand, then rushed in with his helmet in his arms. With a pop, the door was tightly closed. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiaoxiao's face darkened, and she banged on the door and shouted, "Open the door for me, or I'll break it down. I tell you, don't even think about living alone." The two quarreled again, and Xiao Han was helpless.
Hui glänzt Erwangyun.
Beside him and said speechlessly, "I'm sorry to make you laugh. They are like this." "Oh, that's great." Wang Jun chuckled and said with a look of reminiscence, "I and your sister-in-law often quarreled at the beginning, but our relationship is still very good. Quarrel is not a bad thing. You need an outlet for your emotions in life, but you can't say hurtful words. You two, whether you have feelings or not, since you are already together, live a good life. I know I will treat her well." Xiao Han nodded and understood what Wang Jun meant. In fact, in this era, love has become a luxury. It is already very good to have a woman willing to live with you. After all, for most people who can't even guarantee food and clothing, who has the mind to think about that? Turning his head and taking a look at Jiang Xiaoyun beside him, Xiao Han felt that although this woman was not particularly beautiful, she was almost impeccable in other aspects. He shouldn't feel too bad to live with such a woman. Thinking that he could live here today, he had to thank Wang Jun. Xiao Han smiled and said, "Brother Wang, don't leave for a while. I'll ask Xiaoyun to make 2 dishes and we'll have a few drinks in the evening." "Not today. I still have some things to deal with." Wang Jun waved his hand and refused with a smile. "Besides, you just moved in today. Even if someone cleans here frequently, you should still need to clean up. Wait a few days, even if you don't say it. I will come here to eat." "Okay. I won't stay Brother Wang any longer." After sending Wang Jun downstairs, Xiao Han quickly returned to the second floor. The quarrel between Yi Xiaoxiao and Ding Yi was over. One of them compromised, and finally lived in the same room. Walking into his own master bedroom, Xiao Han saw Jiang Xiaoyun at a glance. She was cleaning the room. In fact, since they came here in such a hurry, they brought almost nothing with them, so there were not many things to pack, just the sheets and quilt covers that needed to be changed and washed. Looking at the diligent figure in front of him, Xiao Han was silent for a while. He felt that this woman must have some stories because her performance today was so outstanding, which was not something that an ordinary woman could do. However, if he asked directly, he probably wouldn't get an answer. Forget it, who doesn't have a story these days? Sighing inwardly, Xiao Han took out his phone and said to Jiang Xiaoyun, "Take this, we came in such a hurry that we didn't even bring any clothes to change. Call Yi Xiaoxiao to go buy daily necessities and some clothes to change. Also, no one has lived here for a long time, so there should be no food. You two can buy some and bring them back." "Okay." Jiang Xiaoyun didn't refuse, took the phone and said with a smile, "I'll call Xiaoxiao in a while. She should be happy to go with me. If you have something else to do in the game, go and get busy. There's actually nothing to clean up here. I can do it by myself." "That's fine. I just happen to have something else to do in the game." Xiao Han replied with a smile, picked up the game helmet beside him and lay down on the big bed in the middle of the master bedroom. When the screen changed, he entered the game again. At this time, Zhang Xiaoyun looked at Xiao Han lying on the bed with a complicated look in her eyes, and murmured to herself. He only evolved his ears once, but why is his power so strong? Those two people sent me here, saying that I could rely on his power to avoid those revengeful people, but no matter how I look at it, he is very ordinary. Without the strength of a level 4 evolver, what can he use to protect me? Thinking of what her father had done and the evolvers who escaped from Zhang Xiaoyun frowned deeply. In order to enable more ordinary people to become evolvers, although her father's methods were a bit radical, they did increase the proportion of evolvers by several times. For those who became evolvers, this is actually a favor. What she couldn't understand was that those people were not grateful, so why did they want revenge? Could it be that they want to get something from me? Zhang Xiaoyun was very depressed with such a guess in mind. Her father seemed to be in control of Zhangqing, but for those radical and crazy plans in his mind, he wanted to tear even $1 in half. Before Zhangqing was captured, all her assets were just a few bottles of intermediate energy liquid. On the way to Jing'an, those bottles of energy liquid had been used up, and now she could be said to be penniless. If Xiao Han didn't give her the phone, let alone changing clothes, she wouldn't even be able to solve the problem of what to eat next. I hope they are because of something, not because of me, Zhang Xiaoyun muttered softly, and she had no way to deal with her current situation. Now she could only take one step at a time. #C181 Mass production of gold equipment. West of the city tailor shop. Entering the game again, Xiao Han immediately opened the friend list. Guanglong, who had been online for more than 10 hours, finally went offline, but Bai Shaoxing was still there. Thinking of Wu Qi, he still felt a little scared. If he hadn't received the news in time, he would have decisively taken Zhang Xiaoyun and others away immediately, and this time it would have been really dangerous. With his current strength, it would be easy to deal with ordinary people like Crow and Mountain Cat, but if he really faced Wu Qi's gang, he wouldn't have a chance of winning. If I fail this time, he should still find a way to kidnap me. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han immediately called Bai Shaoxing. The importance of the news has been clearly highlighted this morning. So now, he wants to know Wu Qi's dynamics at all times so that he can be prepared. Beep, beep, beep. The ringing continued for a few times, and Bai Shaoxing's voice came from the other side. You are finally online. I was so worried. How is it? Did Wu Qi take action? Well, this is all thanks to your information, Xiao Han replied and continued with fear. If it was 3 or 4 minutes later, he might not be able to escape. That's really dangerous. Bai Shaoxing sighed. The original place is definitely not habitable. I don't think Wu Qi will give up like this. If possible, you should find a community with better security. With your current net worth, you can actually hire more bodyguards. The public security in Jing'an City is still very good. As long as you can hold on. Until the police arrive, he will have no way to deal with you. Well, I know. Xiao Han responded and continued. I have done so now and even found a new place to live. That's good. I will try my best to help you keep an eye on the news from Wu Qi, but don't hold too high hopes. After this incident, he should be suspicious. It will be difficult to get such information in time. No matter how difficult it is, I hope you can help me think of a way. Xiao Han frowned and continued. This time I came to you just to let you spend as much time as possible with Wu Qi. I have 2 gold equipment here, which is the reward for your previous information. If there is such news, I will give you 2 more gold equipment. I'm at Feng's tailor shop next to the mage temple. You can come and get it when you have time. So fast. Bai Shaoxing exclaimed. You haven't entered the game for a while. Where did the 2 gold equipment come from? Hee, you will know when you come. Without explaining why, Xiao Han quickly hung up the call. The ability to create gold equipment should also be demonstrated to Bai Shaoxing. Only by letting him know his ability will he do this thing more attentively. After all, who else would throw a few gold equipment to him if they didn't agree with him? Once a high-end customer like him is lost, it's not so easy to find him again. Heh! As long as you have the ability, I'm not afraid of spending money. Muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately began to clean up the workbench. When he rented the workbench before, he directly booked 5 hours. Now the time has not come yet, just in time to continue sewing leopard print boots. The pair of gold boots in Shursun's hand, he didn't take it back when he went offline. If Bai Shaoxing came now, he really couldn't get the 2 gold equipment he promised to give him, but it didn't matter. As long as there were 30 or 40 minutes, the 2 gold equipment would be there. Taking out the leather and silk thread from the space ring, Xiao Han immediately started to sew seriously, with the experience of the first time plus having become a 4th level tailor. This time the production was more handy, as the leather was constantly sewn together by silk thread. I don't know how long it took. A familiar voice sounded in my ears. After getting another pair of golden boots, Xiao Han threw them directly into the space ring without looking at their attributes and continued to sew the next pair. When he was making them just now, he felt something was wrong. He felt that this pair of boots was at most level 10 or 15, and the attributes would not be very good, let alone special effects. So he was too lazy to even look at the attributes of such boots. When Bai Shaoxing came, he gave him this pair of boots directly as a reward for the news in the morning. As for himself, he had to make at least a pair of boots with special effects, because of the 10,000 points of defense added by the charcoal-grilled stone Bull King and the 3,000 points of physical attack added by the fried red tiger whip. Even if he sewed a pair of level 30 boots, the attributes that could be added to him were negligible, and it would not be of much help to go to the graveyard of the dead. But if special effects could appear, it would be different. For example, armor breaking. If he was extremely lucky to have such a special effect, even if it was only 10%, it would be a huge benefit to him, because the wild monsters deep in the Necromancer Cemetery are generally above level 40, and their defense attributes are usually very high. Take the Demonic Corpse King for example. Its defense is about 6,000 points, and a 10% armor penetration effect is equivalent to 600 points of defense. To offset this 600 points of defense, you need almost a piece of dark gold equipment. So for him, the equipment attributes are secondary, and the most important thing is to find a way to sew a pair of boots with special effects. Of course, considering that he is about to go to the Necromancer Cemetery, the special effect he most hopes for is of course armor penetration. However, this special effect usually appears on weapons, rings, and bracelets, and is unlikely to appear on boots. But even if there is no armor-breaking special effect, there is still a chance that other special effects will appear. No matter which special effect appears, it is much stronger than the attributes added to the equipment. He continued to sew needle and thread, and the familiar system prompt sounded from time to time in his ears. Xiao Han did not pay attention to it. He had already focused all his attention on the leather and silk thread in his hands. Until the beep-beep sound rang in his ears, he stopped his action and answered the call request from Bai Shaoxing. However, at this time, there were already 7 more shadow boots in his space ring, all of which were gold equipment. #C182 I'm going crazy. Where are you? I'm at Feng's tailor shop. Xiao Han smiled as he heard the familiar voice. He originally thought that with these 2 gold equipment Bai Shaoxing would come in half an hour at most, because in the morning he rushed here as fast as he could for just some bronze equipment. But he didn't expect that this guy's patience was so good now. It's been more than an hour before he finally came. Xiao Han was a little surprised about this, but this is also good. In more than an hour, he has made 7 pairs of shadow boots. What he is holding in his hand now is the 8th pair that he has just started sewing. Putting the semi-finished product on the workbench, Xiao Han immediately said, "Wait a minute, I'll go out now. He didn't pick up the things on the workbench, because he had just taken the time to look at it. None of the 7 pairs of boots he had sewn had special effects, so he had to continue sewing. Moreover, the red wing cloak had not been made yet. At least before dinner, he did not plan to leave here. As for after dinner, no matter whether the special effect boots were made or not, they had to prepare to go to the graveyard of the dead. Walking out of the tailor shop quickly, Xiao Han saw the figure standing at the door at a glance, smiled and walked over, opened the trading box without any nonsense, and immediately put 4 pairs of shadow boots in. No, didn't you say 2 pieces? Seeing that 2 pieces became 4 pieces, Bai Shaoxing was a little confused. When he saw that the names of the 4 pieces of equipment were all shadow boots, he was stunned. Then he raised his head stiffly and said in disbelief, "How is this possible? You can sew gold equipment. It shouldn't be." To become a level 5 tailor, even if the materials are sufficient, the 400 points of proficiency will take at least 10 days and half a month. With such doubts in his heart, he looked at Xiao Han with a weirder look. 400 points of proficiency means that 400 pieces of equipment need to be sewn, and they must be 100 pieces of equipment of the following levels: white board, black iron, bronze, and silver. It has only been a short time. Even if you don't eat or drink, you can't do this guy. I'm afraid he is a pervert. After muttering in his heart, Bai Shaoxing couldn't help asking, "Have you really become a level 5 tailor?" He. What do you think? Xiao Han didn't say it clearly, and continued with a smile. 2 of these 4 pieces of equipment are your reward, and the other 2 are the ones I promised you last time, and I will give them to you at 80% of the price. Now that Wu Qi has made a move on me, I owe you a dark gold equipment, but I don't have it yet, and I may have to wait for a day or 2. If you can find me another piece of wind copper today, I can also make dark gold equipment for you immediately. Fuck. You are still a level 6 blacksmith? Bai Shaoxing glared and couldn't help cursing. A level 5 tailor is already too much, and he can even make dark gold equipment now, which is too incredible. How did this bastard do it? The shock in his heart could not be described in words. He thought of Xiao Han asking him to collect wind copper before, and he felt very strange. Turned out to be for making dark gold equipment. Looking at the 4 pairs of gold boots on the trading box, Bai Shaoxing's mind flashed. Although these pieces of equipment are of top quality, he wants to know what kind of dark gold equipment was made from the piece of wind copper yesterday. But before that, he should get the 4 pairs of gold boots in front of him first. With a decision in mind, Bai Shaoxing said directly, "The attributes of these pairs of boots are very good, and the level is just right. The price should be between 120,000 and 150,000. You have made a lot of money today, so let's calculate it according to 150,000. After speaking, Bai Shaoxing immediately entered 2,400 gold coins in the trading box and then immediately clicked OK. Xiao Han chuckled at this and did not refuse, and also clicked OK. After the transaction was completed, he opened the transaction box again and continued with a smile. "I still have 3 pairs here, still at 120,000 each. Do you want them? Oh my god! Mass-produced gold equipment." At this time, Bai Shaoxing was already numb from the shock. He stared blankly at the 3 gold boots that appeared on the transaction box again and entered 3,600 gold coins again. It was still very profitable to be able to get such gold equipment at 120,000 each, and he certainly wouldn't miss it. After the transaction was completed again, Bai Shaoxing finally couldn't help his curiosity and whispered, "So, the wind copper I traded to you yesterday has become dark gold equipment. Can you show it to me? I'm really curious." "Haha. You can see it, but don't be too surprised."
Xiao Han smiled
mysteriously and showed the attributes of the shadow sword in front of Bai Shaoxing. "Puff! How is this possible? It's a dark gold weapon with double special effects. I'm going crazy." The moment the saliva sprayed out, Xiao Han had already stepped back several steps. When he created this equipment in the morning, he was also surprised by such properties. The probability of special effects appearing was very low, and the probability of double special effects appearing was naturally even lower. Bai Xiaoxing's performance was completely within his expectations, because it was incredible. Brother, you are not lying to me. Looking at the properties of the shadow sword, Bai Xiaoxing asked blankly, is the dark gold equipment really made of only the 4th level material wind copper? This equipment must be worth at least 10 or 20 million. 60,000 wind copper actually made equipment worth 10 or 20 million. What is the return rate? I can't figure it out. Not high, only 200 or 300 times the profit. Xiao Han chuckled and continued. But this equipment is indeed made of wind copper. How about it? Do you regret selling wind copper to me now? That's not the case. Bai Xiaoxing shook his head and said wisely, that thing will always be just a piece of material in my hands. Only in your hands can its value be shown. Dark gold equipment, even if it has no special effects, its value is at least more than 1 million. Since you know it is made of wind copper, I have to fool more people to go to the stone forest to mine. #C183 Trust. After the transaction was completed, Bai Xiaoxing left with excitement on his face. Before leaving, he promised that he would do everything possible to find out the news about Wu Qi. Xiao Han has no doubt about this. In less than 5 minutes, he had acquired 7 pieces of golden equipment. If he resold them, he should easily earn 100,000 or 200,000. If he still wants to continue to get these top-quality equipment at such a low price, he will definitely do everything possible to ensure his safety. This is a golden rice bowl that can continue to bring profits. Xiao Han didn't know what method he used to obtain that information, but it was nothing more than connections and money. In terms of connections, he had no choice, but in terms of money, he could still provide some support. If you want a horse to run, how can you not give it grass to eat? Now that making money has become so easy, he doesn't care about giving up part of his profits to others. If he always eats alone, it is not a long-term solution. Whether in the game or in reality, fighting and killing have become the norm. If I am always alone, I might one day be surrounded by hundreds of people like yesterday. If it were in the game, he could still use his strong strength to complete the counterattack, but in reality he might just have to wait to be killed. Therefore, make friends with some people who are interested. In order to protect these interests at critical times, they will also take action. Turning back to the tailor shop, Xiao Han looked at the semi-finished products on the workbench, feeling inexplicably happy. The connection with Bai Xiaoxing has become closer because of these golden equipments. In addition, he was able to earn more than 700,000 yuan without leaving home, and this only took more than an hour. Looking at the gold coins in his backpack, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment before exchanging them all into Yanhua coins. There are very few places where he uses money in the game, and even if you are short of money, as long as you make a few pieces of equipment, you will get a lot of gold coins. With a soft ding sound, the balance of gold coins in the backpack was only a fraction. At the same time, a few hundred meters away from Tianshui Yaju, Zhang Xiaoyun was pulling Yi Xiao hard, and at the same time shouted, "Don't buy here. The clothes here are too expensive. What's the point of worrying if it's more expensive? Your Xiao Han is a rich man anivi." Yi Xiao smiled mysteriously and continued to seduce. "And the underwear here is so sexy. I bought it just for him to see anyway. Why spend such a small amount of money? That's not okay." Zhang Xiaoyun argued. "Our current rent is 3 million a month. We can't spend money so lavishly." "Hey, I said it's true that you don't even know how to enjoy yourself when you have money." Yi Xiao was very depressed and continued to persuade. "Today's world is full of mutant beasts. Although we are still alive now, we can't tell if the mutant beasts will attack the city one day, and we may be dead Now that you have money, you might as well enjoy it day by day. Are you always thinking about what you will do in the future? I'm not thinking about the future. Zhang Xiaoyun explained softly. I just think that since I am still alive now, I should try my best to live every day. Even if one day we are killed by a mutant beast, we will not regret anything. At least we have worked hard and tried to make our lives better. Instead of just muddling through life, what's the difference between this and The Walking Dead? Okay, I can't speak to you. Yi Xiao waved his hands, finally, withdrew, and continued with a depressed expression. I really lost to you. With just a few pieces of underwear, you can actually say so many truths. Forget it, let's go to the store opposite. Their clothes are cheap. Yeah. Zhang Xiaoyun responded and immediately followed Yi Xiao to the shop opposite. Bite! At this moment, a soft sound rang in his ears. Zhang Xiaoyun took out his phone and took a look. Turned out that there was a new text message, so he opened it directly. If it is important information, it is best to go back and tell Xiao Han. Immediately. At this time, Yi Xiao was also a little curious, stopped for a moment and stretched his head to look at the text message on his phone. Let me go, what is this? A transfer of 700,000 yuan, and a balance of more than 7 million yuan. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiao was immediately stunned. He knew that Xiao Han was rich, but he didn't expect that he would be so rich. How long has it been since I entered the game? Another 700,000 yuan was received. This is too abnormal. At this time, the way he looked at Zhang Xiaoyun was completely different. There was not only envy, but also jealousy and regret. He also had the opportunity to become a couple with Xiao Han. But in the end, he gave up because of his short-sightedness. More than 7 million. How can you spend all this money? With a depressed wailing, Yi Xiao turned around and walked back to the store he just left and said at the same time, Your husband is so rich, so it's not too much to buy me a few sets of clothes like this. I bought my clothes today at his house. It's hard for anyone to use them. Seeing Yi Xiao walking into the shop again, Zhang Xiaoyun couldn't say no. She has seen this woman's unreasonableness and recklessness, and now that she has seen more than 7 million yuan, if she still refuses a set of underwear worth several thousand yuan, she will not give up. Even if she doesn't want to, she still has to pay for it. Otherwise, not only will Ding Yi's life be difficult after he returns, but they, as neighbors, will also be greatly affected. Depressed, she followed him into the store. Thinking about the balance on the text message, Zhang Xiaoyun's face showed a complicated expression, and she murmured to herself, What kind of game is this perfect world? In just less than 3 days, Xiao Han made more than 7 million. This is too easy. Also, how could he give me such a large sum of money with confidence? Isn't he afraid that I will swallow the money? At this time, Zhang Xiaoyun didn't know whether Xiao Han was stupid or didn't care about the money at all or believed that she would not spend the money indiscriminately. He told Wang Jun that he would treat me well. Could it be that this is the case? All kinds of thoughts emerged in her mind, making her unconsciously feel a strange feeling about Xiao Han. A man is willing to trust her and willing to give her all his wealth. Zhang Xiaoyun understands what this means. #C184 Gliding Special Effects. Feng's Tailor Shop. Xiao Han didn't know that his unintentional exchange of gold coins would cause such a beautiful misunderstanding. At this moment, steel needles were flying on his fingertips, system prompts were ringing in his ears, and pieces of golden equipment were thrown into the space ring one after another. Time passed slowly, and he was still concentrating on sewing leopard print boots. That's what it feels like. Until a certain moment, Xiao Han whispered, swept aside all the materials on the workbench and immediately took out a large number of red wing feathers from the space ring. Then the steel needle guides the silk thread and sews quickly. At this time, he felt that his condition was better than ever. If he still couldn't make equipment with special effects, he would have to give up. temporarily. And more than 3 hours have passed, and he has no more time to waste here. Rather than making another piece of equipment with special effects, he wanted to complete the job change task as soon as possible. As the red wing feathers on the workbench continued to decrease, the dark red cloak in Xiao Han's hand slowly took shape. At this time, he heard the system prompt again. Ding, you successfully sewed the bronze equipment red wing cloak, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the gold equipment red flame cloak. Hearing this prompt, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, immediately put down the needle and thread in his hand, and looked at the properties of the cloak. Red flame cloak, gold level 25, defense plus 150, agility plus 150, energy plus 150, special effects, gliding, jumping from high places. You will have the ability to fly briefly. How could this happen? This attribute is too bad. Seeing such an introduction, Xiao Han was really disappointed. When he was sewing just now, he felt that he was in really good condition. But of the 3 attributes that appeared on the cloak, none of them were what he wanted to possess. Especially the defense attribute, which only has a mere 150 points, is a drop in the bucket compared to his current defense of over 10,000 points and has almost no increase in strength. As for the gliding special effects, they look good, but they are completely useless and almost impossible to use. Forget it. It's better than nothing. After muttering softly, Xiao Han tidied up the workbench, put all the remaining materials into the space ring, turned around and walked out of the tailor shop. He only had 1 piece of material to sew the red wing cloak. Even if the attributes of this piece of equipment were not ideal, he could only make do with it. Now, before dinner, he can also buy some ingredients for stir-fried tendons. As long as they can be made, the increase in his strength should be far greater than the 2 pieces of golden equipment he just made. While walking towards the mage temple not far away, Xiao Han looked at the 11 shadow boots in his backpack. Hey! My luck is very bad this time. With a depressed sigh, Xiao Han even felt that maybe when he forged the shadow sword in the morning, he had used up all his good luck for the day. Because there were 18 golden boots in a row, but not one pair had any special effects. Compared with the Qingfeng sword, the gap is huge. After all, in addition to the shadow sword, he also created a level 30 Qingfeng sword, which also has special effects. The number produced at that time was far less than 18. With a depressed mood, Xiao Han put on a pair of level 20 shadow boots, which are the best for increasing strength, agility, and energy. Although there is also a pair of level 25 ones, its added attributes are defense, physical strength, and agility, which are not suitable for him. Although Xiao Han was disappointed that the desired special effects did not appear, it would not have any impact on the evening's actions. He quickly walked into the crowded square, searching for the materials he needed. Time passed slowly until a ding sound came from my ears. Xiao Han knew that someone was calling him in reality, so he stopped searching and said softly, "There are only 2 leaves left. Come up and take a look." After dinner, after shopping for less than half an hour, I found almost all the ingredients for stir-fried tendons. I actually bought some huixiang leaves, but the quantity was a bit insufficient. Finding a place where no one was around, he quickly quit the game. The scene in front of him changed. Xiao Han took off his gaming helmet and moved his ears slightly, and he could clearly hear the movements of several people in the room. Ding Yi, like him, is still in his room, wondering if he has exited the game. Yi Xiaoxiao and Jiang Xiaoyun were in the living room on the first floor. Dinner had been prepared and they were chatting, and the content of their conversation was somewhat explicit. "Will she wear sexy underwear for me to see?" Xiao Han's heart moved, and he became a little expectant. Although Jiang Xiaoyun is not particularly beautiful, she gives people a good feeling. Crunch! At this time, there was a soft sound in his ears. The door next door was opened, and Xiao Han could hear Ding Yi's clear footsteps. "I wonder what happened to him in the game?" After muttering softly, Xiao Han quickly walked to the door, opened the door, and walked out. "Brother Xiao," Dingy shouted and said with excitement, "I was lucky today and got a piece of silver equipment. Someone wants to buy it for 80,000 yuan, but I don't want to sell it. I just need it for myself. What about you? How was your harvest today?" Okay." Xiao Han's face froze, and he immediately stopped telling his actual situation, because it was too shocking. After 3 or 4 hours, he didn't kill any monsters but got 18 gold equipment. If Dingy knew about this, he would be so depressed that he would want to jump into the river. While walking downstairs, he said perfunctorily, "I didn't go to kill monsters today. I was practicing life skills. Now I am a second-level alchemist. In the evening, I will work harder and should be able to become a third-level alchemist." #C185 feeling like flying. The dinner was rich and the atmosphere was good. The only discord was that Ding Yi was hit again. He learned from Yi Xiaoxiao that Xiao Han had earned another 700,000 yuan in the afternoon, and the account balance had even exceeded 7 million yuan. He wanted to show off a piece of silver equipment worth 80,000 yuan. But he didn't even have a good dinner. Xiao Han was helpless about this. He had tried his best to hide it, but he couldn't hide it in the end, and Ding He suffered a wave of critical strikes for no reason. It is estimated that he will never mention anything about the game in this house in the future. After dinner, Xiao Han was worried about his job transfer task, so he immediately returned to the room and entered the game again. The square in front of the mage temple was more lively than during the day. Xiao Han observed it for a while and then got into the crowd. At this time, he didn't want to waste time. The task of exploring the graveyard of the dead takes at least 2 hours. If you are unlucky, you may not be able to complete it in 4 or 5 hours. He still wanted to see the sexy underwear that Yi Xiaoxiao mentioned. So if possible, he should complete the task as soon as possible and then log off as quickly as possible. More than 10 minutes later, Xiao Han finally found the last 2 pieces of Huixiang leaves, and he immediately ran to the nearest restaurant. At this time, it was still very troublesome without his own forging room, alchemy room and sewing table. But no matter how troublesome it was, he had to endure it. With the experience of renting several times, Xiao Han quickly rented a stove and started cooking stir-fried tendons with agility. When he was busy, time often passed quickly. When the system prompt sounded in his ears, he immediately looked at the dishes that had just come out of the pot. Stir-fried tendons, advanced increased the movement speed by 20%, lasting for 2 hours. Seeing such attributes, Xiao Han was immediately stunned. This was far worse than what he expected. But after a little thought, he understood it. The 100-fold reward only increased the level, and did not directly increase the attributes. This dish has now been upgraded from elementary to advanced. What else is he dissatisfied with? Xiao Han immediately put a piece of tendon into his mouth after picking up a piece of tendon with chopsticks. Ding, you eat stir-fried tendon advanced, and your movement speed increases by 20% for 5 minutes, triggering a 100-fold reward, and your movement speed increases by 2000% for 500 minutes. Hey, if I have wings, I can fly to the sky if I increase my movement speed by 20 times. Thinking excitedly, Xiao Han wolfed down a plate of stir-fried tendon quickly, and then turned and ran towards the teleportation array. The teleportation array in the west of the city is still the most congested place. It took more than 40 minutes to get to the east of the city through the teleportation array. Coming to this place again, he still felt a little emotional. After all, they had a fight here yesterday, and almost destroyed the Moyan Guild. Xiao Han didn't know what kind of expression Xing Kai would show after knowing this news, but at this time he didn't have time to care about this. Just queuing wasted more than 40 minutes. If you want to complete the task, it is estimated that it will take at least 3 hours. The wish to see Jiang Xiaoyun wearing sexy underwear may be ruined. Feeling a little depressed, Xiao Han moved his feet and ran quickly towards the direction of the dead cemetery. Oh my God! So fast? After running, Xiao Han showed a trace of ecstasy on his face. When he was in the city just now, he didn't run at full speed, so he didn't have a direct feeling of the increased speed of movement from stir-fried tendons. But now it's different. Listening to the whistling wind passing by, it feels like flying. At this speed, it will only take about 10 minutes to get to the dead cemetery. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up. Originally, I thought it would take more than 2 hours on the road. But now, the journey of more than an hour has been shortened to more than 10 minutes, and the lewd idea in my heart immediately popped up again. With a lewd smile on the corner of his mouth, Xiao Han's speed immediately increased by 20%. A dark red figure passed by many players like a gust of wind, causing a series of commotions. What the hell, what was that just passed? Why do I feel like it's a person? With this speed, it must be at least a high-level professional. Looking at the size, it seems to be a person, but why do I feel that the guy who just passed by looks familiar? The surrounding players were talking about it, all curious about who the person who just passed by was. Yesterday, an NPC who could use magic appeared here, making the Moyan Guild live a miserable life. Today, another powerful NPC appeared here, and everyone was more cautious. No, the NPC's dress is not like that. Suddenly, a questioning voice sounded in everyone's ears, and everyone was stunned for a moment, and immediately showed an incredible expression on their faces. No way, you mean the figure that just passed by, he is a player? I remember now, with that kind of equipment, what else could he be but a player? Fuck, with that speed, we don't even have the qualifications to follow behind. But who is that guy? Who the hell knows? He runs like flying. Who can see clearly? Amid the discussion, Xiao Han had no idea that his unintentional action had caused such a stir at the East City Gate. At this time, he had already reached the edge of the undead cemetery, and it took less than 12 minutes in total. Hey, this flying feeling is really cool. With an excited chuckle, Xiao Han paused for a moment, then immediately increased his speed and ran again. The same scene, the same shock, and the same discussion were heard again, but the location was different. #C186 Monster Resurrection. The undead cemetery is a forbidden place for the living and a paradise for the dead. When a living creature approaches, undead creatures exuding corpse aura emerge from the ground one after another. Xiao Han's speed was extremely fast. As soon as these undead creatures got out of half of his body, he ran away like a gust of wind. 5 or 6 minutes later, he came to the place where he last encountered the demonic corpse king again. He paused and stopped immediately. The next thing we encounter are demonized monsters above level 30. After speaking softly, Xiao Han's eyes moved slightly. He looked around carefully and murmured to himself, "Is that demonic corpse king going back again?" He was slightly disappointed not to see the target he was looking for. With his current defense of more than 10,000 points and physical attack of up to 5,000 points, he can already kill the demonic corpse king alone. But at this time, no trace of it was found. Finding it would not be possible. In a short time. Forget it. Let's do the mission first. Seeing a dozen demonized zombies slowly walking towards him, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, raised his sword and slashed to death a few of the people in his way, and continued running towards the depths of the undead graveyard. How to complete the task he still has no idea. But combined with some things, he also had a rough guess in his mind. When he met Su Chang here and a level 50 demonized zombie, he already felt something was wrong. Because in the level 30 monster area, it can be explained that a level 40 boss monster appears, but a level 50 boss monster appears, which is very abnormal. Now Lu Yen is sent here to investigate because of this matter. If nothing else, he probably wanted to find out why the demonized zombie king, who had been operating deep in the undead cemetery, came to the outside. This place is actually not too far away from Stormwind City now. If they can't figure out the reason, both Su Chang and Li Zhong should have trouble sleeping and eating. As for how to complete the task he took on, although there are no clear Regulations, this issue must still need to be clarified. Isn't it possible that as players enter, the monsters in this world begin to revive? While running quickly, such a thought suddenly appeared in Xiao Han's mind, which made his steps pause. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this should be the reason. It was introduced in the expansion pack of Perfect World, that this world was invaded by demons thousands of years ago. In the end, after thousands of years of struggle by various races, they were all driven back underground. Extremely powerful seals were also set up at every exit leading to the ground. But the scene I saw in Novice Village last time all showed that the Abyss Corpse King had begun to break free from the seal, and even if there was a demon sealing envoy standing by, it could not suppress it. Even if the Emperor-level Abyss Corpse King hasn't broken free yet, the broken seal probably won't be able to trap it for too long. There must be a seal like this deep in the graveyard of the undead. Thinking this in his heart, Xiao Han felt that the possibility was really high, because the wild monsters here are no longer pure undead. They are contaminated with demonic energy and have completely turned into monsters. If there is a seal, there shouldn't be a demon sealer here too. With a flash of light in his eyes, Xiao Han remembered the letter of recommendation in his backpack, and several thoughts immediately came to his mind. For him, this was an opportunity not to be missed. Thinking of this, he immediately gave up the idea of wasting time here and ran straight to the place where the demonic energy was strongest. Although wild monsters at the level of the Abyss Corpse King are extremely dangerous, high risk means high reward. If you can rely on the letter of recommendation in the space ring to become the disciple of the demon sealing envoy, even dying once will be worth it. While running quickly, Xiao Han was getting further and further away from Stormwind City. Roar. After running for less than 2 minutes, he heard a familiar roar in the distance. Xiao Han paused and looked in the direction of the sound. Involuntarily, because the light was too dark and the distance was a bit far, I could only vaguely see a few blurry figures over there, moving quickly. No way! Listening to the familiar roar, Xiao Han muttered in disbelief. Besides me, there are other players who dare to attack the demonic Corpse King. Can their attack power break through the defense? With such confusion in his heart, Xiao Han had no intention of going over and taking a look, because for him now, finding the demon sealing envoy was the most important thing. As for the demonic Corpse King, if it hasn't been killed when it comes out, he doesn't mind being a villain for once. Feeling the concentration of demonic energy, Xiao Han frowned slightly, because he discovered that the place with strong demonic energy happened to be in the direction of the demonized Corpse King, and he couldn't go there even if he didn't want to go now. As the distance got closer, we finally saw clearly the figures not far away. There are 3 of them, 2 ranged and 1 melee, namely Knight, Archer, and Mage. At this time, as a fireball flew out, a damage value of more than 1,200 points floated above the demonic Corpse King's head. Magic, no wonder. Looking at the battle in the distance, Xiao Han suddenly realized. If he remembered correctly, the physical defense of the demonic Corpse King was around 6,000 points, but the magic defense was not that high. It seems that it has no magic defense, so every magic attack is equivalent to real damage. These 3 guys are not weak. After observing for a while, Xiao Han sighed with emotion, because he found that the Knight player was also very powerful. He was wearing a heavy plate armor and could not retreat even 1 step despite the attack of the demonic Corpse King. Without the attribute increase of the charcoal-grilled Stone Ox King, his defense should not be as good as that guy. At this rate, they should be able to kill the demonized Corpse King soon. Xiao Han said softly after calculating the magician's damage. At this time, the HP on top of the demonic Corpse King's head was already about 2/3 empty, and it was estimated that he would be almost ready to be killed in another 20 to 30 minutes. With such an opportunity in front of him, Xiao Han was immediately moved. But, thinking of the demon sealing envoy, he hesitated. When he was in Novice Village, Ning Wu ran away immediately after seeing that. The seal could not suppress the Abyss Corpse King. He was worried that he would be late and might miss the demon sealing envoy, who was close at hand. Forget it, it's just a boss monster. As long as you look for it carefully, there are plenty of them. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han ignored the three people and made a half circle to the left in order to prevent them from misunderstanding. Fuck! Berserk! But at this moment, there was a roar in the distance, and at the same time an arrow hit his shoulder with a ding sound. Hashtag C187 This guy is too weak. Ding, player Ma Tianyu launched a malicious attack on you. You have the right to fight back freely within 10 minutes. Listening to the system prompts and taking another look at the arrow that fell on the ground, Xiao Han suddenly realized that his state was completely different from before. His running speed at this moment suddenly dropped a lot, at least 30%. Don't resist. The rage can only last 5 minutes. At this time, Ma Tianyu, who was dozens of meters away, suddenly shouted, "I!" Slowed down the guy in the red cloak. You quickly lead the demonic corpse king. Over. Damn it! This damage is so perverted. The knight cursed angrily and said, with a smile, I was just worried that I couldn't bear it anymore. At the critical moment, someone came to block the gun. I'm so lucky. The responses coming from his ears made Xiao Han burst into laughter. He was already extremely generous and didn't want to provoke those three guys, and even gave up the demonized zombie he wanted to kill. But he didn't expect that the other party was still unwilling. Oh, you are seeking death, so you can't blame me. Seeing that the knight had led the demonic corpse king to run towards him quickly, Xiao Han stood still and did not move. In fact, at his current speed, even if he was slowed down by Ma Tianyu's arrow, if he really wanted to run, these guys following him might not even be able to eat the hot farts. If the demonic corpse king hadn't gone berserk, he would have simply left. Because of the remaining 1/3 of his health, even with his attack power, it would take about 5 minutes to kill him. If there is interference from those three people, it will probably take longer, maybe more than 10 minutes. But after going berserk, the demonic corpse king will be different. While his attack will increase by 50%, his defense will also decrease by 30%. During the 5 minutes when the defense was down, he only needed 2 or 3 minutes to kill it. Even with the interference of these three people, it would not take more than 5 minutes to be able to kill a boss with 1.5 million health points in such a short time. Was still worth stopping so that they could experience what despair meant. Hey, I don't know what kind of expression they will have on their faces in a while. With this thought in his mind, the knight had already run up to him with the demonic corpse king, and only then did Xiao Han see his face clearly. This guy is not old, and his appearance is very ordinary, but the heroic aura on his face makes people feel better about him. But what he was doing now made Xiao Han feel out of place again. Hey, you know you can't run away, so do you accept your fate? At this time, the knight paused and said with a cheerful smile, Hey, the equipment is not bad. Now it should be an advantage for me. Feeling the other party's mysterious confidence, Xiao Han curled his lips and said with a smile, Are you so sure that I will be killed by this demonized corpse king? Oh, you'll know when it hits you later. Oh, then I have to try. Xiao Han chuckled. Under the influence of the gaze effect, the attributes of the demonic corpse king also appeared in his eyes. Demonized corpse king, leader level 50. HP plus 150000. Attack plus 11,250. Defense plus 4,340. Skill 1. Corpse poison. Hitting the target will poison it and cause it to lose 1,000 health points per second, lasting for 60 seconds. Skill 2. Violence. Entering a violent state, the attack power is increased by 50%, and the defense is reduced by 30%, lasting for 5 minutes. Sure enough, the attack went up and the defense went down. Seeing such attributes, Xiao Han showed a smile on his lips. He ignored the knight who came around behind him and raised his hand to strike at him with his sword. minus 3,267, minus 600, minus 700. 3 consecutive slashes caused more than 4,500 points of damage. Xiao Han also felt a pain in his chest at the same time. The claws of the demonized zombie had already scratched on the bloody armor. Minus 158. The pitiful damage value popped up, and Xiao Han also heard the system prompt. In his ears, "Ding, you have been poisoned. You will lose 1,000 health points every second. For 60 seconds. Hearing such a voice, Xiao Han was not in a hurry. He calmly struck out with another sword. As the angry slash was activated, another damage value of more than 3,500 points appeared. At this time, he calmly took out an intermediate detoxification pill and swallowed it along with a bottle of advanced life recovery potion. The corpse poison was instantly lifted, and the minus 1,000 that appeared twice above his head also disappeared without a trace. The skill was in a cooling state. Xiao Han adjusted his body shape so that he could see the night, and then said while slashing the demonic corpse king, "Hey, buddy. Thank you for sending me the boss. This guy is too weak. He won't even lose any blood when he hits me. Why don't you come too and see if you can keep me here?" My darn thing. When Xiao Qing saw this scene, there were only 3 words that could describe his mood at the moment. Further away, the mage and archer also looked confused. The demonic corpse king went berserk, and they were just worried that Xiao Qing wouldn't be able to bear it. Someone happened to be passing by at this time, and it was just right to use it to block the gun and also relieve Xiao Qing's pressure. But who could have imagined that this random person would be so perverted? After the demonic corpse king goes berserk, although his defense will drop by 30%, there are still 4,300 points left. For such a perverted defense, more than 3,500 health points were cut off with a single blow. Mo Chi put down the magic wand in his hand, walked to Ma Tianyu dejectedly, and said with a grimace, "I told you not to cause trouble. You have to shoot that guy. It's fine now. The demonized corpse king that I fought for an hour is gone. I didn't expect this when I stepped on the horse." Ma Tianyu was desperate as he stared at the guy who was fighting against the demonic corpse king more than 10 meters away. It's not that he doesn't want to take it back, it's just that he can't. After going berserk, the demonized zombie king had an attack power of up to 11,250 points, but it could only cause less than 200 points of damage to the pervert. This also means that his defense should exceed 11,000 points. Facing such a pervert, how could it be possible to get it back? But he was really unwilling to give up like this. Looking at the figure not far away, Ma Tianyu hesitated and said, "His physical defense is so high, so his magic defense shouldn't be very high. If you can cause damage to him with my deceleration and Xiao Qing's frontal damage resistance, we still have a chance to kill him. With such a perverted defense, I think this guy may have at least 3 or more pieces of diamond equipment on his body. Aren't you tempted?" #C188 brought out a father. "Of course I'm excited to ride on a horse," Mo Chi said in a cold voice with dissatisfaction. "But do you really think we can kill that guy? Such a perverted defense is rare in Stormwind City. Why didn't you think of something?" "You mean?" Ma Tianyu was stunned for a moment, then said belatedly, "He is Han Xiao, the guy who caused the melee in the undead cemetery. Isn't this nonsense?" Mo Chi looked very depressed and complained, "Who else besides him? Haven't you watched the videos on the forum? As long as you pay a little attention to him, you won't provoke him out of trouble. I don't understand. What were you thinking at that time? Why did that arrow shoot out directly? Don't you know what kind of place this is? Surrounded by level 40 demonized wild monsters. Can anyone with the ability to appear here be an ordinary person? The situation was urgent at the time, so I didn't think too much about it. What's more," Xiao Qing also agreed. Ma Tianyu was also very depressed after being complained about like this. He knew that the guy in the cloak was Han Xiao. He would certainly not provoke him. But the key is not knowing. Looking up at the demonic corpse king, it had lost almost 100,000 health points at this time, and it was losing almost at a rate of nearly 3,000 points per second. After working hard for more than an hour, he was really unwilling to let someone else pick the peaches for him. But Han Xiao was attacked by the demonic corpse king, but he only lost less than 200 points of damage, which made him dare not act rashly. Hey, that's not right. Seeing this value, Ma Tianyu suddenly remembered that Han Xiao was besieged in the undead cemetery yesterday, and it was the Magic Flame Guild's group of mages who acted as the main force. None of the knights, warriors, or archers could do him any harm. But the magician was different. At least 1/10 of them could break through his defense, and one of them even caused almost 200 points of damage to him. Compared with those mages and Mochi, the gap is too far. It's only been one day, so his defense shouldn't have increased much. With this thought in his mind, Ma Tianyu immediately expressed his judgment, and advised at the same time, no matter how high his attack is, what if he has my slowing effect? Can he still catch up with you? As long as he can't kill us too, we have a chance to kill him? I still think your guess is a bit unreliable. Mochi analyzed. Since he knows that his magic defense is weak, can he still be prepared? You don't care whether he is prepared or not. Seeing the demonic corpse king's health points decreasing rapidly, Ma Tianyu said anxiously, it's just a matter of dying once and losing some experience points. We have to give it a try. You've been fighting the boss for more than an hour, and you're just being robbed. Are you willing to do it? What can I do if I don't give in? Mochi rolled his eyes and continued, I'm afraid you don't know Han Xiao yet. Do you know what is the most perverted thing about him? You only lose some experience points, you really think too much. If you are killed by that guy, it will either not explode or it will explode, and you won't even be left with a copper. I don't want to show up at the resurrection altar wearing big underpants. Without these equipment, how can I complete my third job transfer in the shortest time? Xiao Han didn't know the dispute between the mage and the archer. The demonized corpse king's 10,000 attacks could not cause effective damage to him. So he also had time. While slashing at the demonic corpse king, he looked at Xiao Qing a few meters away, his eyes full of teasing. Seeing that he didn't respond, Xiao Han continued, Why are you so stupid? Don't you want my equipment? With just this demonized corpse king, you can't get my equipment. Xiao Qing looked at Xiao Han and then at Ma Tianyu, who was dozens of meters away. His lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. No one was lucky enough to just pull someone to block the gun. But, unexpectedly, a father came out. Now I'm fine. I can only watch helplessly as the boss I fought for more than an hour fell into the hands of others. Thinking about the 10,000 point defense, he felt desperate and couldn't even think of resisting. How on earth did he do it? Even if he is equipped with diamond equipment, it is impossible for him to have 10,000 points of defense. When he first entered the game, he was lucky enough to get a legendary helmet, but it only added more than 3,000 points of defense. This is because he is a knight and the physical strength increased by the helmet can be converted into more than 1,000 points of defense. If a warrior wears this helmet, the increased defense will be less than 2,000 points. By analogy, a piece of diamond-level equipment can increase the defense by no more than 1,000 points at most. If the warrior in front of him wants to have a defense of more than 10,000 points, he must be equipped with almost 10 pieces of diamond equipment, or he must have more than 3 pieces of legendary equipment. But in this time period, legendary equipment is not a piece of cabbage in the field, so how can it explode so easily? What's more important is the lottery. There is only one chance, so how can it be possible to draw more than 3 pieces of legendary equipment? Could that guy? While thinking in his mind, a bold guess suddenly appeared in Xiao Qing's mind, which made him take a breath. No way. Did you draw a divine weapon? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed to him. This can also explain that whether in the novice village or in the cemetery of the dead, this guy can withstand all physical attacks in an invincible state. I thought my luck was already very good, but I didn't expect this guy to be even more abnormal. After muttering softly, Xiao Qing remained silent in the face of Han Zhao's question because no matter what he said at this time, it would be useless. All he could do now was to watch quietly, watching the health value of the demonized corpse king continue to decrease, watching him slowly approach death, and then looking at how many top quality equipment this level 50 boss can explode. Hashtag C189 the materialization talisman and the town building order. -3,167. -600. -700. After the defense dropped by 30%, the demonic corpse king's HP dropped quickly, and in the blink of an eye there were less than 100,000 points left. At this time, Xiao Han had no intention of teasing Xiao Qing anymore. It was still worth looking forward to what kind of equipment the 50-level leader boss would reveal. Originally, he thought that since these three guys dared to attack him, they should still be very confident in their own strength. Moreover, the demonic corpse king's HP has been reduced by 2/3, so there is no way they would just give up. But the current situation made him confused. All three of them stood more than 10 meters away, looking at him with depressed expressions, showing no intention of taking action against him. "Haha! Are you scared by my defense?" Xiao Han muttered in his heart and laughed dumbly. When he was about to take action, he also wanted to resist the attacks of these three people, kill the demonized zombie king first and then avenge that arrow. But now, he hesitated whether to kill all three guys. He had offended Wei Guoqiao before, which triggered Wu Qi to take action against him in reality. If Bai Shaoxing hadn't received the timely news, it would still be unknown whether he was alive now. After such an experience, he still wanted to be cautious about killing people and making enemies at every turn. And even if you kill them, it will just explode a few pieces of better equipment. But with a god-level talent like a 100-fold reward, equipment is no different to him than cabbage in the field. If you want it, you can just find a few bosses and kill them. If you really can't afford to buy some better blueprints, you can build it yourself and you can even mass-produce it. So he actually doesn't have much interest in killing them. More importantly, there are many friends and many paths, many enemies and many walls. When you are not strong enough, clumsy development is the way to go. During this period of time, he was really drifting. If he continues to keep such a high profile, his opponents will not only be the Wei Guild and the Demon Flame Guild, but even the top guilds will one day take action against him. Among Yanhua's hundreds of millions of players, there may not be many who are better than him, but there will definitely not be none. Forget it. If they don't take action, let them go. After muttering softly, Xiao Han looked at the three people not far away while slashing with his sword. -3,458. -2,593. -2,685. Four-digit damage values kept popping up one after another. The demonized zombie king's health points became less and less, and the tangled look on the faces of the three people became more and more obvious. Oh! With a chuckle, Xiao Han felt no psychological pressure at all about this monster grabbing. Seeing that the demonic corpse king's HP had only a trace of blood left, and the angry slash had cooled down at this time, he didn't hesitate at all and struck with his sword. Boom! Following this heavy blow, the demonized zombie king stiffened suddenly, and then his whole body fell straight down. At this time, Xiao Han also heard the system prompts coming from his ears. Ding, you kill a demonic corpse king, leader, and get 500,000 experience points. If you trigger a 100-fold reward, you get 50 million experience points. Ding, your level has been raised to the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the upper limit of your level. Ding, you kill a demonized zombie king, leader, and get 125 gold coins. The 100-fold reward is triggered, and you get 12,500 gold coins. Ding, you killed a demonized corpse king leader and obtained the manifestation talisman pet, bronze, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the manifestation talisman pet, dark gold. Ding, you kill a demonic corpse king leader and get a village building order, trigger a 100-fold reward, and you get a town building order. Ding, you kill a demonized zombie king leader, get the gold equipment. Undead bracelet, trigger a 100-fold reward and get the diamond equipment. Undead bracelet. Ding, you kill a demonized zombie king leader and get a primary life. Recovery potion. A series of system prompts immediately stunned Xiao Han. Not only did he have the manifestation talisman he was most looking forward to, but there was also a town founding order and a piece of diamond equipment. Although there are many of these things, they actually don't have much visual impact. But those bright yellow gold coins on the ground were very conspicuous, and it scared me to death. More than 10,000 pieces. Converted into Yenhua coins, that's more than 1 million. Ordinary people may not earn that much in their lifetime. A manifestation talisman actually exploded. After muttering softly, Xiao Han was shocked by the series of prompts. But his hand movements were not slow at all, and he picked up the dark gold piece of paper on the ground at an extremely fast speed. This thing is the most important to him. He can bring things in the game into reality. Although it always feels unreliable, once he succeeds, his situation may change a lot. The embodied skill book is really a good idea. Xiao Han was a little excited thinking that, after completing the job transfer task, he could use his merit points to exchange for several intermediate skill books. His situation is different from the guy by Xiaoxing mentioned. Because he has cultivated his true energy, he will most likely be able to use it after learning the skills. This will at least increase his combat effectiveness by more than 30%. Holding the manifestation talisman, Xiao Han didn't even have time to pick up the town building order and diamond equipment on the ground, and hurriedly looked at its introduction. Manifestation talisman pet. Dark gold can absorb and store a pet below the overlord level and take it to another time and space. Only pets can be materialized? Seeing such an introduction, Xiao Han's eyes condensed, and his mind immediately turned. This manifestation talisman should not be able to materialize a skill book into reality as he thought, but it is also good to be able to materialize a bait. Overlord level pets should be as powerful as level 4 mutant beasts. Hey! It's just right that after changing jobs, I can learn animal taming. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han was very excited, and immediately threw the manifestation talisman into the space ring, and also picked up all the other equipment on the ground. At this time, Xiaoqing and the other three, who were more than 10 meters away, could only look on in confusion. #C190 It's too late to regret. Damn it, are you going to be so exaggerated? There must be at least 10,000 gold coins all over the floor. This is incredible. Would a level 50 boss have such a high explosion rate? I fucking want to curse right now. These things all over the floor should be ours. When the three of them saw Xiao Han grabbing the gold coins on the ground one by one, they all became uneasy, especially Xiaoqing and Mochi, who looked at Ma Tianyu like knives. Horse, we have been fighting for more than an hour, and now all of them are gone just because of your arrow. Hey! My heart aches when I think about it. The value of those things is at least 20 million. Ma Tianyu was a little unhappy at what the two said, and retorted, Xiaoqing, when I shot that arrow you didn't object. Besides, although those things are good, if they are said to be worth 20 million, it would be a bit exaggerated. Although there are a lot of gold coins on the ground, the total value seems to be more than 1 million at most. As for the piece of paper and token, they shouldn't be worth much. Now tell me, how did you judge that the bracelet is worth up to 20 million? Ha! Paper and tokens are worthless? Mochi sneered and continued, I don't know what that piece of paper is yet, but don't you see what that token is? With your eyesight, you still dare to play archer. Aren't you afraid that your shot will miss? No wonder you didn't even recognize the famous Han Shao Demon King and just shot him with an arrow. Isn't it just a token? Ma Tianyu's face darkened and he said disdainfully, You couldn't tell me that. The most valuable thing is not the bracelet, but that thing. Humph. You're not too stupid. Mochi snorted coldly and continued. It would be good for you to visit the forum more often when you have nothing to do. But you don't even recognize the town building order. Don't say 20 million for that thing. If the presidents of some top guilds find out about it, they will be willing to take out even 30 million. What's more, this is not a village building order, but a higher level town building order. Do you know what this means? Ma Tianyu's face froze. Of course he knew what this meant. Now all the players are gathered in major cities. Every time they go to the wild to kill monsters, they spend an hour or two just on the road. This is extremely inconvenient for everyone. But once a town building order is issued, it is equivalent to having the qualifications to build a town in the wild. As long as it successfully defends a few waves of monster siege, a town-level wild stronghold will be completed. By that time, all players will flock to the game. Because this is a wild stronghold, you can encounter wild monsters when you leave the town, which will save a lot of time on the road. Just charging the fee for using the teleportation array can make the guild that builds the town a lot of money. What's more, there are shops and houses in the town which can also be sold, and the price is not cheap. The town establishment order. Wailing secretly, Ma Tianyu was so heartbroken that he wanted to vomit blood. He did not expect that just a sudden idea would cause such a huge loss to the three of them. Pa! Pa! After waving his hand and slapping himself several times, he looked depressedly at Han Shao not far away and the quickly disappearing gold coins, and whispered, I'll let you owe me. I'll let you owe me. Seeing this scene, Xiao Qing and Mochi on the side couldn't say anything more. Now that things have reached this point, although such a bitter pill is hard to swallow, they must bear it. Let's go, stop looking. Xiao Qing's face was very ugly, and he said in a low voice, Everything has been put into the backpack by others, and it has nothing to do with us anymore. With a defense of up to 10,000 points, just thinking about it makes people despair. We can't kill him anyway. Let's go find other bosses quickly. Hey! Mochi sighed, and then said, Yeah, let's go. The more I look at it, the more heartbroken I feel, so it's better to keep it out of sight. Seeing the two people leaving one after another, although Ma Tianyu was very reluctant, he also knew that their choice was right. The possibility of snatching those things back from Han Zhao's hands was infinitely close to zero. More importantly, if all the gold coins on the ground are picked up, will he pursue revenge for that one stone? He quickly caught up with the two leaving figures and heard that they were still discussing what had just been revealed. Ma Tianyu couldn't say anything more. Because of this incident, he has to bear the main responsibility. A level boss was robbed. This is actually nothing. It is normal for a boss to be robbed while playing games. But the key point is that the boss actually issued a town establishment order, which is very hurtful. Hey, I'm such a pig. Following the two of them, Ma Tianyu said, extremely depressed. It's not good to offend anyone. Why do you have to offend that Han Shao? I want to know too. Mochi continued. And I think what we lost may not be just the town founding order. What do you mean? Xiao Qing was startled and asked quickly. Besides the town building order, did you find anything good? Yeah, but that's just a guess. Mochi thought for a while and continued. Recall the moment when Han Shao picked up the equipment. Is there anything wrong? There's nothing wrong. Xiao Qing and Ma Tianyu recalled and asked one after another. Tell us what you found. Don't keep us in suspense. Hey, you too. Mochi sighed and said with some disappointment. What was the First thing Han Xiao picked up when the demonized Corpse King was chopped to death. After picking it up, he was stunned for about 2 seconds. Why? As Mo-Chi asked these two questions, Xiao Qing and Ma Tianyu were stunned at the same time and said in unison, "No way, you mean that the dark golden paper is more valuable than the town building order?" At this time, they thought of the situation at that time and felt that this possibility was very high, because according to normal logic, the moment the item exploded, it must be the one with the highest value that was picked up first. And according to Han Zhao's state at that time, the value of the dark golden paper was likely to be higher than the town building order. The three looked at each other, and there was a hint of doubt in their eyes. What is that piece of paper? #C191 The Eclipse of the Undead. Ma Tianyu even wanted to die after guessing such a result. He said with tears in his eyes, "So, because of my arrow we may have lost 50 million directly?" "Yes, maybe." At this time, Xiao Qing was also shocked by the price. But he was more curious about what the dark golden paper was. Since its value was higher than the town construction order, it couldn't be a blueprint. With such a question in his mind, he directly said, "Brother Mo, you don't know what that dark golden piece of paper is?" "Yeah." Mo-Chi nodded and continued, "There is no relevant introduction on the official website, and I haven't seen anything similar on the game forum. But it's not too difficult to know what it is." "Oh, you have a way?" Xiao Qing's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, inwardly, "What is the way? Tell me." "When the demonized Corpse King was killed just now, I have recorded a video." Mo-Chi opened the attribute panel and clicked on the forum link, then smiled, and continued, "We really don't know this thing, but there will always be others who know it. As long as it is posted on the forum, it will probably not take too long to get the answer." At this time, Xiao Han didn't know that the scene of him killing the demonized Corpse King had been posted on the forum, and even caused a great sensation. The entire forum was boiling instantly. After all, when most players were less than level 20, Han Xiao killed a level 50 leader boss, which was simply too depressing. While they were envious, jealous, and resentful, they were also discussing what the dark golden piece of paper was. But the manifestation talisman is really a very rare item. Players who have seen it are rare. It is not easy to know what it is. But the less you know, the more you can arouse people's desire for knowledge. As things continue to ferment, more and more players know the news. Some of them are attracted by the town building order, some are shocked by the full screen of gold, and some want to know what level of equipment the bracelet is. Xiao Han didn't know about all this, and he didn't even know when Ma Tianyu and the other two left. "Forget it. Don't take the remaining hundreds of gold coins." Looking at the remaining gold coins on the ground, Xiao Han muttered softly, "Almost all of the piled together have been put into the backpack, but there are still many gold coins scattered in the grass. It is not possible to pick them up one by one in a short time. For a few hundred gold coins, if you miss the demon sealer, the loss will be great." Xiao Han knew the importance of time very well. He ran quickly to the place, with strong demonic energy again, without any reluctance. The few things that just exploded were really beyond his expectations. It was fine to explode the town building order, but he didn't expect to explode the embodiment talisman and a diamond equipment. He didn't look at it carefully just now, but he knew that it was equipment that the warrior could use. This was also a surprise for him. After all, he had killed 2 boss-level bosses in a row before, and the equipment that exploded was all unusable by him, which made him very depressed. Now, finally there is a diamond equipment that he can use. While running, Xiao Han took out the dead bracelet in the space ring and looked down. Dead bracelet, diamond level 50. Attack plus 1100, strength plus 560, agility plus 560, energy plus 560, special effect. Dead soul eclipse, damage to flesh and blood life. Forms increased by 30%, except light life forms. Seeing such attributes, Xiao Han paused and showed a hint of joy on his face. First of all, the special effects. This eclipse of the dead is so awesome. Is equivalent to directly increasing the damage to the target by 30%. Although it has no effect on light life forms, it does not affect its strength at all. Secondly, the increased attributes. If you can equip it, the attack alone will increase by about 1,700 points. The attack power increased by this piece of equipment is comparable to the sum of the other 12 pieces of equipment on your body. The only pity is that this is a level 50 equipment and cannot be used for the time being. However, with 100 times the bonus to the experience value, as long as the job transfer task is completed, the level cap will be increased again. At that time, it will only take a few days to reach level 50, and he does not need to wait too long. Putting the dead bracelet into the space ring with his backhand, Xiao Han took out the town construction order again, and his eyes moved slightly. This thing is really valuable. Any large guild with a little ambition will need this thing. Judging from the current trend of the connection between perfect world and reality, it should be easy to sell it for 20 or 30 million. What needs to be considered now is who should this thing be sold to. Should it be sold directly to Bao Fengrui, who has a good relationship with him, or put it up for auction? These are all things that need to be considered. If it is sold to Bao Fengrui, it should be able to increase the strength of the Baofeng Guild by a large margin in a short period of time. When the town is built, he will also enjoy some benefits. But in this way, there is no way to maximize the benefits. After all, Bao Fengrui's financial resources are not strong, and it is hard to say whether he can take out the 20 or 30 million. If it is auctioned, there will be many uncertainties. If it was taken by the Guanglong, Taoyuan, and Blue Butterfly guilds, it would be good for him, but he was afraid that it would fall into the hands of the Moyan, Weigua, and Shuisha guilds. Although it was not that scary, it was still very troublesome. No matter which guild it was, as long as it could have a base before all the guilds, it could attract a large number of players, and they were the top players among the individual players. Even in a short period of time, it could double or even triple the strength of the guild. In this way, he had to be more cautious. Beep, beep, beep. While thinking, a slightly hurried voice sounded in his ears. Xiao Han quickly took a look and found that it was by Xiaoxing, and his heart sank. Immediately, is Wu Qi taking action again? Thinking so in his heart, he did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately connected. #C192 The Boiling Stormwind City. Damn, you're too awesome. As soon as the call was connected, by Xiaoxing's excited voice came from inside. A level 50 demonized corpse king. You killed him so easily? How did you know? Hearing such inquiries, Xiao Han was very shocked, and at the same time he was even more impressed by Xiaoxing's ability to collect information. He had just picked up the gold coins, town building orders, and materialization talismans that the demonized corpse king exploded, and he hadn't even warmed them up in his space ring yet. But this guy had already received the news. This speed was too fast. Did any one of those three guys just now have contact with him? After thinking for a while, Xiao Han had a guess and immediately asked, "Your method is really extraordinary. When I killed the demonized corpse king, only 3 people saw it, and you were able to get the news so quickly. You should know at least one of those 3 guys." "What? You misunderstood." By Xiaoxing hurriedly explained, "I'm not the only one who knows this news. Stormwind City is now completely boiling. It's just that many people don't have your contact information, so they can't contact you for a while. If I guess correctly, it won't take more than a minute for Guanglong and Baofengrui to contact you. What's going on?"
Xiao Han loked unbelievable.
Letter hurriedly asked, "Why? Is Stormwind City boiling? Do all the players know?" Beep beep. At this moment, there was another rapid ringing sound in his ears. "Bye." Xiaoxing smiled and said, "Look, I said that Guanglong and Baofengrui would contact you soon, and they couldn't help it before I finished speaking. If you want to know why, you should go to the game forum and find the answer. There. I will always help you keep an eye on the development of things. You should deal with Guanglong and Baofengrui first. Beep beep. Bai Shaoxing hung up the call, and the rapid ringing sound was still ringing in his ears. Xiao Han frowned slightly and whispered, "Game forum, what did those three guys do?" Quickly opening the attribute panel, he directly clicked on the forum link. As for the constantly jumping avatars of Baofengrui and Guanglong, he didn't want to pay attention to it for the time being. It is estimated that the only thing that can make the two so anxious is the town building order. However, there was only one piece of that thing and he hadn't figured out how to deal with it, so it would be better to leave them alone for a while. As soon as he entered the forum, he immediately saw a video pinned to the top. At this time, not only did the comments exceed 100,000, but the views exceeded 1 million, and the guy who posted the video was called Mochi. Xiao Han quickly clicked in to take a look, and it was the video of him just killing the demonized zombie alone. The original purpose of posting this video was just to know what the dark golden piece of paper was. But as more and more players saw this video, more and more comments were left. Under the video, there were not many people who cared about what the dark golden piece of paper was, and the focus of most players' discussions was still on the town building order. Hehe. These three guys have a good vision. After whispering softly, Xiao Han quickly withdrew. He had no way to stop the video posted online. Even if he killed the three of them at that time, he couldn't stop the spread of this video. After all, being killed in the game is not real death, and the recorded video will not be deleted. So when something like this happens, you can only let it go. As for the player's comments, he didn't really care because he had been talked about for the past few days, and it had never stopped. It was just that the idea of keeping a low profile would not be realized in the short term. After throwing the town building order into the space ring, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment and hung up all the call requests from Guanglong and Baofengrui. Then he sent a message and quickly ran to the place with strong demonic energy. For him, it was not the time to study the ownership of the town building order. At this time, it was right to find a way to find the sealed place as soon as possible. The undead cemetery was very large, and he had no confidence whether he could find it in the end, so time was still very precious to him. At this time, in another place in the undead cemetery, Bao Fengrui sighed depressedly and said softly, "Han Xiao didn't answer it. It seems that it is unlikely to buy the town building order." "Yes." Bao Feng nodded in agreement. "If he takes it to the auction with our financial resources, it is impossible to compete with those top guilds. Buying it privately may be possible, but he didn't answer your call, so we don't have much chance. What can we do about it?" Bao Fengrui smiled bitterly. "In the eyes of others, we have a good relationship with him and can often buy a lot of top quality equipment from him, but you and I know in our hearts that this is not the case. It's just because of a few good transactions that he has more contact with us, but the actual relationship has not made much progress. If he doesn't want to sell it to us, there is nothing we can do." "Hey, the town building order," Bao Fengren interrupted depressedly. "With this token, the strength of our guild can at least double. This Han Xiao is real. We have cooperated many times. Why can't you sell it to us cheaper?" "I also received news yesterday that he sold a very cool ring to Guanglong. Is at least equipment of dark gold or above. It may even be diamonds or mage equipment that Xiao you can use." "Don't blame others," Tempest interrupted quickly. "We have received a lot of benefits from him. As a human being, we must know how to be content. Does it mean that just because we have had a few contacts with him, all the good things he reveals must be sold to us? Last time he was besieged by the Demon Flame Guild, and you happened to be at the Undead Cemetery. Brother Rue asked you to help, weren't you still unwilling? You don't want to go when there is danger, but you want to move forward when there are benefits. How can there be so many good things in the world that happen to you? Why are you talking about this? Stormblade said with an embarrassed look on his face. If I really went there, I would definitely die there. Besides, wouldn't he get out of trouble in the end? That's my own skill. Does it have anything to do with you? Storm snorted coldly and continued. If you really went last time, even if you died in the undead cemetery, it would be good for our Storm Guild. Perhaps Han Xiao feels a little guilty because of this, and he might sell the town building order to us cheaply. I'll go. Why are you blaming me after all you talk about? Stormblade looked bitter and complained. You are too unreasonable. Oh, when have you ever seen a woman reason with others? Bao Fengrui smiled charmingly, turned to Bao Fengrui and said, Since we can't buy the town building order, let's find another way. What method? Bao Fengrui's heart moved, and he still attached great importance to Fei Tian's suggestion. This is the think tank of the Storm Guild, and he can often give me very constructive suggestions. Bite! But at this moment he heard a soft sound next to his ear. Immediately opened the attribute panel, saw the message sent by Xiao Han, and clicked it without any hesitation. #C193 The Ruins of the City. Sensing the increasingly dense demonic energy, Xiao Han continued to advance into the depths of the undead cemetery while killing demonic creatures of increasingly higher levels. What we are encountering now is already a level 50 Black Demon Knight. Whispering softly, Xiao Han looked at the data that suddenly appeared in the corner of his eyes and thought to himself, if I continue to go on, won't I encounter a level 60 demonic monster? Thinking of this, his expression became more solemn. If it were just these level 50 demonic creatures, he wouldn't be too worried. After all, no matter how strong they are, they can't compare with the demonic zombies that have been killed. But at present, he has not found the sealed place or the demon sealer, so he must continue to advance into the depths of the canyon. The next demonic monster he encounters must be above level 50. Even if it is only level 51, its attack and defense will be qualitatively improved. Because level 10, level 30, and level 50 are all hurdles. As long as you step over them, you will reach another realm, and your strength will be completely incomparable. Things are not good. Looking at the Black Demon Knight approaching him quickly not far away, Xiao Han murmured softly, and still raised his sword to meet him. The Black Demon Knight is indeed very strong. Its attack is as high as 1,350 points, and its defense is even stronger than its attack, reaching 1,800 points. Because it has a mount, its speed is not slow. But they are strong, and 1,400 points of attack is not enough to cause him even a little damage, and even forced blood deduction is not possible. Such demonized monsters, even if facing a group at the same time, he can easily deal with them. But this is only temporary. Who knows if he will encounter more powerful demonized creatures than them on the road next. -3,078. -3,156. -4,012. Surrounded by the Black Demon Knight, he waved the shadow sword in his hand. Again and again, and it took more than 40 seconds to kill one. No, I can't waste too much time here. After muttering softly, Xiao Han's eyes moved slightly and began to observe the surrounding environment. The health of the Black Magic Knight was as high as 150,000, so he didn't have the slightest thought of killing him. And there were too many of them. It might take more than 4 or 5 hours to clean them all up. He didn't have much time to waste here. Facing the attacks of the Black Magic Knights, Xiao Han slowly moved to a high slope. There is a small canyon over there which should be able to get rid of these Black Magic Knights. After just a little observation, Xiao Han saw a small canyon that was not too wide, about 400 or 500 meters away, which was probably only enough for 3 war horses to run side by side. Although the mountains on both sides were not high, they were very steep. It was definitely impossible for war horses to run on them, but he should be able to climb them. This would not only get rid of these Black Magic Knights, but also would not affect his search for the sealed place. Seeing this, he no longer hesitated, immediately adjusted his direction, and rushed over there to kill. Time passed by minute, and black magic knights were constantly killed, and he heard several reminders of silver equipment bursting out. But in order to enter the canyon quickly, Xiao Han was too lazy to pick it up. The equipment that exploded from the black magic knight was all level 50. Even if it was silver, it was not easy to sell it. Maybe if they were hoarded, when most players reached that level, such equipment would be easy to sell. But they were only silver equipment after all. It was not worth it to play such a long-term operation for such a small amount of money. If you had that time, you could just move your fingers and sew a few gold equipment. Wouldn't it be great? Boom! Xiao Han suddenly saw nothing in front of him after killing another black magic knight with a furious slash, and his vision suddenly widened. Several black magic knights on the left and right sides were attacking him with all their strength, and there were also black magic knights behind him, who kept trying to rush in. But the terrain of this canyon perfectly restricted them. Have you entered the canyon? Xiao Han's face relaxed, and he was too lazy to care about the black magic knights on both sides. He ran quickly into the depths of the canyon. Only by getting rid of those guys could he observe where the magic energy was more concentrated and find out where the sealed place was. With the state enhancement of stir-fried tendons, his speed was very fast. In less than 5 minutes, he had left the black magic knights behind him far behind and only stopped running until he could no longer see their figures. Why do I feel that the magic energy here is more concentrated than outside? With doubts, Xiao Han did not climb the steep peaks on both sides, but continued to walk deep into the canyon. At this time, because the magic energy was more concentrated, the visibility was getting lower and lower, and he did not dare to run as recklessly as before. And if there are more demonized creatures, their level should be more than level 50. At this time, it is better to be cautious. If you lose your life here because of carelessness, it will be too uneconomical. In the space ring, there are still town building orders and materialization talismans. Once they are exploded after death, there will be no place to cry. Walking carefully in the canyon, Xiao Han carefully observed everything around him. Hey, why is there a light ahead? After walking for more than 10 minutes, a few balls of orange-red flames suddenly appeared in the dark demonic atmosphere. Xiao Han paused and whispered, "The concentration of demonic energy here is not inferior to that of the demon flame cave. If there is a sealed underground entrance, it can only be over there." Thinking so, Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he immediately observed the surroundings carefully and walked over there quickly. The lights in the dark looked very close, but the distance was not close at all. It was not until he walked for more than half an hour that he came to the end of the canyon and saw an extremely dilapidated city. The fire he saw before came from that place. What is this place? Looking at the huge city ruins in front of him, Xiao Han's eyes were full of shock. #C194 The Black Magician. In the place where the demonic energy was the most concentrated, a city ruin was found, and there was actually fire coming from it. This was really unexpected. Seeing such a scene, Xiao Han was even more cautious. When he was in the demon flame cave, he still remembered the terrifying abyss. Corpse King. That thing had not yet revived, and just relying on the breath emitted from his body, it almost took his life. If it hadn't been for Ning Wu's protection, his first virginity might have been lost in that place. The demonized creatures in here should be very powerful. With such a guess in mind, Xiao Han didn't dare to be too reckless, and approached the city cautiously and slowly. More than 10 minutes later, he stood 100 meters away from the city gate, staring at the 3 traditional Chinese characters on the top of the city with wide eyes in disbelief. Di Shengmen. He happened to recognize these traditional Chinese characters. Although they were stone carvings, they were already very blurred, almost to the point of being unclear. On the walls on both sides of the city gate, traces of knife and axe chops, seemed to tell the tragic battle that had taken place here. More than 10 meters inside the doorway you can see half of the rusty iron door, which has been split in half, but its thickness is more than 10 centimeters. Just from here we can guess how powerful the warriors who attacked the city were. Although he is now level 30 and even has a dark gold weapon in his hand, even if he hits it with all his strength, he can only leave a gap of about half a centimeter at most. What exactly is this place? In the game expansion pack of Perfect World, there is no detailed background of this world, so Xiao Han has no idea what the name of this ruined city is. However, for now this is not too important to him. It is better to find a way to seal the demon or find the trace of Lu Yen. There should be something to be found in the place where there was fire just now. Muttering softly, Xiao Han stepped over the broken iron gate and slowly walked into the city. Until this time, he has not found any demonized creatures appearing nearby, which is not a good thing. Only the unknown is the most terrifying. I hope I'll have better luck and won't encounter any demonized creatures. After praying silently, Xiao Han kept walking towards his destination. With a defense of more than 10,000 points, he could actually withstand a level 60 melee demonized creature. But if he encountered a demonized creature that could use magic, it would be different. Although he had several pieces of equipment that increased his energy, the total was only 900 points. Even if he had a plate of stir-fried purple chives at Pyeongchang yesterday, it only increased his magic defense to 1,900 points. If he encountered a magic creature at this time, even if its magic attack was not 1,900, the difference would not be too much and the extra damage from the skills would be enough to break his defense. And in this place, once a magic creature appeared, it would not be just one or two but would appear in large numbers. Even if his health was as high as 34,751 points, he could not withstand such an attack. Magic defense has always been a shortcoming for him, and it is almost impossible to improve this problem in a short period of time. He knew his weaknesses very well, and he also knew that he couldn't be invincible in this place, so he had to be careful everywhere. Strange. Why is there nothing here? After walking for more than 10 minutes, he still didn't find anything. Xiao Han hesitated, not knowing whether to speed up. Let alone the demonized creatures here. Now, except for his footsteps, there is not even a little noise. This is not an empty city. But what about those flames? With such confusion in his heart, Xiao Han's speed of progress suddenly increased. At this time he had figured it out. In such a quiet environment, even if his footsteps were small, they could still be heard far away. If there were really demonized creatures here, they should have come out long ago, and there was no need to be so cautious now. As the speed was completely released, his running speed suddenly increased by 3 or 4 times. Boom! A few minutes later, a different sound finally sounded in this ruined city. Xiao Han's eyes condensed, and he immediately looked in the direction where the sound came from, whispering, "There is movement over there, and it sounds like a battle." With this judgment, his speed increased again. At this time, Xiao Han even suspected that the reason why he did not encounter a demonized creature here might be that he was led away by the battle in the distance. Roar! 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 As he got closer and closer to the battle site, the sound became clearer, and he could even hear angry roars. What's going on? Has the demon sealer already fought with that big guy? The light was too dim, and Xiao Han didn't know what happened in the distance, but judging from the sound, it would not exceed 1,000 meters at most. If it was the demon sealer, it was very likely his future master, and he couldn't retreat at this time. Based on this judgment, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, and rushed to the direction where the sound came from at a very fast speed like a gust of wind. Damn! So many black magic knights! In less than a minute, he approached the battle site, but before he could see who the two sides were, he was blocked by the black magic knights in front of him. As far as he could see, countless black magic knights were trying to squeeze A little behind the black magic knights, there were guys holding magic wands, and black fireballs were condensing under their chanting. I'm such a bad mouth, what I say comes true. The depression flashed in his heart, and before Xiao Han made a move, the gaze special effect was triggered. Black Magician. Level 50. HP plus 25,000. Attack plus 1850. Defense plus 680. Skill. Dark Fireball extra 1500 magic damage to the target, cooldown 12 seconds. Skill. Dark Corrosion. Corrode the target's armor. Reduce 30% physical defense, 30% magic defense, and cause 500 magic damage per second. Lasting 10 seconds, cooldown 15 seconds. Hashtag C195 kill one person and exchange one place. Although the Black Mage is still a level 50 demonized creature, his attack attributes are much higher than that of the Dark Knight. The damage caused by the two skills does not seem to be high, but it is not something he can bear at the moment. A Dark Fireball would cause about 1,500 points of damage to him. If there were only 3 or 5, he wouldn't have to worry, because the cooldown time of this skill is as long as 12 seconds. With such a long buffer time, with his speed, he should be able to kill 1 or 2 of them easily, and the rest can be easily solved. But as far as the eye can see, the number of Black Magicians is at least more than 200, and the number of Black Knights is even more, probably no less than 2,000, and there may be more in places that cannot be seen. This situation feels very bad. Seeing such a scene, Xiao Han had to stop. Even if he wanted to fight in, there was nothing he could do. If there was no Black Magician with 11,000 points of physical defense, he would still have the courage to break through and see what was going on inside. Maybe we can rescue the guy inside who was surrounded just like we rescued Ningzu. But that's obviously not possible now. The magic defense only has 1,900 points. He only needs 30 or 40 dark fireballs to hit him at the same time, and he will be killed in an instant. This is without calculating the damage of dark corrosion. If the damage of corrosion can be superimposed, he will die faster. What should I do now? I can't kill you at all. The Dark Knight's HP was too high, at least 150,000. With his attack power, it would take at least 40 seconds to kill one of them. By the time one is killed, the others will have already surrounded him. Once that situation is formed, it doesn't take many Black Magicians to attack him, just 4 or 5 to kill him here in 2 or 3 minutes. Roar, roar, roar. The manic roar sounded again, although the distance was only 2 to 300 meters because the light was too dark. Even if he stood at a high place, he still couldn't see what was happening inside. No, now that I'm here, I can't just do nothing. Looking at the Black Knight and Black Magician not far away, Xiao Han slowly turned his attention to the mages wearing black cloth robes. Their defense is only 700 points, and their health points are only 25,000. With his attack power, he can kill one in just 4 to 5 seconds. Although she didn't know who was fighting in the center of the encirclement, as long as she killed more, it would relieve her pressure. Hey, let's operate on you. After murmuring in a low voice, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and rushed straight to the nearest Black Magician. At this time, the eyes of these Black Magicians and Black Knights were still attracted by the battle in the center of the encirclement, and they did not notice his appearance at all. Xiao Han was also happy. He ran the distance of more than 50 meters in less than 5 seconds. Seeing that the Black Magician in front of him had condensed a dark fireball and was about to throw it out, Xiao Han didn't hesitate at all and immediately struck down with 3 consecutive slashes with the highest damage. Minus 5,062, minus 600, minus 700, injuring more than 6,000 people per second. The Black Magician's body instantly trembled, and the dark fireball also collapsed at this moment. Seeing this situation, Xiao Han made another angry slash with his backhand. Minus 5,439. Minus 4,582. The damage caused by the 2 attacks has exceeded 15,000 points, and even triggered a combo special effect. A smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Han's mouth, but the movement of his hand did not stop at all, and he struck with another sword. Roar! At this time, the black magician had time to let out a hoarse roar. As the sound waves spread around, Xiao Han could feel that no less than 100 eyes were looking at him. But now that he had already taken action, how could he care about this? He struck down with another sword. Bite! At this moment, a system prompt came from his ears, and a pile of gold coins, and a belt fell to the ground. Rare equipment, it's actually gold. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. He reached out to pick up his belt from the ground, and immediately ran away without looking back. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Behind them, the horse's hooves stepped on the semi-weathered rocky ground, and they ran after him wildly. There were several dark fireballs in the air. Xiao Han didn't care about this. As he ran, he took out his belt and took a look. He found that it was a level 50 piece of equipment and immediately threw it into the space ring. As for the pursuers behind him, don't worry about it at all. Although the Black Demon Knight is very fast, there is still some gap compared with him. Taking advantage of the favorable terrain of the city ruins, Xiao Han circled around in the alleys and got rid of their pursuit in less than 2 minutes. Roar! 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 The roar in the distance continued. Xiao Han paused, immediately changed direction, and quickly moved towards the place where the sound came from. The Dark Knight has high health and defense, and there are many of them, so he really doesn't have much to do. But those black magicians are different. They have low health and defense, and their numbers are not large, making them perfect targets for sneak attacks. Even if it takes a little longer, as long as he kills them all one by one, he should be able to help the guy in the center of the encirclement. With this idea in mind, Xiao Han chose a target and rushed forward again. Minus 5,031. Minus 600. Minus 4,542. Minus 700. The second slash of the 3-hit combo had a combo effect, and the damage per second instantly exceeded 10,000. A hint of excitement flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he felt that choosing the Black Magician as the target was an extremely correct decision. With the sword in his hand, he killed another one in less than 5 seconds. He didn't even look at the ground without hearing the sound of the equipment exploding, and turned around and ran in the direction he came from. This also attracted the pursuit of nearly 100 black magic knights. But, although their speed was not slow, they still couldn't catch up with the figure running wildly in front. After chasing for a distance, they lost their targets and stopped in a daze. It was not until dozens of seconds later that several roars came from the center of the encirclement, and they controlled the war horses under their crotches and ran in the direction of the sound. At the same time, a figure wearing a dark red cloak hundreds of meters away from these black magic knights had killed another black magician. Hashtag C196, the running grass mudhorse. Stormwind City Mage Temple. Mochi looked at the skill book he had just redeemed, with a depressed look on his face, and whispered softly, "It's such a pity. If I had gotten this skill book earlier, I could have at least doubled the damage to the demonic corpse king. In that case, before Han Xiao comes over, the demonic corpse king will have been killed by us, and the town founding order will be ours." "This has nothing to do with you," Ma Tianyu responded and said with a grimace. "This is actually all my fault. If it weren't for my stupidity, there would be such a big loss. The matter is over. Don't talk about it anymore." Xiao Qing raised his hand and interrupted. "It's just a town building order. Since it can be exploded once, we can explode it a second time. There is no need to worry about this anymore. With our strength, as long as we continue to cooperate, there is no boss below level 50 that cannot be killed. If you have time to think about this, why not leave the city now? Maybe, before we go offline, we can also get a town building order." "Yes. Then where should we go now?" Ma Tianyu nodded, immediately interrupted the topic and suggested, "How about the dark forest? I heard that there seem to be more bosses there than in other places. I have no objection. Xiao Qing looked at Mochi beside him and continued. What do you mean it's still early? As long as you find the boss, even if you can't get the town founding order, it's still easy to get a few pieces of silver or above equipment. Since you all think so, let's go to the dark forest. Mochi did not refuse, and replied with a smile, and followed the two of them towards the outside of the mage temple. In fact, until now, although he regrets the loss of the town founding order, he can still accept it. After all, in the game, being robbed of the boss is a normal thing. But it had been so long since the post was sent out, and no one knew what the dark golden piece of paper was. This made him curious and also had a bad premonition, because this means that that thing is really rare, and even the people who have seen it are very rare. What is that piece of paper? After whispering softly, Machi brought up the properties panel again, and clicked into the forum as he walked. Hey! Does Xuezong know what that piece of paper is? Mochi was very happy when he saw such a message when he first entered the forum. However, this message only told half of the story. Although there were tens of thousands of inquiring messages below, he still ignored it. What does this guy mean? Since you know it, why don't you say it? Mochi was a little unhappy when he couldn't get the answer he wanted in the message, but out of curiosity about the piece of paper, he still replied, What is the piece of paper? If you want to know, do you have to pay some price? If the price is not expensive, I will buy this news. The message can be sent to you for free, but we have to add a friend to meet and chat. Less than 5 seconds after the message was sent, Mochi paused and frowned slightly when he saw such a reply. Although he really wanted to know what the piece of paper was, it would not be worthwhile if it delayed the time of leveling up treasures. As for meeting, it is completely unnecessary. After thinking for a while, he replied directly, I am very busy, so there is no need to meet. If you want to use this information in exchange for some money, you can contact me. Bite. As soon as the message was sent out, Mochi saw Xuezong's friend application. He hesitated for a while but finally approved it. Toot toot. The ringing that followed made Machi feel the urgency of the other party, and the bad premonition in his heart became stronger. What exactly is that thing? Such doubts arose in his mind again. This time, without any hesitation, he immediately clicked to confirm. It's not easy to contact you. As soon as the communication was connected, Xuezong sighed with emotion, and then continued, I can tell you what that piece of paper is and even give you 200,000. But the condition is that you must tell me where you took this video. Also, do you know where Han Xiao in the video is now? What do you want to do? Mochi was stunned and asked quickly, How do I feel? That you are planning to attack him? That guy's defense is very perverted. I think you'd better be cautious and don't die. Ha! You don't have to worry about this. I have my own plan. Xuezong chuckled and continued. You just need to tell me where he is. When it's done, regardless of whether the piece of paper is exposed or not, I will give you another 2 million. What? As long as you find him, you will give me another 2 million? Mochi was shocked. At this time, he realized that the value of the dark golden piece of paper was probably much higher than that of the town founding order. So he quickly asked, What is that piece of paper? Is it worth paying such a high price? Realization talisman. Xuezong's voice deepened and he whispered, You must have never heard of this thing. Indeed, I haven't heard of it. Mochi frowned, and the doubts in his heart deepened, because he couldn't even judge from the name what the so-called manifestation talisman was used for. After a moment of silence, he asked directly, Can you tell me what is the use of this thing that makes you value it so much? In return, I will also tell you where exactly Han Xiao killed the demonic corpse king. Ha! Now that I have contacted you, I have no intention of hiding it from you. Xuezong chuckled and continued. Since this thing is called a Manifestation talisman, it means that it can materialize things in the game. Go into reality. Such as skills, weapons, armor, pets, etc. Holy shit! How is this possible? Mochi exclaimed and couldn't help shouting. Is this game really as advertised, and can the items in it be brought into reality? This exclamation made Xiaoqing and Ma Tianyu, who were walking in front, turn their heads and look over, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Why are you so surprised? Don't talk for now. I'll tell you later." Mochi took the time to reply and continued to ask, "But this is nonsense. How did you know? I also think it's ridiculous. I didn't believe it a day ago." Xuezong's voice sank and he said slowly, "But that is the fact, and in Kyoto, someone has already used the tool manifestation talisman to manifest a skill book into reality." My darn thing! Hearing such shocking news, Mochi felt as if another 10,000 grassmud horses were running past. He didn't expect that the dark golden piece of paper would have such an effect. It was too powerful. If the skill can be realized, even if it is the big fireball he just redeemed, once it can be realized in reality, wouldn't it be possible to create a fire evolver out of thin air? At this time, Xiaoqing and Ma Tianyu, who had come back to their senses, had also heard what Xuezong said, and they all had dull expressions on their faces. But before the shock in their hearts was fully digested, Xuezong's voice came to their ears again. The manifestation talismans are also divided into levels. Low-level manifestation talismans can only manifest low-level items into reality. That dark gold piece of paper, if nothing else, should be a dark gold level manifestation talisman, which can manifest dark gold level items. #C197 shock. Xiao Han, who was in the ruins of the city, didn't know about the shock and regret of Xiaoqing and the other two. At this time, he always implemented the guerrilla principle, insisted on killing one and moving to another place, and successfully killed nearly 100 black magicians. Such an arrogant behavior finally completely angered the powerful existence in the center of the encirclement. 3 elite-level black magic knights rushed out of the encirclement. 500,000 health points, 3,500 physical defense. This is far worse than the demonized zombies. Seeing the 3 elite-level black magic knights rushing towards him, Xiao Han chuckled and did not immediately get rid of them by speed, but ran fast and slow. It is difficult to encounter a leader-level boss, even if it is an elite level 1. It is not easy to encounter it. Now that he has encountered it, of course, he can't miss it. These 3 guys riding tall horses, if nothing unexpected happens, can at least give him more than 2 silver equipment. If he is a little luckier, he can also get gold equipment. Although he had killed nearly 100 black magicians in the past hour, there were not many gold equipments that dropped. Including the belt that dropped at the beginning, there were only 2 pieces in total. As for the silver equipment, there were more than 10 pieces, but for safety reasons, he did not take the risk to pick them up. The elite black magic knight chasing behind him had a physical attack of only 2,700 points, which was not dangerous to him. As long as they were led away, it was still easy to kill them. About 1,000 meters. After secretly calculating the distance, Xiao Han thought to himself, "At such a long distance, we should not be surrounded by them." The roar from afar was no longer so clear at this time. The ordinary black magic knight had long been thrown away, leaving only the elite black magic knight with a slightly faster speed behind him. Xiao Han paused and immediately rushed over with his sword. Boom! The shadow sword slashed at the black magic knight, pulling a series of sparks on its armor, but this attack still caused more than 3,000 damage. "We have to kill them quickly." Xiao Han's mouth curved, revealing a cold smile, and whispered softly, "There should be more than just these 3 elite black magic knights in the encirclement." Thinking so in his heart, he immediately stood still, just mechanically waving the shadow sword in his hand. In fact, with his current attributes, it is still very simple to kill these 3 elite small bosses, even easier than killing those black magicians, but it will take a little longer. Minus 4,050. Minus 3,164. Minus 3,213. From beginning to end, Xiao Han only focused on one of the attacks. In less than 3 minutes, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, you killed a Black Magic Knight Elite, gained 50,000 experience points, triggered a 100-fold reward, and gained 5 million experience points. Ding, your level has reached the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the level upper limit. Ding, you killed a Black Magic Knight Elite, gained 28 silver coins, triggered a 100-fold reward, and gained 2,800 silver coins. Ding, you killed a Black Magic Knight Elite, gained the skill Trampling Intermediate, triggered a 100-fold reward and gained the skill Shock Intermediate. Ding, you killed a Black Magic Knight Elite, gained the silver equipment Black Magic Gun, triggered a 100-fold reward, and gained the dark gold equipment Bloodthirsty Magic Gun. Ding, you killed a demonized Corpse King leader, and gained the primary Energy Recovery Potion. Listening to the system prompts in his ears, Xiao Han's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but whispered, "Fuck! A skill book is out and it's an intermediate skill book." He didn't expect to be able to explode a skill book. Besides the skill book, a dark gold weapon was also revealed, which was a big
surprise.
Ignoring the other 2 Black Magic Knights who were attacking him, Xiao Han hurriedly bent down to pick up the black book on the ground and took a look at it immediately. Shock Intermediate, stomp the ground with your right foot, causing 500 damage to the target within a radius of 1 meter, and the target in front will be stunned for 0.5 seconds, consuming 50 energy points and cooling for 30 seconds. Oh my god! This intermediate skill is too awesome. Seeing such an introduction, Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is a group attack skill. Although the damage is not high, it is only level 1. With the 100-fold increase in proficiency by a 100-fold reward, he will soon be able to upgrade it to level 3, or perhaps level 4 or level 6. At that time, the extra damage of this kick will definitely exceed 1,000 points. This is not the most important thing. The ability of shock that he values most is that it can stun the target for 0.5 seconds, which is very practical. At any time, control skills are the rarest. Perhaps such skills will not be of much help in killing wild monsters and bosses, but for PK between players it is completely different. For a warrior, if he encounters a mage who has learned the flash skill or an archer who has mastered the wind step, he will only become a passive target. Even if he learns skills such as charge and charge, it is difficult to kill them instantly. But with control skills it is different. Even if it can only stun for 0.5 seconds, it is enough to change the outcome of the battle. Hey! This Black Magic Knight can actually drop a skill book. Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he looked at the remaining 2 Black Magic Knights with a completely different look. He didn't rush to kill them, but immediately held the shock skill book and stood there to study. #C198 This is a free equipment. Learning skills is very simple, just read the skill book from beginning to end. It only took less than 10 seconds for Xiao Han to read through it from beginning to end. As the skill book disappeared, he could feel that he had mastered one more skill. "Hey, let's try it on you first." Xiao Han muttered softly and stamped his right foot on the ground. Boom! Following an explosion, the 2 Black Demon Knights swayed involuntarily, their bodies a little unstable, and even the mounts under their crotches were in this state. But this time was very short, less than a second, and they all recovered. Again, Xiao Han was not surprised by this situation. 0.5 seconds was really short. In fact, there wasn't much he could do. It was only enough for him to make one strike. A loss of 4 to 5,000 health points would be like drizzle and would have no impact at all on the elite Dark Demon Knight whose total health points were as high as 500,000. But this does not mean that the skill of shock is not strong. Its real usefulness is not reflected here. Even elite knights at level 50 are not immune to the stun caused by shock. Other players should be stunned as long as they are within the attack range. After muttering softly, Xiao Han showed a smile in his eyes. For him, the biggest opponent is not the wild monsters in the game but the malice from other players. So this kind of skill suitable for PK is exactly what he needs very much. Very satisfied with the effect of the shock, Xiao Han continued to slash the other two elite black knights around him with his sword. In less than 5 minutes they were all killed. Picking up several pieces of equipment that exploded on the ground, he was a little disappointed because these two elite Black Devil Knights only exploded a gold wristband and 2 pieces of silver equipment. I looked down at the attributes and found that they were all at level 50. Although the attributes were good, I couldn't use them now, so I threw them into the space ring. At this moment, I remembered the properties of the Bloodthirsty Demon Gun and took it out before I had time to see it. Bloodthirsty Demonic Gun, Dark Gold level 50, Attack plus 950, Strength plus 420, Agility plus 420, Stamina plus 420, Special Effects. Bloodthirsty, when attacked, 30% probability of entering bloodthirsty state, attack increased by 30%, defense increased 30% for 10 seconds. Another bloodthirsty special effect? After just one glance, Xiao Han was a little moved, and even wanted to change into this equipment immediately, but after thinking about it, he still felt that the Shadow Sword was better. The bloodthirsty special effect is very strong. There is no doubt about it. The blood armor also has this special effect. If it is triggered at the same time, it can immediately increase his attack and defense by 50%. Can be said to be an extremely powerful special effect. The only disadvantage is that this is a probabilistic special effect. Let alone triggering at the same time, the probability of even a single trigger is not too high. The armor-piercing special effect on the Shadow Sword is different. It is a continuous special effect that takes effect all the time. Compared with the instability of bloodthirsty special effects, armor-piercing is the best choice. Putting the bloodthirsty demon gun back into the space ring, Xiao Han could hear the roar in the distance continuing. He moved his steps and immediately ran over there. Since there are more elite Black Knights inside the encirclement, of course we must find ways to kill them. Xiao Han did not dare to break through the encirclement formed by the Black Magic Knights. After observing for a while, he saw several black magicians not far away. Although many of these black magicians have been killed, there are still a lot of them. Seeing that they were still attracted by the fighting in the inner circle, Xiao Han whispered, "These things must have no intelligence. This kind of judgment is not an unfounded guess, but the result of observations over this period of time. There were quite a few black magicians killed by him, but they still did as they should. The black magic knights around him had no intention of protecting them, which made his actions easier. Targeting a black magician not far away, Xiao Han quickly rushed over and raised his hand to strike 3 consecutive blows. Minus 5,025, minus 600, minus 700. While interrupting the black magician's spellcasting, there was another furious slash. At this time, the black magician who was attacked also reacted and opened his mouth to scream. Xiao Han didn't hesitate at all and stamped his right foot on the ground. Boom! A loud explosion not only interrupted the black magician's cry, but also attracted the attention of several nearby black magic knights. Seeing that they had begun to control the war horses under their crotches and planned to run towards the side, Xiao Han smiled contemptuously and waved his sword a few more times. It wasn't until the black magician was completely killed that he turned around and left quickly. Because I have been doing this for this period of time, this set of actions has become extremely familiar. The whole process ended neatly in less than 5 seconds. After getting rid of the pursuers behind him, Xiao Han didn't hesitate at all, changed the direction and killed again. The same scene continued to play out, and in less than 10 minutes, more than 10 black magicians were killed by his sword. Roar. At this time, the roar from the center of the encirclement sounded again, which made Xiao Han's expression condense. He could clearly feel that the roar, this time, was different from the previous one. Is the elite Dark Knight coming out again? With such a guess in his mind, Xiao Han immediately stopped hunting the black magician. At the same time, he looked in the direction of the sound. Roar. The roar was heard again, and the dense encirclement also cracked at this time, and more than 10 taller black magic knights ran out from it. So, it seems that guy was really irritated by me. Elite black magic knights, let alone more than 10, even if there were 10 times more, Xiao Han would not refuse them all. The lances in their hands poked him, which was no different from tickling him. This was completely giving him equipment. Looking at their fast approaching figures, Xiao Han smiled and whispered, with so many elite bosses, it would be great if another skill book could be dropped. #C199 The Overlord Boss. The elite black knights moved very fast. In less than half a minute, they ran a distance of 200 to 300 meters. Seeing this, Xiao Han immediately turned around and ran away. These black knights pose no threat to him, but there are many black magicians nearby. Once they are caught, they will die. Roar. But as soon as he turned around, another roar came from his ears, accompanied by a sweet cry, "Go to hell, someone!" At this moment, the sound of horse hooves behind him suddenly disappeared. Xiao Han paused and immediately looked back. Lu Yan, why is she here? 100 meters away, a familiar figure was running towards this side. She held a broad-bladed giant sword in her hand and slashed at the black demon knight who was blocking her. Click! A clear sound sounded, and the elite black demon knight blocking the road was cut in half, including his man and his horse. Damn! This is too fierce. Xiao Han's eyes widened and he exclaimed in disbelief. The dark demon knight, who had 500,000 health points, was killed instantly by a sword. How terrifying must this attack power be? Looking at the scene in the distance in shock, Xiao Han couldn't believe his eyes. He clearly remembered that when he was in the warrior temple, the gaze special effect was triggered once, allowing him to see a small part of Lu Yan's attributes. This is a level 50 senior warrior. Logically speaking, the Black Demon Knight is also level 50. Even if his strength is not as strong as her, he will not be killed instantly with a single sword. What on earth is going on? After muttering softly, Xiao Han continued to stare at the running figure. At this moment, the confusion in his eyes deepened. When I first came to Stormwind City, I didn't understand many things, and I didn't think there was anything unusual when I saw Lu Yan's level. But now that I think about it, he still has too little knowledge. If Lu Yan was really only level 50, her title of senior warrior would seem a bit inappropriate. At least after this period of understanding, he has figured out that level 50 is still in the category of intermediate professionals. Only when he breaks through to level 51 can he be considered an advanced warrior. Did she just break through at that time? With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han continued to stare at Lu Yan, hoping that the special effects on the Silver Wolf's helmet would be triggered again. Roar! Suddenly, the sound of rage sounded again, and a burly man wearing a bloody armor suddenly sprang out from behind Lu Yan. He held a bloody spear in his hand, stabbing forward quickly like a poisonous snake emerging from its hole. Careful! Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed, but before the sound could reach the other side, Lu Yan had already turned over in the air and struck the head of the gun accurately with a sword. When the sound of gold and iron clashing sounded, and the sound waves quickly spread around. At the same time, under the interaction of this huge force, the sturdy man who was pursuing him involuntarily took a few steps back, and Lu Yan, who was in midair, was directly knocked away because he had no point of focus. and the direction she flew to was the dozen or so elite Black Demon Knights, who had just chased him. At this time, they all raised the lances in their hands and stabbed at the flying figure in midair with great tacit understanding, almost blocking all. The dodge space. Not good. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's expression changed and he increased his speed to the extreme without any hesitation. Order it for me. Instantly rushing to the Black Demon Knight who was about to raise his gun, Xiao Han used all his strength and stamped his right foot hard on the ground. Boom! The moment the explosion sounded, 4-digit damage values appeared on the heads of all the Dark Knights within a 2-meter radius. The figures directly in front of him all trembled suddenly. Their lances were only raised halfway and they suddenly froze. Die to me. At this time, Lu Yen twisted his waist and abdomen in midair, changed his position out of thin air, and at the same time the broad-bladed giant sword in his hand swept directly. Click, click. With just one blow, the heads of the 2 elite Dark Knights instantly flew into the air. Xiao Han was shocked by such a result, but Lu Yan's expression did not relax at all. He immediately swung his broad-bladed giant sword to the left, blocking the 3 spears that came at him. Then he stepped on the horse's head with his toes and flew a few meters into the air, completely avoiding the attack range of all spears. Puff! As soon as she landed, she spurted out a mouthful of bright red blood and shouted urgently, "Quick! Run!" At the same time as this voice sounded, Xiao Han also saw the burly man in the blood-colored armor dozens of meters away, chasing after him again. At this time, the special effect of Silver Wolf Gaze was triggered. Dark Demon General Overlord level 70? Life? Attack? Defense? Damn it, Overlord boss. He couldn't see the complete attributes, but he could find that it was an Overlord level boss. Why did Xiao Han dare to stay here? So he turned around and ran away. The level 50 Demonized Corpse King has a physical attack of up to 7,500 points, and once he starts to go berserk, it will exceed 10,000 points. As for the Dark Demon General behind him, just based on his Overlord level title, we can deduce that his physical attack is at least 15,000 points, and may even exceed 20,000 points. If you don't run away now, why don't you stay and wait to die? As soon as his footsteps moved, Xiao Han's speed immediately increased to the extreme. It only took less than 5 seconds to catch up with Lu Yen, who had escaped early. Looking at her pale face and the blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, Xiao Han frowned slightly and asked anxiously, "How are you? Do you need help?" "You?" Lu Yen raised her eyebrows and said intermittently, "You? Your strength can't help me." "Humph. If it weren't for me, could you break through?" Xiao Han snorted coldly and continued, "Don't show off if you are injured. Your current speed, you can't escape the pursuit of the Black Demon General." "I know, but your speed seems to be faster than mine," Lu Yen replied, and then her eyes suddenly lit up, and she immediately leaned towards Xiao Han, then tapped the ground with her toes, and jumped directly onto his back while running quickly. #C200 I am a genius. "I'll go. This woman is really rude." Feeling a heaviness on his back, Xiao Han did not expect Lu Yen to be so decisive and not at all reserved as a woman should be. However, the sound of horse hooves behind him was getting closer and closer, leaving him no time to enjoy the feeling of having this beauty on his back. Stretching his hands back to support his legs on both sides of his waist, Xiao Han immediately increased his speed to the extreme and started running quickly. He has no idea about the level 70 Overlord boss now, he just wants to leave here as quickly as possible. Such perverted things cannot be dealt with now. Perhaps after completing the second job transfer and raising the level to level 50, it will be possible to return here and kill it completely. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of horse hooves kept coming. Lu Yen looked back and said hurriedly, "Can you hurry up? General Black Demon is coming soon." "No, it can only be done so quickly." Xiao Han's face hardened and he continued, "But I have a way to get rid of it. Just hold me tight." As he spoke, he no longer cared about the Lu Yen on his back. He stopped suddenly, then turned around and rushed to the alley aside. Zilialu. At the same time, the sound of horses slowing down was heard from behind. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Immediately afterwards, the sound of horse hooves rapidly hitting the ground sounded again, but the frequency had been reduced a lot. Hearing this change, Xiao Han showed a smile. Seeing a damaged house in front of him, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately passed through the wall, changed to an alley and continued running. At this time, the black demon general behind him, whose speed had just increased, had to rein in his horse and stop again. "Humph, you are so naive to still want to chase me." With the explosive status increase, his speed has increased 20 times. The speed of the 50-level Dark Demon Knight is far from being comparable to him, even the elite Dark Demon Knight. But when facing the Overlord level boss, this speed is not enough. Fortunately, the horse's flexibility was far beyond his, which also gave him the ability to deal with the Dark General behind him. Clatter, clatter, clatter. 10 minutes later, listening to the sound of horse hooves getting farther and farther behind him, a smile finally appeared on Xiao Han's lips. He definitely couldn't match the horse's straight-line running speed. If he were on the plain outside the city, or in the canyon where he came from, he might be caught up within a few minutes. But in the ruins of this city, there are stone buildings several meters high, everywhere. As long as the running route is slightly changed, it is impossible for the horses to increase their speed. Crossing several damaged houses again, the sound of horse hooves behind us was finally no longer heard. At this time, Xiao Han felt a tender and smooth feeling on his two palms, as if he were touching a peeled egg. At the same time, there were two hard bumps on his back which made him feel uncomfortable. What a pity! Why is she a warrior and wearing such hard armor? After muttering something softly, Xiao Han couldn't help but move his hands, and the tender and smooth feeling became even stronger. "If you move your claw again, I will chop it off." The sudden appearance of the broad-bladed giant sword at his neck made Xiao Han's face stiffen, and he quickly said, "I don't dare anymore, put this thing down quickly." He had witnessed the attack power of the broad-bladed giant sword with his own eyes, instantly killing 2 elite-level Dark Demon Knights. If he was really slashed by this thing, his more than 30,000 health points might be gone in an instant. Although he knew that Lu Yen might be trying to scare him, Xiao Han didn't dare to gamble. This was a senior warrior and a woman who might not be unreasonable. He had saved her just now and had already touched her all the way, so why should he care about this? But there was no reason to say it at this time, so Xiao Han gave in and said, "We are safe now, why don't you come down?" "I want to come down, but you have to let go." "Ah!" Xiao Han loosened his hands, with a trace of embarrassment on his face, and said quickly, Sorry, I was so frightened by you that I forgot about it just now." "Humph, he looks quite honest, but I didn't expect him to be a pervert too." This. Xiao Han's face turned bitter. He couldn't explain anything on this issue, so he had to change the subject and said, "Why are you here and how did you get into trouble with that perverted guy? Don't talk about me first. With your strength, how dare you come here?" "Me?" Xiao Han pointed at himself and said with a smile, "Roger said you might be in danger here, so let me help you. Look, haven't I helped you now? And my current strength has reached a bottleneck period. I need some experience to further improve my strength." "What, so fast?" Lu Yen was stunned, looked at Xiao Han carefully in disbelief, and then said, "I really didn't expect that you are really about to break through. Hey, I'm a genius." In front of Lu Yen, Xiao Han had no intention of hiding his clumsiness. The more capable he was, the more he would be valued by her. The desperate escape just now has actually explained a lot of problems. Since Lu Yen appeared here, of course she wanted to solve some problems. But, although she was very strong, she was still no match for the Black Demon. General. In this way, the purpose of this trip will not be achieved. If he performs well enough at this time, he might be able to receive a task. From Lu Yen. Perhaps this task will be difficult, but once completed, the benefits obtained will definitely be incomparable to ordinary tasks. He had figured out these joints long ago, so he continued, "Why are you here? Is there anything I can help you with? You can't help me unless you can kill that black magic general." Lu Yan's face sank and he continued solemnly, "But its strength is too strong, even I can't do it." "How can you do it?" "Hee. That's not necessarily true." Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and laughed softly. "Although that guy is strong, he is not invincible."